Lyanna Stark drew in a shallow breath, her trembling fingers gripping the linens of the narrow bed inside the Tower of Joy. Dawn approached slowly through the open window, the pinkish rays warming her sweat-streaked skin. The night had felt endless, her body racked with pain as she clung to life. The birth had nearly claimed her. The pain had been all-encompassing, threatening to drag her down into a chasm of darkness. Yet here she was, weak but alive, and in her arms lay the quiet, breathing bundle of her newborn son. The child had dark hair already curling at his temples, his tiny hands too small to grasp her fingers for more than a fleeting second. He nuzzled against her, seeking warmth and comfort. A tear slipped down Lyanna's cheek, for she knew in that moment that she loved him with all the fierce devotion she'd once given to the wild, free hours of her maidenhood. Her precious boy. Her secret. A living testament to the love she had shared with Rhaegar Targaryen. The men who stood sentinel within this tower, Ser Arthur Dayne, Lord Commander Gerald Hightower, Ser Oswell Went, knew only that the babe's father had fallen upon the trident. Rhaegar was dead, leaving behind the echoes of prophecy and the flickers of dragonfire he had once believed would save the realm. Lyanna had heard them whisper, overheard the tension-laced conversations in the hallways, the uncertain glances cast in her direction as if the tragedy might claim her next. But though death had hovered close, it had spared her. Now she clung to life and to the child she had named Aegon in her heart, for Rhaegar had confided in her that he was sure this child would be the song of ice and fire. Yet she was also Stark, and the name Jon had come to her unbidden, a name that fit the North in a gentle way. She knew not which she might choose, nor when the world would discover the truth that this infant's very existence could pose a mortal threat. If Robert Baratheon found out, if Ned Stark learned the boy's parentage, if the realm understood that a Targaryen heir still lived, blood would flow as freely as it had on the trident. She felt a pang, remembering her eldest brother Brandon, recalling how her father had died in King Aerys's halls and how her brother Ned was likely riding for the tower even now, guided by some grim rumor. Ned was all she had left. She wanted to see him, to feel her brother's protective arms around her shoulders, to tell him the truth, to show him the delicate, perfect child in her arms. But fear coiled in her belly. She could almost hear Robert's voice, see the anger in his eyes, imagine him brandishing the warhammer he had used to kill Rhaegar on the banks of that bloody river. The usurper king, though perhaps now she must call him by his rightful name since he sat the Iron Throne, had sworn to kill every Targaryen, root and stem, for the love he had once professed to feel for her. If he knew she had willingly run away with Rhaegar, had borne his child, his fury might know no bounds. He might burn everything she held dear. But none of that would matter if she were dead. She closed her eyes, still trembling with the aftermath of the birth, and realized that she was not going to die. She had survived. She had endured the birth and the fever that threatened to steal her last breath. The milk of the poppy lingered faintly in her veins, but she remained conscious, grounded by the baby's soft weight against her breast. A Stark Winterwolf's resilience had coursed through her blood, and though she was battered, she was not beaten. She felt the presence of Ser Arthur Dayne at the threshold. His voice came quietly, muffled by respect and concern. "My lady, do you need anything?" Lyanna shook her head, stifling a wince. Her entire body ached. But the Kingsguard knight's kindness surprised her. She remembered him from courts and from glimpses of shining swords at tournaments. Once she had watched him tilt against Brandon in a melee. He was known as the Sword of the Morning, but beneath the legend of his skill with Dawn, she sensed a gentle soul who served Rhaegar out of loyalty and love. "No," she said softly. Only rest. And for my child to remain undisturbed." He bowed, the glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. "As you wish." That morning, as the sun rose higher, Lyanna slipped in and out of sleep. At times, it seemed the baby had merged with her own heartbeat, the two of them forging a new life that pulsed in the hush of the tower. The faint call of gulls or hawks in the distance reminded her of the outside world, of the desert dryness of Dorne around them. Eventually, the memory of the tragedy that had befallen her house and the realm flickered back into her awareness. Rhaegar was gone. Aerys had been slain by Jaime Lannister. The Red Keep was in new hands, and the Targaryen children, Rhaenys and Aegon, had perished, though the news was uncertain. Some whispered that the mountain had done unspeakable deeds. She felt horror and grief twist in her heart. Rhaegar's children by Elia Martell had been innocents. Did that not mean her own child was in mortal danger as well? Her solution was simple in concept but agonizing in practice. She would have to stay hidden, keep the child's parentage secret, and hope that Ned would aid her. Ned was honor-bound, yet he was also her brother. She believed in him. She believed that if she asked, he would protect her child, place no blame upon her, nor speak a word to Robert. She need only survive until he arrived. But she worried, how would he react to the truth? Would he see her as a foolish girl who had allowed herself to be seduced by a silver-haired Targaryen prince? Or would he see her as a woman who had given her heart freely and had not regretted it? The hours stretched until finally, near midday, she heard the sounds of commotion downstairs. Stark voices rose. A frantic question, the ring of steel, and a halting cry. She jolted awake, setting aside the soft blanket that had been draped over her. The baby stirred, eyes still tightly shut, little mouth parted as though ready to cry for his next feeding. Panic slid into her bloodstream. Had Robert found her so soon? Was everything lost? Then the door opened. There, disheveled, gone from the war, sword still clutched in a trembling hand, stood Eddard Stark, her beloved Ned. He gazed upon her in shock, his eyes brimming with tears. His hair was damp with sweat, and there was the dark spatter of blood down one side of his cloak, whether his or another's she could not tell. A swirl of dust from the outside and the acrid smell of battle carried in on the air. She saw relief wash over him. He looked as though he had never dared hope to find her alive. She pushed herself upward, wanting to fling her arms around him, but she dared not let go of the child. Ned closed the distance in long strides and knelt beside the bed. She lifted her free hand to cup his face, feeling the scratch of his unshaven jaw. Tears welled in his eyes, and though he was a man grown, she saw the boy he used to be, the brother she had teased and loved. Lyanna, he breathed. I thought they told me. She smiled shakily. I know, but I'm here. I'm alive. His gaze fell upon the baby in her arms and confusion clouded his expression. She knew this was the moment when everything would change, for good or for ill. The sword fell from his hand, clattering against the stone floor. Then he reached for her, but his eyes kept returning to the child. Whose he began, then stopped, unable to finish. She took a steadying breath. Ned, this is my son. The son of Rhaegar Targaryen. She felt him stiffen in shock, and her grip on the baby tightened. The child stirred, fussing softly, and she hushed him, gently rocking him. Robert cannot know, she whispered. Swear it. Lyanna and Ned started again, but words failed him as he pieced together the enormity of what she had said. She watched emotions ripple across his face, relief that she was alive, horror at the revelation, sorrow for everything that had transpired, and a protective urge that she recognized immediately. The sense of duty burned in Ned's gray eyes. I swear, he murmured finally, his voice catching. I swear it on my honor, on our father's grave, on the memory of Brandon. I will protect him. That vow shaped everything that followed. It allowed Lyanna, wounded and weak, to be carried from the Tower of Joy under the guise of being near death. With her, shrouded in silence, traveled her newborn son. Ser Arthur Dayne, mortally wounded in the skirmish, though in this version of events he had not died outright, succumbed to his wounds shortly after Ned's arrival. Lord Commander Hightower and Ser Oswell Went likewise did not survive. They would never carry news of Lyanna's survival back to King's Landing. The Tower of Joy, reduced to a husk by conflict and sorrow, was left behind. For Ned, the journey back north was fraught. He had to present Lyanna's survival as something miraculous or hush it up entirely. Even more dangerous was the presence of the dark-haired infant who bore a striking resemblance to Lyanna and the faintest hint of Targaryen silver in the shape of his eyes. They traveled with a small retinue of loyal men who would hold their tongues. In the aftermath of war, with Robert newly seated on the Iron Throne, no one gave much thought to a quiet contingent returning to Winterfell. Everyone knew Ned Stark was a man of honor. They presumed that if Lyanna had died, her body had been buried somewhere in Dorne. Few had time or inclination to question. Lyanna herself was frail, her health tenuous for weeks afterward. The birth and the subsequent fever had left her thin and pale, though her spirit was unbroken. She held her child at all hours, refusing to allow him away from her side for more than a few moments. Sometimes Ned feared she would not survive the journey, that the strain of traveling from Dorne to the north would break her. But her stubbornness was the stuff of legends, and she clung to life as tenaciously as a wolf refusing to relinquish its prey. On the road, under moonlit nights and blazing days, Lyanna would murmur lullabies. Her voice was roughened by grief, by unspoken worries, by the knowledge that she had taken a Targaryen prince into the cradle of House Stark. She sang to him of winter snows and spring rains. She whispered to him about Rhaegar, about the dragon's blood that ran in his veins. Your father believed you were the prince that was promised, she told him softly one night. I don't know if that is true, my sweet boy, but I do know you have a destiny. You are the blood of the dragon, and you are the blood of the wolf. She and Ned spoke in hushed tones of how to proceed. Robert would never accept this child, nor would the realm's new power structure. Even the Lannisters, who had done unthinkable deeds to prove their loyalty to Robert, would see the boy as a threat. Every Targaryen loyalist or rebel might take it upon themselves to kill or to crown the babe. The only answer was secrecy. They agreed to weave a story that upon Lyanna's rescue Ned had found her with a son fathered by some unknown man, or perhaps they would claim the child was fathered by an unnamed father from the Riverlands, or that he was the baseborn son of Ned himself. Ned hated the lie. He despised the idea of bearing dishonor. But the alternative was to doom the child and place Lyanna at the center of Robert's wrath, a fate that would tear the realm asunder once more. By the time they reached Winterfell, Lyanna was too exhausted to stand on ceremony. Ned carried her in his arms, the child pressed to her chest. There was confusion among the castle folk. Hadn't the realm believed Lyanna dead? Murmurs followed them like a whispering wind. The serving men and women told one another that their lady had been found alive by some miracle, that she was too weak to explain the circumstances. No one dared question Ned openly. Winterfell's gates yawned wide to welcome the battered party. Inside, the great walls seemed to envelop Lyanna in a sense of familiar belonging. The sense of pine and snow, the hush of the courtyard, the ancient presence of the crypts, it was all a balm to her, though she realized that her home had changed under the shadow of war. She convalesced in her old bedchamber, the child kept nestled in a cradle near her. The maester tended to her with potions of poppy and healing herbs. Gradually her strength returned. She began to walk the corridors, still pale and thinner than she had been, but possessed of a fervor in her eyes that was new. This fervor was for her son, for his survival. She had seen war, known the destruction it could bring, and she was determined to keep him safe. It was her duty not only as a mother but as a Stark of Winterfell. Perhaps even as the once consort of a Targaryen prince, she felt a sense of obligation to the future. Ned approached her one snowy morning, half a year after their return. He was dressed in a thick cloak, furs lining his shoulders, and he looked older than his years with the burdens of responsibility on him. She too had changed. The laughter that used to spill so easily from her lips was more subdued. The teasing brightness in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by a quiet resolve. "We need to talk," Ned said in the stillness of her chamber. The child, whom she had begun calling Jon, thinking it best to honor both the tradition of the North and the memory of Jon Arryn, Ned's mentor, slept in a woven cradle near the fire. Outside, a swirl of snow battered the shutters. Lyanna knew what Ned wanted to say. "If Robert comes," she murmured, "if the king himself visits, we cannot let him see the truth." Ned nodded. He paced a few steps, turning back to her. "I've told everyone that the babe is mine. I claimed him as my bastard to protect you both. People will think ill of me. Caitlin," he paused, his face tightening. "She is not happy, but she will accept it eventually." Lyanna felt a stab of guilt, recalling that Ned was betrothed to Caitlin Tully. The war had changed many plans, but they were eventually wed as necessity demanded. Lyanna lowered her gaze. "I'm sorry, Ned," she said softly. "I know this is not the life you wanted." Ned's eyes warmed with understanding. "You are my sister. I will do anything to keep you and the boy safe. This is a small price to pay. The realm can think what it will of me." She wanted to weep at his kindness. She tried to place a comforting hand on his arm. "Thank you," she whispered. "One day, perhaps, the truth can come out. But not now. Not when Robert hunts Targaryen children." Ned gave a silent nod. "We must be cautious. And you should not be seen outside of Winterfell too often, especially not in the south. Rumors would spread that you did not truly die. Robert might grow curious and start asking questions. You and the boy can stay here, safe. Winterfell is home." So it was decided. Lyanna remained a shadow within her childhood home, rarely venturing beyond the courtyard. She grew stronger with each passing month, her body healing and her spirit forging itself anew. She devoted herself to raising Jon, who thrived in the crisp northern air. The child had a quiet nature, serious and observant even as a babe. He rarely fussed and seemed to gaze upon the world with dark, thoughtful eyes. At times, she saw glimpses of rigor in his solemn expression. At others, the lines of the baby's face reminded her of her own reflection, particularly the shape of his mouth or the delicate arch of his brows. Nights in Winterfell were long. Lyanna would walk with Jon in her arms, pacing the length of her chamber as the winds howled outside. She would whisper stories of the Starks, of Bran the Builder, of the crypts below where all the ancient kings in the north lay. She would speak of dragons, too, though carefully, in hushed tones only for his ears. Though he was too young to understand, she wanted him to know one day that he was the living bridge between House Stark and House Targaryen. The union of ice and fire in one small, beating heart. The years flowed like a river, slow but unstoppable. Ned married Caitlin and took his place as Lord of Winterfell. Lyanna maintained her illusions, always careful not to draw undue attention. To the outside world, rumors persisted that Lyanna Stark had died of a fever. Rare visitors from the south never saw her. The castle folk knew better, of course, but they were fiercely loyal to the Starks. The story that reached their ears was that their lady was gravely ill and preferred solitude, that she could not bear the heartbreak of Brandon's death and all she had endured. They pitied her and left her in peace. Meanwhile, Jon grew. He began to toddle along the halls, to tug at her skirts with small, determined hands. "Mother," he would call her, his high voice echoing in the cool corridors. She smiled each time she heard it, though she knew that, in front of others, he was told to address her differently, to never mention her as his mother. The arrangement was painful, but it kept him safe. Officially, Jon was presented as Ned's bastard, a child fathered on an unknown woman during the war. Catelyn tolerated his presence, but bitterness simmered beneath the surface, for she saw him as a symbol of Ned's supposed infidelity. Lyanna felt guilt coil inside her each time she saw Catelyn's questioning, resentful gaze. This was the cost of their ruse. Every lie demanded a price. When Jon was old enough to speak clearly, Lyanna explained in gentle words that he must never call her mother outside the privacy of her room. "People might get the wrong idea," she told him. He frowned, confusion lighting his dark eyes. He was too young to understand the realm's politics, but he loved her and he obeyed. Instead, he began to call her Aunt Lyanna in the presence of others, an echo of how Ned's children addressed her. It cut her to the quick each time, yet she endured it. She had to protect him at all costs. For a long while, this quiet life defined them. Lyanna stayed in the shadows, teaching Jon letters, guiding him through the Godswood to show him the heart tree. She whispered the old prayers her father had taught her, letting the child run his small hands over the trunk's carved face. She watched him grow older, stronger, and loved him fiercely. Sometimes, in the silence of the night, she wondered if the Targaryen side of him would ever surface as more than a glimmer in his features. Would he dream of dragons? Would fire call to him in the darkness? Or would the northern wolf in him prove stronger, drawing him inexorably to the snow and the ice and the howling winds? She also worried about what would happen if news of other Targaryens reached them. Viserys and Daenerys had fled across the narrow sea, from what little she had gleaned through discreet inquiries. They were the last surviving Targaryen royals in the eyes of the world. But Jon was just as much a Targaryen as they were, more, some would argue, given he was the son of Rhaegar, once the crown prince. Yet to proclaim that would be madness. To provoke Robert's ire, to challenge the new Targaryen exile's claim, would only bring ruin. Her child would be safer if he lived his life as a bastard in the north. But safety was not the same as destiny. Rhaegar had believed in prophecy, in the prince that was promised, in the rebirth of dragons. Sometimes Lyanna wondered if the truth would remain buried forever, if a more terrible threat would one day emerge from the cold wastes beyond the wall, if the precarious peace that had settled over the realm was merely an illusion. She sensed a tension in the air, as though the gods themselves had not finished weaving Ir designs. She tried to push these thoughts away and focus on the small joys. Jon's laughter when he played with Arya, the kindness in Robb's eyes, the sweet innocence of Sansa's songs. Sometimes, under the watchful eye of their mother Catelyn, all the Stark children would gather in the courtyard, and Jon, the bastard boy, would tag along, always mindful of his lesser standing. It pained Lyanna to see him excluded or given uncertain glances, but she stayed silent. Each day that he remained alive and free was a victory against the world's cruelty. Jon took solace in the words of Uncle Benjen, Ned's younger brother who had joined the Night's Watch. He would regale Jon with tales of the Wall, of the swirling snows and the brotherhood there. Jon listened with rapt attention, starry-eyed. Lyanna watched from afar, noticing how Jon's face lit up with a longing to prove himself, to find a place where he could belong without the taint of bastardy hanging over his head. She dreaded the day he might decide to take the black, to pledge himself to a life of celibacy and cold stone towers. Yet she knew that he would do as he wished. She could not keep him caged in Winterfell forever. One autumn, when Jon was approaching 12, an unexpected summons arrived from King Robert himself. He intended to journey north to visit his dear friend Ned Stark. He would bring a retinue that included his queen, Cersei Lannister, and their royal children. The king wished to see his old friend, to hunt in the Wolfswood, and to bask in the hospitality of Winterfell. Ned, upon reading the letter, turned ashen. Lyanna felt dread coil in her stomach. Robert would be here in her home. The man who had once loved her, who had launched a rebellion in her name, who hated all Targaryens with a murderous zeal. She felt as though her walls were closing in. Ned called a private council in the Solar, and Lyanna joined him there. Catelyn stood by the window, her face drawn with worry. Maester Luwin hovered near the fire, silent but observant. Ned set the royal letter aside. "We must prepare," he said quietly. "Robert will want to see every corner of Winterfell. He will expect to meet all the children, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, and Jon." Lyanna pressed her lips together. "He'll see the boy as your bastard," she said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Nothing more." Ned's look of worry deepened. "He might recall that you survived," he said. "He might put pieces together. He was told you died in Dorne. He believed it. He believed it because I told him so. He might see you now and wonder." Catelyn cut in, her voice sharp. "We have never officially declared that Lady Lyanna is alive. The castle folk keep it quiet. We could hide her away, say she is ill. Confine her to her chambers if need be." Lyanna's jaw clenched. The idea of cowering in her room while Robert paraded through her home set her teeth on edge, but she also understood the danger. "He will ask to see me if he thinks I am alive," she said. "He once loved me." "He loves his idea of you," Ned said grimly. "He never knew the truth about Rhaegar or about you. If he had, it might have destroyed him. But this is not about old love. It's about Targaryens. Even if he sees you, it doesn't necessarily mean he'll suspect Jon is Rhaegar's. We have the story that Jon is my bastard. People in the north all believe it. Robert will scoff, pity cat perhaps, but he'll see no reason to doubt." Catelyn's mouth pressed into a thin line. Lyanna could see the slight flush of resentment in her cheeks. "Yes," she said quietly. "He'll think Jon is Ned's. But if he sees Lyanna still living, might he not wonder why the realm was told she died? Why the subterfuge?" Ned inhaled slowly. "We'll say that Lyanna was ill after her captivity, that she nearly died, that we shielded her from the world, that the Maester recommended solitude to protect her health. A half-truth is better than a blatant lie. Robert should not pry too deeply. He'll be happy enough to see her alive, I imagine. Perhaps that will be enough." Lyanna bristled internally at the phrase her captivity, but she kept her silence. Better that lie than the truth. They planned the next steps meticulously. They would not keep her locked in her chamber, but she would appear frail and speak minimally with the king. Jon would be presented as Ned's bastard with no cause for speculation. The risk was still there. Robert might sense something if he saw too much of Rhaegar in Jon. But Jon took after her in many ways, and the boy had the dark hair of the Starks. That would be their shield. When the royal party finally arrived, the courtyard buzzed with the chaotic energy of hostlers, stable hands, and guards. Lyanna watched from behind a window as the massive gates swung open. King Robert rode in at the head of a glittering retinue of Lannister gold, Baratheon stags, and the swirling banners of the crown. He had grown much heavier, his face ruddy, his black hair receding to make way for a broad forehead. She scarcely recognized him as the young man who had once boasted of winning her heart. The war hammer was replaced by a jeweled sword, but his laugh was the same, loud and bold, echoing off the walls. By his side, Cersei Lannister rode with quiet grace, her golden hair streaming in the afternoon sun. Their children followed, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen. Farther back trailed a host of knights, advisors, and hangers-on. The stark difference between them and the modest retinue of House Stark was evident. Lyanna saw Sansa's eyes light up with curiosity, Arya crossing her arms in stubborn reluctance, Robb standing with measured respect. And there, off to the side, was Jon, watching silently. Lyanna noticed the tension in his posture as though he sensed the significance of this moment. Robert dismounted with a grunt, pulling Ned into a crushing embrace. "Ned," he roared. "My old friend, it has been too long. Too damned long." Lyanna stepped away from the window, her heart pounding. The time had come for her to make an appearance. She could not hide forever if she were to maintain this carefully crafted story. Summoning her courage, she descended the stone steps into the courtyard. The crisp northern wind whipped at her skirts. She walked slowly, a cloak around her shoulders, adopting an air of frailty. Many eyes darted to her. She felt the weight of their stares. Cersei's expression was curious but guarded. Robert finished greeting Ned and then turned, blinking in astonishment as he saw the woman approaching. For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Robert's mouth formed her name, half in question, half in awe. "Lyanna," she curtsied, forcing her lips into a polite smile. Her face felt stiff. "Your Grace," she said softly. He strode forward, looking her over, confusion etched on his features. She remembered how he had once declared his devotion. Now she felt only an awkward distance between them, as though a lifetime of war, death, and betrayal yawned in the space where youthful fantasies had once existed. "Ned told me you had nearly died," Robert said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "He sent word that you were lost, then that you had been found ill. I can hardly believe my eyes." He glanced at Ned, who stepped forward. "She was gravely ill," Ned explained calmly. "I feared for her life. It was best that we spread word of her death so that no one would come prying. My sister needed solitude and time to heal." Robert nodded slowly. A flicker of emotion crossed his face. Regret, sorrow, perhaps a ghost of the love he had once felt. "I'm glad you're alive," he said at last, his voice softening. "When I think of all that has happened, but we must celebrate your recovery, must we not?" Before Lyanna could respond, he extended a hand to her. She hesitated, then placed her hand in his. He kissed her knuckles in a flourish, though she saw how his gaze slid over her, noting her pallor, the slight tremor in her limbs. Robert Baratheon had once cherished the idea of a vibrant, fiery beauty riding through the forests at his side. But that young girl was gone. What remained was a quiet woman who had learned the perils of passion. The ensuing days were a whirlwind of feasts, hunts, and polite formalities. The king toured Winterfell with Ned, boisterously praising the thick walls and the strong men who guarded them. Queen Cersei seemed bored, her emerald eyes drifting to any sign of attention or flattery. The royal children mingled with the Stark children, forging fragile new acquaintances. Lyanna observed from the sidelines, noticing how Sansa beamed under the slightest praise from Joffrey, how Arya scowled at the Lannister guards, how Robb tried to be gracious to all, and Jon, her Jon, stood near the back, always watchful, uncertain of his place in the presence of trueborn princes and princesses. One evening, a grand feast was laid out in the great hall. The torches blazed, casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted boar, venison, pies, and flagons of ale. Minstrels played lively tunes while servants hurried to fill wine cups. At the high table, Robert sat between Ned and Catelyn. Lyanna was placed a few seats down from them. She wore a modest gown of gray and white, the direwolf of House Stark embroidered subtly at the collar. She tried to keep her gaze lowered, speaking only when spoken to. Robert, flushed from wine, kept sneaking glances at her. She felt them like ghostly fingers on her skin. Partway through the feast, the king called for more wine and turned to address Lyanna directly. His voice was loud enough for all nearby to hear. "Your brother told me you keep to your rooms, that you never married. No children of your own?" His face was ruddy with both drink and curiosity. She forced a small smile. "No, your grace. My health has been poor. I have chosen a quiet life." She glanced down at her trencher, her stomach twisting. The question stung her, for her child was only a few seats away, but she dared not look at Jon. Robert grunted, taking a swig from his cup. "A shame," he said. "A beautiful girl like you locked away. But if that is your wish, so be it. I only hope you find some happiness." Ned interceded with a forced laugh, changing the subject to the next day's hunt. Lyanna breathed a sigh of relief. The tension faded as conversation turned to other topics. Still, she felt Robert's gaze linger once more, as though he sensed something amiss, something he could not name. She made an excuse and slipped away early, claiming fatigue. Outside, the night air was biting cold. She drew her cloak around her shoulders and crept into the Godswood, seeking the solitude of the ancient trees. There, she found Jon by the heart tree, gazing up at its pale bark and red leaves. Moonlight danced across the water of the pool. He looked over, startled to see her. "I'm sorry," he said hastily, as though expecting reprimand. Sometimes I come here to think." She stepped forward, hugging the cloak tighter. "It's quite all right," she said softly. She fought the urge to reach out and stroke his hair. He was old enough now to find such gestures embarrassing, especially if anyone might be watching. Yet here, in the privacy of the Godswood, she allowed herself to set a gentle hand on his shoulder. "How are you faring with all these royal visitors?" she asked. He sighed, glancing at the moon's reflection in the pool. They're proud. They look at me like I'm some curiosity. The bastard of Winterfell. Joffrey, he smirked at me during supper like I was no better than a stable boy. Jon's cheeks colored with resentment. Lyanna felt her heartache. You are far better than him, she wanted to say. Instead, she kept her composure. It matters not what that spoiled boy thinks. You have the North. You have your family. She stumbled over the word, remembering he was not officially recognized as her son. You have me, she finished softly. And your uncle. That is enough. Jon hesitated, then nodded. He turned his dark eyes on her. Sometimes I feel lost, he admitted. I don't know my place. Uncle Ned and Aunt Cat have their children, and he broke off, swallowing. He was too kind to voice his feelings of being an outsider. Lyanna suppressed the urge to gather him in her arms like when he was small. She had to remind herself that he was nearly a young man, but in that moment she saw the vulnerability. You are not alone, she said gently. One day you will find your purpose. Until then, know that you are loved and cherished. He breathed in, grateful, and then his face steeled as though he remembered something that pained him. Sometimes King Robert looks at me strangely, he confessed. As if he's trying to place my features. It frightens me. A chill coursed through Lyanna. So Jon had noticed too. She steadied herself, speaking with quiet reassurance. Do not let it trouble you. Robert is only seeing what he expects to see, a bastard boy of House Stark. If he suspected anything else, do you think he would remain silent? She forced a small smile. He would have your head off your shoulders in an instant if he thought you were a Targaryen, Jon. But he does not suspect. Jon let out a shaky breath, nodding. I suppose you're right. He glanced up at the weirwood's carved face, the red sap tears that wept from the eyes. I wish I could understand my past. My mother, my father. I know so little. It's like a hole inside me. Lyanna closed her eyes briefly, steadying the turmoil within her. There it was, the longing she had feared would blossom in him. She had always known the day would come when Jon would question his origins. She had never guessed it would come under the nose of King Robert, the man who would kill him if the truth emerged. It was a cruel twist of fate. You have me, she said at last, her voice trembling slightly. And your uncle. That must be enough for now. But I promise you, Jon, one day you will know who you truly are. He looked at her quizzically as though sensing an undercurrent to her words. But she squeezed his shoulder once more and withdrew before he could press further. She feared saying too much. In the days that followed, Robert seemed preoccupied with other matters, namely the possibility of betrothing his son Joffrey to Sansa Stark. The notion made Catelyn beam, for a marriage alliance with the throne was a high honor. Ned seemed uneasy, but he listened as Robert waxed poetic about uniting their houses at last. Meanwhile, Cersei watched from behind a polite mask, and her brother Jaime lingered in the background with a sardonic smile. Lyanna felt suffocated by the tension. Each time she appeared, she could sense Robert's eyes upon her, as if he wanted to speak privately. She avoided him as best she could, letting Ned entertain him with hunts and drinking bouts. Eventually, the king cornered her in the courtyard as she walked near the stables. He had dismissed his guards and approached her with a heavy tread. She bowed, forced to stand and face him. The wind tugged at her hair. He looked her over, a ghost of the boyish love still hidden in his eyes, overshadowed by age, wine, and regrets. My lady, he began, his voice quieter than she had ever heard it. I haven't had a moment alone with you since I arrived. She braced herself. Your grace has been busy, she said politely, keeping her gaze a little lowered. He huffed a humorless laugh. Busy, The Iron Throne is a heavy burden, as you can imagine. He rubbed a hand over his bearded jaw. I never thought it would be this way. When I was a young man, I pictured a different future. A future where you were my wife and queen, where we'd have children running around our halls, dark-haired like Starks and Baratheons alike. She forced her face to remain impassive, though her heart twisted with guilt and sorrow. That was a dream built on false pretenses. She had never chosen him. She had been betrothed to him by her family's arrangement, but she had fled with Rhaegar. She had loved another. It was a long time ago, she said gently, trying to defuse the intensity of his words. Robert nodded grimly. I've loved and lost so many things. Brandon, your father, Rhaegar who took you away, and then war, the realm. Now I have this blasted crown. He paused, eyes roaming over her face. But seeing you again. 7 hells, Lya. I wish things had been different." She remained silent, not trusting herself to speak. The weight of secrets pressed against her throat. He reached out as though to touch her face but let his hand fall. "Is there no chance we might still?" "No," she answered firmly, quietly. "My place is here, Robert, with my family. I am changed by all that has passed. You and I are different people than we were." She thought of John, hidden behind 1,000 layers of deception. If Robert knew the truth, he would be enraged beyond measure. He exhaled, his broad shoulders slumping. "As you say, but know that if you ever wish to come south, if you ever wish for anything, you have but to ask." She bowed her head. "Thank you, Your Grace. I appreciate your generosity." The conversation ended as quickly as it began. Robert trudged off, appearing even heavier, as though weighed down by the ghosts of what might have been. Lyanna stood there for a long moment, letting the wind lash her cheeks, reminding herself that she had chosen her path. The realm had found a precarious balance after the rebellion. She could only uphold her part in maintaining that peace, for Jon's sake if for nothing else. The royal visit ended soon after, with Robert satisfied that the Starks remained loyal. He left Winterfell accompanied by a swirl of bright banners and stamping horses, taking his queen and children and entourage with him. The castle breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lyanna felt as though she had aged years in those few weeks, but they had emerged unscathed. No suspicion had been cast on Jon. The secret remained safe. Time resumed its steady march. Seasons came and went. Jon grew into a quiet, thoughtful boy who excelled at swordsmanship, though always overshadowed by Robb, the future Lord of Winterfell. He clung to the north as his home, but Lyanna could see that the same restlessness that once stirred in her own soul had begun to take root in him. He asked more questions about his mother, about his father. He received few answers. Though Lyanna longed to share the truth, she remembered the vow she and Ned had made. Secrecy above all else. Perhaps when Jon was older, a man grown, she would tell him. Perhaps she never would. Each possibility weighed heavily on her heart. But fate had its own designs, unconcerned with the plans of mortal souls. Whispers began to arrive from the south. A new hand of the king had died under mysterious circumstances. King Robert had summoned Ned Stark to serve as the new hand. The realm teetered on the brink of fresh intrigue. Ned prepared to journey to King's Landing, taking Sansa and Arya with him. Jon assumed he would remain at Winterfell, and the day of departure saw him standing on the battlements, gazing down at the party that would travel south. Lyanna stood beside him, the wind blowing through the wool cloak that draped her shoulders. She studied his face, which was set in a mask of longing and frustration. She recalled her own desire to see the world beyond Winterfell when she was young, to ride free. She took a breath, deciding in that moment that perhaps it was time to offer him something more. "Jon," she said softly. He turned to her, the question in his eyes. "If you wish, you may ride south with Ned. If you want to see King's Landing, to Lou. Aren't something of the wider realm?" He studied her, uncertainty and hope mingling on his features. "Would that be allowed?" he asked. "I'm just the bastard, and I doubt Lady Catelyn wants me there." She forced a reassuring smile. "Ned is the Lord of Winterfell. If he says you may come, then you may. As for Catelyn, she will abide by his decision." Lyanna held his gaze, feeling a surge of protectiveness. "But Jon, remember, the South holds dangers, especially for one of uncertain birth. Please promise me you will stay close to your uncle and that you will keep your head low. Politics in King's Landing can be deadly." Jon hesitated. Then his face lit with the subdued brightness she so rarely saw. "I understand. I promise." A day later, Ned agreed to bring Jon along, though Catelyn's displeasure was evident. Lyanna parted from him in the courtyard, pulling him aside for a moment of privacy. She placed a trembling hand on his shoulder. "Remember who you are," she murmured, her heart pounding with the weight of her unspoken words. "You are a Stark in your heart, and there are secrets in the world that may one day come to light. Be ready for them and stand true to yourself." He frowned slightly, searching her face. She felt tears prick her eyes, but she blinked them away. She could not say more. Instead, she squeezed his shoulder, and he embraced her awkwardly, uncertain of why she was suddenly so emotional. Then he mounted his horse and joined the southern-bound party, riding out through the gates of Winterfell with Ned at the head, Sansa and Arya at their sides, and the banners fluttering in the chill northern air. Lyanna watched them vanish into the distance, feeling as though her heart had been cleaved in two. She whispered a silent prayer to the old gods and knew that Jon would remain safe, that Ned would guard him well, that Robert, if he still held the throne by the time they arrived, would not suspect the truth. She worried about the Queen, about the Lannisters, about the viperous intrigues of the capital. Jon was no longer a babe in her arms, no longer safe within the walls of Winterfell. He was venturing into a world shaped by secrets, betrayals, and ambitious lords. The mother in her wanted to ride after him, to shield him from every danger. But she stayed put, mindful of her duty. She was the guardian of the Stark legacy in the north, and she bore a Targaryen secret in her very blood. Her survival, her silence, was as crucial as ever. In King's Landing, events began to unfold like the first drops of rain that herald a looming storm. Ned took up the mantle of the Hand, encountering a nest of whispers about the legitimacy of Robert's children, about the Lannisters' growing power, about the final words of Jon Arryn, "The seed is strong." Meanwhile, Jon Snow found himself navigating the unfamiliar terrain of a royal court. He trained with the castle guard in the yard, swapped stories with Arya and Sansa in the corridors of the Red Keep, and tried not to draw the attention of the royal family. Yet Joffrey sneered at him more than once, calling him the bastard of the North. Myrcella and Tommen were kinder, but they followed their brother's lead. Jon's sense of isolation deepened, though at least he had Arya's company. His half-sister, cousin, the girl who never fit the mold of a proper lady. She reminded him of the freedom of the North, of the stinging wind on the ramparts, and in her presence, he found the comfort of home. Together, they roamed the hidden corridors, seeking pockets of quiet away from the glare of courtiers. Ned, for his part, noticed the tension in Jon. He suspected the boy was lonely, that he yearned to prove himself. Perhaps he sensed the stirrings of something deeper, the whisper of Lyanna's legacy in Jon's eyes. Ned wanted to keep him close so that he might better guard him. But as the capital seethed with intrigue, 1,000 distractions pulled at the new hand of the king. He found himself caught between loyalty to Robert and the knowledge that Robert's children might not be his own. He confided in no one but a few trusted allies, mindful of the knives in the shadows. Letters made their way north to Winterfell, though rarely and with little detail. Lyanna devoured every scrap of information, anxious for news of Jon. She read Ned's guarded words. "Jon is well. He grows in skill with the sword. The city is not kind to him, but he bears it. I keep him from harm as best I can. Robert is as boisterous as ever, but distracted by hunts and feasts. The Queen's family grows bolder." Lyanna felt the tension in the lines. She prayed that the illusions of Jon's parentage would remain intact. Should the truth emerge, King's Landing would become a slaughterhouse. Winter drifted in, painting the battlements in frost. Lyanna continued her quiet life, but she felt a gnawing fear in her gut. Whenever the ravens brought messages to Winterfell, she rushed to read them. She rarely left the castle, her mind too consumed by worry. Ned's letters took on a graver tone as time passed, referencing the disappearance of men loyal to him, the suspicious death of Lord Arryn, the risk that the Lannisters might move against them. Yet there was never any mention that Robert suspected Jon's lineage. Lyanna clung to that solace. Then word came that King Robert had been grievously injured during a hunt. The details were maddeningly vague. Something about a boar, about too much wine, about the Lannisters. Soon followed rumors that Ned Stark was imprisoned, that Joffrey had seized the throne, that the capital was in chaos. Lyanna's worst fears flared to life. She could scarcely breathe as she tried to piece together what had happened, but no more messages arrived. Winterfell was isolated, cut off by the gathering storms. Robb, just a boy of 15, prepared the bannermen for the worst, summoning armies to march south in defense of Ned. In the swirl of events, none had the presence of mind to tell Lyanna what had become of Jon. She paced the corridors like a caged wolf, snapping at any who tried to calm her. Her child was in mortal danger in a city ruled by the Lannisters who would show no mercy if they uncovered his lineage. She begged to be allowed to ride south with the war party, to do something, anything. But her strength was not what it had once been, and Robb and Maester Luwin convinced her that her presence would change nothing, that the Northern Lords would only question Ned's prior secrecy if she joined. She was forced to remain behind, racked with a mother's dread. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The war began in earnest. Lord Tywin Lannister marched from the west, the Riverlands burned, and chaos ensued. Rumors said that Ned Stark had been executed by King Joffrey, which cast the north into mourning and fury. Winterfell shook with the news. Lyanna felt as though the ground had fallen out from under her feet. Ned gone. Her quiet, stalwart brother, the shield who had protected her secret, struck down. She locked herself in her room for days, weeping in a storm of grief and horror. She feared for her son most of all. Robb was proclaimed king in the north by his angry bannermen. The War of the Five Kings blazed across the realm, with Stannis and Renly also laying claims. In the confusion, news of Arya and Sansa's fate was muddled. Sansa was a captive of the Lannisters, Arya missing. But Jon? No one knew. He had vanished, some said. Others claimed he had been imprisoned or that he had escaped the city. Lyanna's heart tore asunder with uncertainty. And so she was left with nothing but hope and dread. She prayed to the old gods day and night that her son might live. She thought of Rhaegar, of the destiny he had believed in. Could destiny allow the child of ice and fire to perish so ignominiously in the carnage of mortal men's ambitions? Or was he protected by forces unknown, guided by fate to a path she could not yet see? Winterfell grew silent in the face of tragedy, its lord dead, its armies away, its corridors haunted by old memories. Lyanna wandered to the crypts where her father and brother Brandon lay, where Ned's tomb would one day stand. She felt chilled to her bones, lost in the gloom. She touched the statue of Ned's father, recalling the day he had arranged her betrothal to Robert, how she had rebelled in her heart. She had chosen her own path, leading to so much bloodshed. Guilt overwhelmed her until the tears came again, unstoppable. Then she remembered Jon's face, the earnest determination in his eyes, and she straightened. She could not give in to despair. She would remain strong for him. She would keep the secret safe, even if the realm collapsed around her. For in the ashes, if Jon still lived, a new dawn might rise. One that united the blood of the wolf and the dragon. Seasons changed and war raged on. Lyanna waited. Her body grew frilier with each year, but her spirit endured, fueled by the memory of her son. She told herself that if he were dead, she would have felt it. Some mother's instinct that would have shattered her heart completely. She sensed, deep in her bones, that he was out there, forging his own path. Perhaps he was in the Night's Watch with Uncle Benjen, or riding with Robb's host, or lost among the chaos in the Riverlands. She did not know. She only believed fiercely that he survived. One day, perhaps, his destiny would bring him north again. She imagined him returning as a man grown, his hair still dark as a raven's wing, his eyes proud, carrying scars from the war he had witnessed. In her imagination, she pictured him discovering the truth of his birth, standing in the crypts and learning that his mother was Lyanna Stark, his father Rhaegar Targaryen. A union meant to unite two great houses for a greater purpose. She dared hope that day would come. Until then, she could do nothing but live, breathe, and wait in the silent halls of Winterfell, keeping her secrets close, as the long night of war descended upon Westeros. Yet in the midst of darkness, a lone candle of hope burned. She clung to the words that Rhaegar had once whispered in her ear, half prophecy, half lullaby. He is the song of ice and fire. If the gods were just, they would not let the song end before it was sung in full. So Lyanna Stark waited, alive and hidden in plain sight, determined to see her son's story woven into the tapestry of the realm, praying that someday Jon, born of ice and fire, would claim his destiny and bring healing to a world scarred by blood and betrayal. And in her quiet chamber, each night before she slept, she whispered a mother's blessing to the cold northern wind. Survive, my love. Survive and become who you were meant to be. Lyanna Stark lingered in a state of anguished uncertainty as war consumed the Seven Kingdoms. Winterfell felt vast and hollow without Ned's steady presence. She moved through the corridors like a ghost, her footfalls barely stirring the dust as she relived the day she had learned of his death. The messenger's voice had trembled with grief when he delivered the news that King Joffrey, no, the boy king usurper, had ordered Eddard Stark beheaded outside the Great September of Baelor. For an instant, Lyanna thought the realm had stopped spinning. Her Ned, who had done nothing but serve honor faithfully, had been cut down like a criminal. The shock was so profound that she had simply stood there, numb, until her legs buckled. She collapsed on the cold stones of Winterfell's hall, feeling as if an iron hand had seized her heart and squeezed. Afterward, those who loved her feared for her life all over again. She shut herself in her room for days, answering no knocks, refusing food, barely able to speak. The last time she had felt such harrowing grief was when she believed herself on the brink of death after Jon's birth, with the world spinning out of control. Now that old panic returned, worsened by the knowledge that her child, her Jon, was lost somewhere in the tumult of King's Landing. If Ned had been put to the sword, what might they have done to Jon? Only one thin thread of hope remained. News trickled north that Sansa was held captive at court, that Arya had slipped away unnoticed, but no one mentioned Ned's so-called bastard. The Lannisters had made no public show of capturing and parading a dark-haired boy. No rumor suggested a fresh head on a spike near the city gates. That silence, grim though it was, might mean Jon was still alive. Lyanna clung to it. When at last she opened her chamber door and stepped back out into Winterfell's corridors, she did so with the rigid resolve of a woman who refused to let despair swallow her whole. She had lived too long in the shadows, had seen too many horrors to allow hopelessness its victory now. Ned had protected Jon for years. Perhaps his last acts had ensured Jon's escape. Perhaps. She told herself that the possibility existed. She had to believe it. In the courtyard, she found Robb. He was so young, only 15 name days, and yet she hardly recognized him now. His boyish softness had vanished, the responsibilities of war had hardened him. He wore a breastplate and a fur-lined cloak, tall Hart and Serwyn men milling about him in tight clusters. Every face was sober. The Grey Jon was shouting orders to a group of levies, while Lady Catelyn paced with grim impatience. Lyanna noticed new lines of tension carved into Catelyn's face. Gone was the warmth that had sometimes surfaced on gentler days. All that remained was a mother's fury. Lyanna had rarely seen eye to eye with Catelyn, yet a shared grief for Ned bound them now in unspoken sorrow. The moment Robb noticed Lyanna across the yard, he excused himself from his bannermen and approached her, dipping his head in solemn respect. "Aunt," he said quietly, "it's good to see you out." She nodded, her voice subdued. "I am sorry for hiding away. The news was a blow I could scarcely endure." Robb pressed his lips into a thin line. "We all feel it. We have lost so much. Father's death," his words faltered, but he forced composure. "I cannot linger in grief, though. I have an army to lead. I will bring the Lannisters to justice for this." The ring of determination in his tone reminded Lyanna briefly of Brandon. Hot-blooded, proud, though Robb's sincerity was tempered by the cautious steadiness he had likely inherited from Ned. Lyanna felt a stab of pride and worry all at once. "You have done well to hold the North together," she said softly. "I only wish we had a clearer sense of what's happening in the South. Have we truly heard nothing of Jon?" A flicker of sympathy crossed Robb's eyes. In the official story, Jon was Ned's bastard, so in public, Robb referred to him as his half-brother. Yet privately, he always spoke of Jon with acceptance. Nothing certain. Some say he was last seen in the Red Keep. Others claim he vanished into the streets the day father was executed. His jaw tensed. "Mother told me that if the Lannisters suspected him of anything, they would have put him on display to further humiliate father's memory. That they did not might mean he escaped. Possibly with Arya. We can't know." Lyanna inhaled, wishing she could confide in Robb the full weight of her fears. But that secret was not Robb's to bear. "I pray you are right." She studied her nephew's face. "You're leaving soon for the Riverlands, yes?" He nodded. "Tonight or tomorrow at the latest. Our scouts say Lord Tywin's host is near Harrenhal. Another Lannister force is in the Westerlands. The Freys are complicated. But we'll do what we must." Lyanna had to stop herself from urging him to stay safe, from clasping his hand and begging him to watch for any sign of Jon. He wore a king's mantle now, king in the North, and she saw the gravity in him, a young man forcibly matured by tragedy. "Take care," she finally murmured. "Winterfell is in your hands. The North stands behind you." He gave a small, resolute bow and left her, returning to the swirl of war preparations. Through the next hours, Lyanna remained in the courtyard, watching the bustle of men-at-arms, the forging of weapons in the smithy, the loading of supply wagons. Smoke drifted to the cloudy sky as horns sounded the approach of smaller northern houses joining Robb's muster. Lyanna felt the press of old memories, the marches and gatherings before Robert's rebellion, when the North had been called to war after Brandon's murder. History repeated, and the heartbreaks kept piling higher. Yet she had no illusions. Robb had cause to fight. Ned's death demanded an answer. So did the captivity of Sansa, the uncertain fate of Arya, and the brutal sacking of the Riverlands. As for Jon, if he was alive, perhaps in time he might find his way back to them, or perhaps he was lost forever. Lyanna set her jaw. She had survived the Tower of Joy and the subsequent lies that kept her son safe. She would survive this. When the northern host departed, the great courtyard fell eerily silent. Lyanna watched it fade, the banners of the direwolf moving south in an endless line of steel-tipped spears. She felt a chill wind ruffle the edge of her cloak, as though the gods themselves sighed at the departure of the realm's last illusions of peace. Winterfell was left under the stewardship of Lady Catelyn's uncle Ser Brynden the Blackfish, who had remained behind with a small retinue. Catelyn herself accompanied Robb, for though mother and son had been at odds over strategy, they were inseparable in their mourning for Ned. Lyanna roamed the castle's walls in the following days, each step echoing with unspoken worry. Rumors drifted north, the Ironborn were stirring, Balon Greyjoy crowned himself again, and the seas roiled with raiders. Lords Bolton, Manderly, Serwyn, none were wholly certain who might strike next. Yet the deeper question that gnawed at Lyanna's heart was whether any raven might bring news of Jon. She told herself she would wait, that she would not lose faith. And so she carried on, waiting for the storm of war to break fully upon them. Far to the south, the Red Keep seethed like a nest of vipers. Jon Snow, unremarkable in muddy breeches and a coarse cloak, picked his way through the stinking alleys of Flea Bottom, heart-pounding. His breath caught every time he heard a city watch patrol. They were out in force, searching for Arya Stark, for any remainder of Eddard Stark's household, for enemies both real and imagined. More than once he had pressed himself into a nook between crooked buildings, trying to make himself as small and invisible as possible while the gold cloaks marched by with their torches and their righteous sneers. He had lost track of Arya in the chaos the day his uncle was executed. By the time he realized Joffrey truly meant to kill Lord Stark, it was too late. Jon had tried to fight his way closer, but some Lannister guards had recognized him as the Stark bastard and tried to seize him. In the ensuing scuffle, Jon escaped only by pure luck. Yoren of the Night's Watch had been there, cutting down one of the guards with a dagger and shouting for Jon to flee. Jon had not looked back. That night, he slept in a cramped stable beside a frightened donkey, unsure of what to do or where to go. His world had ended with one swing of Island Payne's sword. He knew only that if the Lannisters caught him, he would share Ned's fate. Or worse, they might torment him for sport as they had done to other captives. So he hid in the worst slums of King's Landing, existing on crusts of bread he scrounged from refuse piles. Days bled together. He dreamt of Winterfell's cold wind, of Lyanna's quiet voice telling him stories in front of a blazing hearth. How he yearned for that warmth now. He remembered her final words of caution, urging him to stay safe in the city. He had promised, but he had failed to protect Ned. That shame weighed on him like a millstone. Late one evening, while creeping toward a rumored safe house for the poor, he sensed a presence behind him in a dark alley. He whirled, a dull knife in hand. The figure stepped into a flicker of moonlight. Yoren. The man smelled strongly of ale, his black cloak caked with dirt, but his eyes gleamed with recognition. "You're Ned Stark's boy," he said gruffly, half a question, half a statement. "I thought you'd fled. Didn't see you among the crowd we gathered." Jon was breathing hard, the knife shaking in his grip. Yoren raised a calloused hand in a gesture of peace. "Easy there, lad. I remember you and Arya from that day. I tried to get your sister out before the headsman's sword fell, but I lost track of you both in the panic. Managed to whisk Arya away. Kept her disguised among the recruits I'm taking north for the watch. But I never did find you. Is she alive?" Jon whispered. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. "Is Arya safe?" "I safe for now," Yoren said. "Girl's hair is shorn short as a boy's. No one's the wiser. I was planning to leave at dawn, head for the Riverlands on the way to the wall. You should come with us. Safer than skulking here." Jon's first impulse was to accept. He wanted to see Arya, to know she lived and breathe relief into his anxious heart. But something in him balked at heading to the wall. He had no intention of joining the Night's Watch. That vow was for men who had no other place in the world. And yet, what place did he have? Ned was dead, Winterfell was far away and embroiled in war, and King's Landing was a death trap. Perhaps traveling with Euron was the only way out. He looked at the man's scarred face. "I'll come," Jon said finally, voice hoarse. "Only, do we go straight to the wall?" Euron shrugged. "Not straight. I have to pass the Trident, gather more men. Then we'll aim for the King's Road north. Once we're closer to Winterfell, you can slip away if you wish. Or you can continue to Castle Black, see what the Watch has to offer. I won't chain you. Just keep your head down, boy." Jon nodded, swallowing hard. "I'll do it." They left King's Landing before the sun rose, passing through the less guarded mud gate. Jon joined a ragged group of recruits and vagrants. He spotted Arya among them, her hair brutally hacked short, her features pinched with the strain of everything she had seen, but her gray eyes lit with relief when she recognized him. They dared not speak or embrace, it was too dangerous in front of the gold cloaks that might lurk everywhere. Euron hustled them onto the road, muttering curses about Lannister spies. The journey was grueling. Jon felt as though he carried a leaden cloak of guilt and grief, walking day after day in a restless haze. Yet at least he was alive. At least Arya was with him, even if they had little chance to speak. At night, once the others slept, Jon would quietly move to Arya's side. They would whisper under the faint light of the moon, huddled together in the grass. Arya's anger was a sharp blade in her voice. "They killed father," she said, her lip trembling. "I saw it. I couldn't do anything." Jon nodded, tears in his own eyes. "Me neither." He hesitated, the memory of what Lyanna had told him. He could not reveal his parentage, but he could share their aunt's last words. "I have to stay safe," he murmured. "Aunt Lyanna, she always said that politics in King's Landing were dangerous." She was right. Arya's gaze flicked to him. "But that's not fair. It shouldn't be so dangerous just to live. Father did nothing wrong." Jon felt his throat tighten. "I know." They did not speak of such matters again, for it was too painful and they could not let the other recruits overhear. The group was a motley bunch, criminals, peasants forced into conscription, a few volunteers who believed the Night's Watch still an honorable calling. But tensions ran high, especially as they journeyed into war-torn lands. Word reached them that King in the North Robb Stark had smashed a Lannister host at Riverrun, capturing Jaime Lannister. Jon's chest swelled with fierce pride, his half-brother was winning battles. But the Lannisters retaliated, ravaging villages, leaving charred farmland and slaughtered peasants in their wake. Euron tried to steer clear of large forces, yet once or twice they glimpsed columns of armed men on distant roads carrying banners of the Lion or the Flayed Man. The latter made Jon uneasy. House Bolton was from the north, but the sight of their Flayed Man banner was a reminder that alliances in war could shift and twist like a cornered viper. Eventually, near the God's Eye, catastrophe struck. Lannister riders overtook them, suspecting some of Euron's ragged band might be deserters or traitors. A fight broke out. Euron cut down 3 men before a crossbow bolt found his throat. Arya and Jon scrambled to hide behind a wagon, hearts hammering. They heard shouting, steel against steel, the screams of men. Then it ended in a hush of wind over the reeds. The survivors from Euron's group were rounded up, forced to kneel in the mud. Jon's breath came in ragged bursts as he stared at the boots of a Lannister soldier pacing before them. Arya trembled beside him, trying to look like a frightened boy. "Which one of you killed these men?" the soldier demanded, kicking Euron's body. "Who are you?" "Deserters." Silence. A few men whimpered, begging for their lives. Jon closed his eyes, sure that his next breath would be his last, that the soldier would recognize him. Surely the Lannisters would have descriptions of Ned Stark's bastard. Another soldier shoved Jon's head forward, the edge of a blade pressed to his neck. Then a new voice rang out, sharp, commanding. "Enough. My lord wants prisoners, not corpses." Jon managed to lift his gaze enough to see a man in a scorched surcoat bearing the Lion of Lannister. "We'll take them to Harrenhal," the man said. "Lord Tywin is gathering any able bodies for his use. Move." And so Jon and Arya found themselves in chains, hauled along the Riverlands' muddy roads until the black towers of Harrenhal rose like twisted talons against the sky. The place radiated a chill more profound than any mere autumn wind. Arya's face was pale as milk when she saw the melted gargoyles of that cursed fortress. Jon tried to keep her spirits up, but despair gnawed at him. What if they discovered who he was? Could he protect Arya? Inside Harrenhal's walls, the prisoners were separated by function. Some were forced to serve as stable hands, others as scullions in the vast kitchens. Older men were dragged away for interrogation or torture. Arya, being small and quick, was put to work carrying water and scrubbing floors. Jon's broader shoulders earned him a place lugging barrels from the storerooms to the Great Hall, where Tywin Lannister and his war council occasionally gathered. Jon learned to keep his mouth shut, his head down, feigning ignorance. Whenever possible, he stole glances around the castle, searching for a means of escape or a chance to slip away with Arya. But guards were everywhere. He heard rumors in the courtyard Lord Tywin had left to confront Robb Stark in the Western Hills. The mountain Ser Gregor Clegane prowled Harrenhal's corridors, rumored to be thirsting for blood. There was talk of a man named Roose Bolton eventually taking over the castle in the name of the king in the north should Robb continue his winning streak. Each snippet of news stoked Jon's hopes that maybe, just maybe, the north might triumph. But no one spoke of a plan to free Harrenhal's prisoners. Survival demanded patience. Days turned into weeks. Jon's back ached from carrying loads and his hands were raw with splinters. He caught occasional glimpses of Arya darting about, her defiant gray eyes scanning for him. Fear lurked beneath her mask of determination. Neither dared risk a conversation unless a moment came when no guards were near. Food was scant, dished out in thin stew and stale bread. Some of the men died from infections or beatings. Jon forced himself not to show either rebelliousness or abject submission. He had to remain inconspicuous. If the Lannisters recognized him, it was all over. One twilight, as Jon hauled a water barrel across the yard, he almost ran into a man with a burned face wearing a twisted half-helm. At first Jon thought it was the Hound Sandor Clegane, but the figure was too lean and moved like a shadow. The man turned, revealing a face half-shrouded by a dark cloth and his eyes fixed on Jon with a curious intensity. Something about him made Jon's skin prickle. The man's lips curved in a faint smile as though he found amusement in Jon's predicament. Before Jon could speak, the stranger moved away, disappearing into a narrow passage. That same night, Arya crept close to him in the gloom of a side yard. "Jon," she whispered, "there's a man, calls himself Jaqen H'ghar. One of the recruits from Yoren's group. I've seen him talking to the Lannister guards, but he doesn't seem loyal to them." Jon recalled the man with the half-hidden face. "He was in the wagon with us, wasn't he?" "I barely remember." Arya nodded. "He was. He's strange. Sometimes I think he's a friend, then he vanishes like a cat in the dark." Her breath formed a fog in the chill air. "We have to get out, Jon. I can't scrub floors while Father's murderers walk free." He wanted to remind her that brashness might get them both killed. But he felt the same fervor burning in his heart. "I know, but we have to be smart. We wait until Someone hissed from behind a stack of crates and they both froze, hearts hammering. A figure emerged, graceful as a dancer. Moonlight touched the man's face, revealing it indeed was Jaqen H'ghar. He inclined his head with unnerving calm. "A boy and a girl," he said, voice so smooth it sent a chill down Jon's spine. "They should not be out at night. The gold cloaks watch for runaways." Arya tensed, fists clenched. "What do you want?" Jaqen tilted his head. "You wish to leave this place. A man can help, though it requires cunning." His gaze flicked to Jon. "You carry more secrets than you know, boy. But secrets matter little if you die here." Jon swallowed. "How can you help us?" "A man owes a debt," Jaqen replied cryptically. "You freed him once, yes? From the fire, when the soldiers attacked Yoren's wagon. If you desire, a man can show you a path out of Harrenhal." Jon's mind reeled. He remembered the chaos the day Yoren died, the wagon that caught fire. Jaqen must have been locked in a cage. Jon and Arya had helped free him. He shot Arya a questioning glance. She looked equally stunned and suspicious. "What's the price?" Arya asked. "A girl and a boy must keep silent about a man's face," Jaqen said. "And a man shall do as he promised. Meet behind the burned sept at midnight after the moon hides behind clouds. Bring no others." Then he vanished into the darkness as if swallowed by the night. Arya and Jon stared at each other, adrenaline pounding in their veins. It could be a trap, yet they had nothing to lose. If the Lannisters discovered their identities, they were dead. Waiting for rescue seemed futile now that Tywin had marched away, leaving the mountain's men behind. They agreed to trust Jaqen at least for this one chance. That midnight, they crept behind the blackened remains of an old September broken stones jutted up among weeds. The swirling wind carried the distant cries of ravens. They found Jaqen waiting with another figure, a young woman with cropped hair who introduced herself as Weasel. She was a local girl who had been forced into kitchen drudgery. Jaqen gave each of them a long cloak and a dagger. "We go quietly," he said. "One must not break the line of guards at the gates. Instead, we pass through an old drain. The water is low this time of year. A man has made certain of that." They followed him, hearts in their throats. The drain was hidden behind a collapsed portion of Harrenhal's outer wall. The stench was foul, but it was large enough for them to squeeze through if they hunched low. Jaqen led the way, wading through knee-high sludge. Jon stifled a gag while Arya covered her nose. At one point, they heard muffled voices above, footsteps on stone. Jaqen froze, gestured for them to remain silent, and they waited with hearts pounding until the patrol moved on. Then they continued, emerging on the far side near a bramble-choked ditch beneath the castle's outer perimeter. Once free of Harrenhal's shadow, Jaqen turned and offered them a ghost of a smile. "A man goes his way now," he said. "A girl and a boy do the same. There are many roads, but some lead to dangerous places." His glance flickered to Jon. "The wolf stands at a crossroads. Beware those with flayed skin." Then, with a fluid grace, he melted into the night. Jon stared after him, unsettled. Arya tugged at his sleeve. "We're out," she whispered, her breath blooming white in the cool air. "We can go home, Jon. If home still stands." He thought of Winterfell and of Lyanna's anxious eyes. Rumors had suggested the Ironborn were making moves in the north. "We'll try," he said quietly. "We'll keep to the woods, find out where Robb's army is, or see if any loyal men can give us shelter. But Harrenhal is behind us now." And so they fled, a pair of half-starved children armed with borrowed daggers and a desperation to survive. At night, they slept in hollows under twisted trees, dividing meager scraps of food. They avoided roads where mounted men could spot them. Once, they glimpsed a column of knights bearing flayed man banners, Bolton men, traveling south. Jon remembered Jaqen's warning about flayed skin. Something about House Bolton never sat well with him, but these were northern bannermen. Or were they still loyal to Robb? He could not be sure. He kept Arya hidden as best he could. At last, they stumbled across a small fishing village on the Red Fork of the Trident. The fisherfolk, not wanting trouble, were reluctant to offer hospitality. But one old woman took pity on them. She gave them bread and salted fish, letting them bed down in her storage shed. From her, they learned that Robb Stark had taken the crag in the west, that Tywin Lannister was rumored to be racing back to the Crownlands to confront Stannis Baratheon, who was now challenging the Iron Throne. The realm was on fire, with battles on every front. "What about the north?" Jon asked, trying to hide the urgency in his voice. "Is Winterfell safe?" The old woman shrugged. "They say the Greyjoys attacked the coast. Lord Balon's boy, Theon, led raiders to the stony shore. Folk are talking that the Ironborn might strike deeper inland. But none here truly know." She squinted at him suspiciously. "Why? You from Winterfell?" Jon felt Arya stiffen. He forced a neutral shrug. "Just passing travelers," he said. "Heard talk, that's all." The woman snorted as if unconvinced, but asked no further questions. When the time came to part ways, the woman gave them a small boat. It was leaky and battered, but with a patch of tar, it might ferry them up the Red Fork toward Riverrun, where rumors said they might find the Tully forces and the king in the north. Arya was overjoyed at the chance to find Robb. So they spent a day mending the boat as best they could, then set off against the current, paddling in unison. The Red Fork was a gentle river in parts, but the going was slow. They had to make camp along the banks, forging a meager existence from the land. One night, as they lay under a stand of willow trees, Arya asked, "Jon, do you think Aunt Lyanna is all right? She must be worried about us. She barely ever leaves Winterfell, so she's probably heard about Father and everything else." Jon swallowed thickly. "She'll be worried, yes. But I believe she's strong. She survived worse." He thought of the fables he had heard about her captivity and rescue, about how she had nearly died in Dorne. The truth, of course, was far more complicated. "If we reach Robb and he can reunite the North, we'll all go home." Arya gazed at him a moment. Then she said, "I hate them all. The Lannisters, Joffrey. I want to put a sword through them for what they did." Jon placed a hand on her shoulder, though he felt the same fury burning in his gut. "I understand. But keep your sword for real threats that stand before you. Hate alone won't feed us or get us to Winterfell." She nodded reluctantly, curling up to sleep. Jon stayed awake a while, listening to the wind rustle the willow leaves. It felt strange to be the calming presence. He remembered how he had always been the quiet observer among the children at Winterfell, overshadowed by Robb's leadership and Theon's brashness and even Bran's eager climbing. He had never yearned for the role of caretaker, but now fate demanded it. Arya needed him. So did the memory of his mother's vow that he should live. They continued upstream, navigating the Red Fork's twisting channels. Eventually, they reached a broader stretch of water near which soared the red sandstone walls of Riverrun. Banners of House Tully, the fish of silver and red, snapped in the breeze atop the ramparts. The sight nearly made Jon sag in relief. Allies, he thought. Robb must be near. They landed their boat on a muddy bank and made their way toward the castle. A group of armed guards halted them outside a palisade. Arya stepped forward and declared, "I'm Arya Stark," in a small but defiant voice. This is Jon. We need to see my brother, King Robb." The guards gawked, uncertain. But one recognized Arya from some distant memory of seeing her at Winterfell or at a feast in Wintertown. They were soon ushered inside, where they were met with astonishment by the Tully men and the northern soldiers posted there. Word spread like wildfire. Arya Stark and Ned Stark's bastard had emerged from nowhere, alive. They were taken to the Great Hall, where Catelyn Tully and Robb Stark sat in council with the Blackfish, Edmure Tully, and several northern lords. The moment Arya caught sight of her mother, she sprinted across the hall. Catelyn stood, face draining of color, arms opening to gather Arya in a fierce embrace. Robb stared in astonishment, a swirl of emotions crossing his features: relief, joy, heartbreak at the memory of Ned. Then his gaze shifted to Jon. Jon approached, cheeks flushed, uncertain of protocol. Everyone in the hall stared. He sank to one knee, pressing a hand to his breast in a respectful bow to the king in the north. Robb let out a disbelieving laugh and motioned him upright, embracing him as a brother. "You're alive," Robb whispered hoarsely, gripping Jon's shoulders. "How in the seven hells?" "We escaped," Jon managed, feeling tears pricking his eyes at the sudden flood of safety. For so long, he'd been on the run, half convinced he would die alone in a ditch. "We've come to you for shelter." They were given a feast that night, or as much of a feast as war-rationed Riverrun could muster. Edmure Tully demanded the best of the fortress's stores to welcome his niece and nephew. Jon and Arya devoured hot stew and fresh bread as though starved. Robb sat with them, firing questions about King's Landing, Harrenhal, how they slipped away. Jon answered what he could, while Arya filled in the rest, sometimes growing teary when talking about Ned. Catelyn's face remained taut with grief, but she stroked Arya's hair and pressed her lips to her daughter's brow as if relieved just to hold her again. Finally, when the meal ended and many had gone to their sleeping quarters, Robb asked Jon to stay behind, along with Catelyn and the Black-ish. Edmure left to see to other duties. The great hall emptied, the torches flickering shadows across the walls. Catelyn's gaze lingered on Jon with an odd mixture of gratitude and old wounds. She had never looked on Ned's bastard with warmth, but perhaps the fact that Jon had protected Arya or had survived the same horrors softened her resentment. She clasped her hands, speaking quietly. "Jon, you have my thanks for helping Arya return to us safely." Jon bowed his head. "We helped each other, my lady. She's braver than I am." Robb stood. "You must both be exhausted, but I need any details that might help us in this war. Is Tywin still at Harrenhal?" Jon shook his head. "He left for the Crownlands. The Mountain and his men stayed behind. The place is half ruined, filled with prisoners. But there's more. I heard rumors that House Bolton might have designs on Harrenhal as well once you push farther south." Robb exchanged a glance with the Blackfish. "Roose Bolton is one of my chief bannermen, though his methods are unsavory. Still, if he can seize Harrenhal, it would cut one of the Lannister strongholds from behind. That could be to our advantage." Catelyn pursed her lips. "We can use every advantage if we hope to rescue Sansa and see justice done for Ned." Robb's eyes flicked to Jon. "You'll stay here with us, of course. At least until we return to the north or decide our next move. Mother, do you agree?" Catelyn inclined her head. "Yes. Let him stay. He has proven himself." Jon felt an unexpected surge of relief. "Thank you." Though he was no true Stark in their eyes, the acceptance lifted a weight from his heart. After that, life took on a new shape. Jon and Arya regained some semblance of comfort in Riverrun's thick-walled safety. They had proper beds, decent meals, and time to rest. Arya spent her days sparring with the castle's master-at-arms or practicing archery, refusing to be confined to embroidery or the typical pursuits of a highborn girl. Jon, for his part, tried to help where he could, carrying messages between the northern lords, sorting provisions, learning as much as possible about the war's shape. Robb's successes were numerous, but the Lannisters held King's Landing and the seat of power. Stannis Baratheon had defeated his brother Renly, yet battered himself at the walls of the capital. Balon Greyjoy was harrying the northern coasts, cutting off trade. The entire realm was a jigsaw of armies, alliances, and betrayals. A fortnight after Arya and Jon arrived, a raven from the north brought dire news. Theon Greyjoy, once Robb's ward and companion at Winterfell, had turned traitor. He had captured Winterfell with a small force of Ironborn raiders. The young princes Bran and Rickon were missing, some feared dead, and Winterfell's garrison had been scattered. Even the Great Keep was said to be in Theon's hands. More unthinkable yet, Lady Lyanna was rumored to be a prisoner in her own home. The Raven gave no details, only that the Ironborn claimed Winterfell for House Greyjoy. The shock in the Great Hall was palpable. Robb sprang to his feet, raging at Theon's betrayal while Catelyn pressed a hand to her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. The northern lords murmured curses. Jon felt as if ice shards pierced his veins. Winterfell taken. Bran, Rickon, vanished. And most terrible of all, his mother, Lyanna, the one who had survived so much, the woman who lived half her life in secrecy, now trapped under Theon's occupation. Jon's hands trembled with the urge to do something. He remembered Theon's cocky grin, the easy swagger of a friend turned foe. Robb turned to his council. "I must go north," he said, voice raw with fury. "The Ironborn cannot hold Winterfell, not when I bring the entire might of the northern host. But if I march now, Tywin will retake the Riverlands or assault us from behind." Catelyn's eyes were red as she considered. "We cannot abandon the Riverlands to the Lannisters, not if we mean to hold any strategic ground. Yet we cannot allow Theon Greyjoy to keep Winterfell." The great Jon roared his agreement. Others argued that splitting the army would be suicide, that the king in the north had to remain steadfast in one theater of war. Rage crackled through the hall. Jon swallowed, a sick feeling in his gut, imagining Theon prowling Winterfell's corridors, the Ironborn ransacking its storerooms, brandishing axes among the stone halls that had once been so safe. Arya's voice cut through the din. "What about Aunt Lyanna? We can't leave her a prisoner. She's already lost so much." Silence fell briefly. Robb looked stricken. "We won't," he said firmly. Then his gaze flicked to Jon, as though he remembered that Lyanna's well-being might matter even more to Ned's bastard than anyone realized. "We need a plan." That night, Robb met privately with his mother, Jon, and the Blackfish in a smaller solar. Maps of the north lay spread on a table, candle wax dripping onto the corners. Robb placed a finger on Winterfell. "My lords are urging me to remain in the south to keep the pressure on the Lannisters. But I can't leave my brothers and Aunt Lyanna in Theon's hands. If they're even alive." His voice cracked. Catelyn reached out to him. "They are alive. Theon, he was raised here. He must know what he's done is monstrous, but perhaps he will keep them breathing to use as hostages." "Hostages will do him no good if I burn Pike to the ground," Robb spat. "Yet that doesn't help us now." Jon stared at the map, a swirl of turmoil in his chest. "Then let me go," he blurted, surprising even himself. 3 sets of eyes turned to him. He swallowed, forging ahead. "I'm not officially part of your army. I could slip north with a small group, free Aunt Lyanna if I can, or at least gather intelligence for you. If I fail, you lose only a handful of men. If I succeed, we might wrest Winterfell back from within." Robb frowned. "It's too dangerous. You've just escaped one prison. Theon might hang you the moment you arrive." Jon's jaw clenched. "He doesn't know I'm alive. He left us when Father went south. For all Theon knows, I died at Harrenhal or am still in King's Landing. We could use that to our advantage. If I approach quietly, gather some loyal Winterfell folk," he faltered, recalling that Theon's Ironborn might have killed or imprisoned many of the servants. "But still, the north is vast, and many in the region might join me if they realize their liege's seat is under foreign control. We can do this quietly, so discord until your main army is ready to push Theon out." It was a wild plan, born of desperation and a savage desire to protect Lyanna. Robb studied Jon's face, seeing the resolve there. "I can't spare many men. Give me a few scouts, skilled archers maybe, plus a chance to rally any free folk near Winterfell. We can slip in under the guise of travelers or small folk. You continue your campaign in the Riverlands. If the Lannisters think you're too occupied to march north, Theon might let his guard down." Catelyn looked torn. The Blackfish folded his arms, expression thoughtful. "It's a gamble, but if it succeeds, we could retake Winterfell before the snows truly set in." Robb's fists tightened on the edge of the table. Finally, he exhaled. "All right, I can spare a score of men, no more. They'll be volunteers who know the region and won't betray you for coin. We'll say you're heading north on a covert mission, no need to tell the entire camp. I'll stay here to keep the Lannisters pinned." Jon felt a rush of determination. "Thank you." Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "I won't forget this. And if you can, bring Theon to me alive so I can punish him properly. But if it comes to it," he paused, voice grim. "Do what must be done." They made the arrangement swiftly. Catelyn, clearly still harboring reservations, asked if Arya might remain behind this time. Arya bristled at the idea, but Jon insisted she stay. Winterfell was no place for her right now, not when the Ironborn lurked behind its walls. She glared at him, tears in her eyes, but eventually gave a terse nod. Jon knew she wanted to help, but her safety came first. Within 2 days, Jon set out under cover of dawn, accompanied by a lean band of northerners. They were men whose families had once served the Starks closely, veterans who knew the hidden trails. Even so, traveling north was perilous. They avoided main roads, slipping through the fringes of war-torn villages and half-empty towns. Everywhere, they saw signs of the realms fracturing. Bandits roamed, fearful peasants hoarded what little food they had, Riverlanders eyed travelers with suspicion. They reached Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress that guarded the neck, only to find it held by a mixture of crannogmen loyal to House Reed and a few wounded Stark soldiers who had limped back from the southern battles. They recognized Jon. Some had fought under Ned's banners years ago. The battered men told him rumors that Iron-born ships had landed on the eastern coast of the north, that Deepwood Motte was under assault, that White Harbor might be next. Winterfell itself was indeed in Theon Greyjoy's hands, but apparently the Iron-born presence there was thin, reliant on intimidation more than manpower. If that was true, Jon had a chance. After resting a night under the mossy towers of Moat Cailin, he and his men pressed on. The autumn air grew colder by the day. In the bogs and wetlands of the neck, they trudged through ankle-deep mud, swatting at clouds of biting flies. Jon took heart in the shifting landscape, for it meant they were close to the north he knew. The reeds offered them a guide, a wisp of a youth who moved silently through the marshes, ensuring they avoided the deeper mires. At last, the ground turned firm beneath their feet, the horizon opening into rolling, forested land. The chill wind on Jon's face was as familiar as an old friend, carrying the sense of pine and distant frost. It was the north. It was home. But the homeland he remembered was overshadowed by dread. In each village they passed, they heard more stories of Theon's brutality, how he had executed Ser Roderick Castle, how he claimed to have killed Bran and Rickon. But no one had seen the boys' bodies up close, and some suspected they had escaped. As for Lady Lyanna, the villagers had only rumors. Some said she had tried to stab Theon herself, that she was locked in the Godswood. Others claimed she had vanished into the crypts. Edmure left to see to other duties. The great hall emptied, the torches flickering shadows across the walls. Catelyn's gaze lingered on Jon with an odd mixture of gratitude and old wounds. She had never looked on Ned's bastard with warmth, but perhaps the fact that Jon had protected Arya or had survived the same horrors softened her resentment. She clasped her hands, speaking quietly. "Jon, you have my thanks for helping Arya return to us safely." Jon bowed his head. "We helped each other, my lady. She's braver than I am." Robb stood. "You must both be exhausted. But I need any details that might help us in this war. Is Tywin still at Harrenhal?" Jon shook his head. He left for the Crownlands. The Mountain and his men stayed behind. The place is half-ruined, filled with prisoners. But there's more. I heard rumors that House Bolton might have designs on Harrenhal as well once you push farther south. Robb exchanged a glance with the Blackfish. "Roose Bolton is one of my chief bannermen, though his methods are unsavory. Still, if he can seize Harrenhal, it would cut one of the Lannister strongholds from behind. That could be to our advantage." Catelyn pursed her lips. "We can use every advantage if we hope to rescue Sansa and see justice done for Ned." Robb's eyes flicked to Jon. "You'll stay here with us, of course. At least until we return to the north or decide our next move. Mother, do you agree?" Catelyn inclined her head. "Yes. Let him stay. He has proven himself." Jon felt an unexpected surge of relief. "Thank you." Though he was no true Stark in their eyes, the acceptance lifted a weight from his heart. After that, life took on a new shape. Jon and Arya regained some semblance of comfort in Riverrun's thick-walled safety. They had proper beds, decent meals, and time to rest. Arya spent her days sparring with the castle's master-at-arms or practicing archery, refusing to be confined to embroidery or the typical pursuits of a highborn girl. Jon, for his part, tried to help where he could, carrying messages between the northern lords, sorting provisions, learning as much as possible about the war's shape. Robb's successes were numerous, but the Lannisters held King's Landing and the seat of power. Stannis Baratheon had defeated his brother Renly, yet battered himself at the walls of the capital. Balon Greyjoy was harrying the northern coasts, cutting off trade. The entire realm was a jigsaw of armies, alliances, and betrayals. A fortnight after Arya and Jon arrived, a raven from the north brought dire news. Theon Greyjoy, once Robb's ward and companion at Winterfell, had turned traitor. He had captured Winterfell with a small force of Iron-born raiders. The young princes Bran and Rickon were missing, some feared dead, and Winterfell's garrison had been scattered. Even the Great Keep was said to be in Theon's hands. More unthinkable yet, Lady Lyanna was rumored to be a prisoner in her own home. The Raven gave no details, only that the Ironborn claimed Winterfell for House Greyjoy. The shock in the Great Hall was palpable. Robb sprang to his feet, raging at Theon's betrayal, while Catelyn pressed a hand to her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. The northern lords murmured curses. Jon felt as if ice shards pierced his veins. Winterfell taken. Bran, Rickon, vanished. And most terrible of all, his mother, Lyanna, the one who had survived so much, the woman who lived half her life in secrecy, now trapped under Theon's occupation. Jon's hands trembled with the urge to do something. He remembered Theon's cocky grin, the easy swagger of a friend turned foe. Robb turned to his council. "I must go north," he said, voice raw with fury. "The Ironborn cannot hold Winterfell, not when I bring the entire might of the northern host. But if I march now, Tywin will retake the Riverlands or assault us from behind." Catelyn's eyes were red as she considered. "We cannot abandon the Riverlands to the Lannisters, not if we mean to hold any strategic ground. Yet we cannot allow Theon Greyjoy to keep Winterfell." The great Jon roared his agreement. Others argued that splitting the army would be suicide, that the king in the north had to remain steadfast in one theater of war. Rage crackled through the hall. Jon swallowed, a sick feeling in his gut, imagining Theon prowling Winterfell's corridors, the Ironborn ransacking its storerooms, brandishing axes among the stone halls that had once been so safe. Arya's voice cut through the din. "What about Aunt Lyanna? We can't leave her a prisoner. She's already lost so much." Silence fell briefly. Robb looked stricken. "We won't," he said firmly. Then his gaze flicked to Jon, as though he remembered that Lyanna's well-being might matter even more to Ned's bastard than anyone realized. "We need a plan." That night, Robb met privately with his mother, Jon, and the Blackfish in a smaller solar. Maps of the north lay spread on a table, candle wax dripping onto the corners. Robb placed a finger on Winterfell. "My lords are urging me to remain in the south to keep the pressure on the Lannisters. But I can't leave my brothers and Aunt Lyanna in Theon's hands. If they're even alive." His voice cracked. Catelyn reached out to him. "They are alive. Theon, he was raised here. He must know what he's done is monstrous, but perhaps he will keep them breathing to use as hostages." "Hostages will do him no good if I burn Pike to the ground," Robb spat. "Yet that doesn't help us now." Jon stared at the map, a swirl of turmoil in his chest. "Then let me go," he blurted, surprising even himself. 3 sets of eyes turned to him. He swallowed, forging ahead. "I'm not officially part of your army. I could slip north with a small group, free Aunt Lyanna if I can, or at least gather intelligence for you. If I fail, you lose only a handful of men. If I succeed, we might wrest Winterfell back from within." Robb frowned. "It's too dangerous. You've just escaped one prison. Theon might hang you the moment you arrive." Jon's jaw clenched. "He doesn't know I'm alive. He left us when Father went south. For all Theon knows, I died at Harrenhal or am still in King's Landing. We could use that to our advantage. If I approach quietly, gather some loyal Winterfell folk," he faltered, recalling that Theon's Ironborn might have killed or imprisoned many of the servants. "But still, the north is vast, and many in the region might join me if they realize their liege's seat is under foreign control. We can do this quietly, so discord until your main army is ready to push Theon out." It was a wild plan, born of desperation and a savage desire to protect Lyanna. Robb studied Jon's face, seeing the resolve there. "I can't spare many men. Give me a few scouts, skilled archers maybe, plus a chance to rally any free folk near Winterfell. We can slip in under the guise of travelers or small folk. You continue your campaign in the Riverlands. If the Lannisters think you're too occupied to march north, Theon might let his guard down." Catelyn looked torn. The Blackfish folded his arms, expression thoughtful. "It's a gamble. But if it succeeds, we could retake Winterfell before the snows truly set in." Robb's fists tightened on the edge of the table. Finally, he exhaled. "All right. I can spare a score of men, no more. They'll be volunteers who know the region and won't betray you for coin. We'll say you're heading north on a covert mission, no need to tell the entire camp. I'll stay here to keep the Lannisters pinned." Jon felt a rush of determination. "Thank you." Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "I won't forget this. And if you can, bring Theon to me alive so I can punish him properly. But if it comes to it," he paused, voice grim. "Do what must be done." They made the arrangement swiftly. Catelyn, clearly still harboring reservations, asked if Arya might remain behind this time. Arya bristled at the idea, but Jon insisted she stay. Winterfell was no place for her right now, not when the Ironborn lurked behind its walls. She glared at him, tears in her eyes, but eventually gave a terse nod. Jon knew she wanted to help, but her safety came first. Within 2 days, Jon set out under cover of dawn, accompanied by a lean band of northerners. They were men whose families had once served the Starks closely, veterans who knew the hidden trails. Even so, traveling north was perilous. They avoided main roads, slipping through the fringes of war-torn villages and half-empty towns. Everywhere, they saw signs of the realms fracturing. Bandits roamed, fearful peasants hoarded what little food they had, Riverlanders eyed travelers with suspicion. They reached Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress that guarded the neck, only to find it held by a mixture of crannogmen loyal to House Reed and a few wounded Stark soldiers who had limped back from the southern battles. They recognized Jon. Some had fought under Ned's banners years ago. The battered men told him rumors that Ironborn ships had landed on the eastern coast of the north, that Deepwood Motte was under assault, that White Harbor might be next. Winterfell itself was indeed in Theon Greyjoy's hands, but apparently the Ironborn presence there was thin, reliant on intimidation more than manpower. If that was true, Jon had a chance. After resting a night under the mossy towers of Moat Cailin, he and his men pressed on. The autumn air grew colder by the day. In the bogs and wetlands of the neck, they trudged through ankle-deep mud, swatting at clouds of biting flies. Jon took heart in the shifting landscape, for it meant they were close to the north he knew. The reeds offered them a guide, a wisp of a youth who moved silently through the marshes, ensuring they avoided the deeper mires. At last, the ground turned firm beneath their feet, the horizon opening into rolling, forested land. The chill wind on Jon's face was as familiar as an old friend, carrying the sense of pine and distant frost. It was the north. Maester Luwin, pale and weary, appeared from behind a crumbled tower. He nearly wept at the sight of Jon and Lady Lyanna. Gathering himself, he led Lyanna inside to treat her wounds. Jon wanted to follow, but the demands of the moment were too pressing. He had to assess the situation with the men, gather the surviving castle folk, and ensure no more Ironborn hid in the crypts or outer walls. Every step he took felt surreal. He was in Winterfell again, but it was battered and bruised, the heart of the north turned into a battlefield. He kept flashing back to the day he left with Ned for King's Landing, to the memories of a place that had been safe and warm. Now only echoes remained. By nightfall, Winterfell was firmly in the hands of the loyal north. Jon's men had counted the dead, imprisoned the remaining Ironborn, and lit signal fires in the watchtowers. Many of the local peasants had fled during the occupation, but a few trickled back, claiming farmland nearby, anxious to see if their homes might be reclaimed. Word spread swiftly. Ned Stark's bastard had returned with a small force, freeing the castle. They hailed him as a hero, though the notion made Jon uneasy. He was no trueborn Stark, and the men's cheers for Stark in all but name reminded him of his uncertain station. Yet he accepted their thanks because it gave them hope. The North needed hope. That night, he climbed the stairs to the room where Lyanna rested. Maester Luwin had bandaged her wrists and bruises. She sat upright, wrapped in a blanket near the fireplace, sipping broth. She looked older, lines of fatigue at her eyes, but when she saw him, a flicker of genuine warmth lit her face. "Jon," she said softly. "Come. Sit." He did, perching on a wooden stool beside her. For a moment, neither spoke. Then he took her hand gently, leaning forward. "I was so afraid I'd lose you. When I heard Theon had taken Winterfell." She gave a tremulous smile, tears threatening again. "When I was chained in the Godswood, I thought of you every day, praying you were hidden away, safe from all of this. I never imagined you'd be the one to free me." She lifted her free hand to brush back his dark hair. "You've grown so much." He bowed his head. "I had no choice. Ned is gone, Arya and I escaped King's Landing. We found Robb in the Riverlands. He's winning victories, but the war is far from over. Sansa is still captive. There's so much chaos." Lyanna's eyes glistened. "Ned," her voice broke. "I still can't believe it. He was my shield, my brother, the one who kept this castle and my secrets safe for so long." She closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. "We must honor his memory by surviving. By rebuilding the North, protecting the family." Jon nodded, swallowing against the ache in his throat. "We will. I promise." Maester Luwin stepped closer, clearing his throat gently. "My lady, it's best if you rest. Jon, you as well. Tomorrow we can see to the needs of the castle. We must check the stores for the approaching winter, see how much the Ironborn have ruined or stolen." Lyanna nodded. "Yes, of course." She squeezed Jon's hand before letting him go. "We'll talk more in the morning." Jon rose, quietly leaving her to the maester's care. Outside the room, the corridor was silent, torches sputtering. He passed a window slit that looked out onto the courtyard. A waxing moon cast pale light over the walls. Reclaiming Winterfell was only the beginning. Bran and Rickon were still missing. Sansa was a hostage of the Lannisters. War raged across the Seven Kingdoms. And overshadowing everything, the secret of his birth continued to coil inside him, an invisible brand. He could not speak of it openly, not even among allies. But every time he looked at Lyanna, he saw the mother who had risked everything to keep him alive. Ned had died to protect that secret. Jon intended to see that sacrifice honored. At dawn, he and Lyanna oversaw the cleanup. Bodies of Ironborn were carried outside the walls for burial or burning. Theon's men who surrendered were locked in the dungeons. A half-collapsed tower had to be cleared of rubble where it seemed some small skirmish had taken place. Jon discovered the battered corpses of a few men loyal to Winterfell, presumably cornered and cut down by Theon's reavers. He felt each death like a personal failing, as though he should have come sooner. Servants found 4 charred corpses near the far side of the castle's outer yard, so mutilated that they were unrecognizable. Lyanna went pale at the news, her hand trembling against her mouth. People whispered that those might be the bodies Theon had shown to the townsfolk, claiming they were Bran and Rickon. But no one could confirm. Jon stared at the blackened shapes in horror, praying it was a lie. He insisted on burying them with all respect. Tears stood in Lyanna's eyes as they laid the remains in the crypts. The entire keep echoed with mourning as word spread that the young princes were likely dead, though doubts still lingered. If they had truly been Bran and Rickon, how could Theon stoop so low? Then again, Theon was undone by ambition. Jon felt anger burn anew in his belly. He would have to question Theon directly. That day, after the burials, Jon descended to the dungeons. Theon sat on a straw-strewn floor, wrists bound, ankles shackled. He glared at Jon from swollen eyes. He had fought valiantly in the corridor, and a few lumps showed the cost. Come to finish it? Theon spat. Just do it then. Jon knelt outside the bars. Are Bran and Rickon truly gone? Theon snorted, shifting uncomfortably. Dead, yes. I had to show the North I wasn't weak. They wouldn't yield, so he trailed off, an anguished flicker crossing his face, though whether it was shame or cruelty, Jon could not be sure. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. But it's too late. Jon's stomach churned. Why, Theon? You grew up here. They were children. Theon barked a humorless laugh. I had no choice. My father demanded a grand gesture. He never saw me as anything but a hostage. I came back to Pike to prove myself, to show him I was Ironborn, not a glorified ward. And now look at me, my men are dead, I'm rotting in a cell, and your precious Stark host will flay me alive. Maybe I deserve it. Jon's grip on the bars tightened until his knuckles whitened. You do. He wanted to end it, to thrust his sword through the bars and be done. But Robb had asked for Theon alive. We'll march you south to answer for your crimes before the king in the north. Pray he's merciful. Theon gave a bitter scoff, turning his face away. Jon left him there, torn between hatred and a flicker of pity for a fool who had thrown everything away. In the days that followed, the battered fortress began to find its feet. Lyanna rallied what remained of the staff to restore some normalcy, though her own injuries slowed her. Jon discovered a new sense of responsibility settling on him, as though by capturing Winterfell from the Ironborn, he had inadvertently stepped into a leadership role. People looked to him with questions: where to store supplies, how to refortify the gates. Maester Luwin quietly guided him, reminding him of Ned's calm approach to governance. For the first time, Jon felt the weight of what it might mean to be a lord's son, not just a bastard on the periphery. He wanted only to protect the castle until Robb returned. He certainly never aspired to lordship. But the secrets that bound him to Winterfell were about to grow more tenuous still. For in the nights that followed, Lyanna found her strength returning, and with it came the knowledge that her nephew and secret son needed to hear the truth at last. Ned was gone, the realm was in flames, and the old illusions might not hold much longer. Winter was coming, and so were threats more terrible than any ephemeral war for a throne. If the legends of the others and the White Walkers were true, then the living would need every unity they could forge. And if dragons yet lived across the narrow sea. Lyanna stared into the flickering fire in her chamber one evening. Jon stood by the window, examining the new sword belt a grateful blacksmith had gifted him. The day's duties were done, the castle was as secure as possible. Lyanna drew a breath, feeling her pulse throb. It was time. Jon, she said softly, and he turned. The light cast shadows on his face, accentuating the lines of worry that had formed in such a short time. He looked both young and old, shaped by the horrors he had endured. She gestured for him to come closer, and when he did, she reached for his hands. There's something I must tell you, something I should have told you long ago. He frowned slightly, taking a seat in the chair beside hers. You're trembling, Aunt Lyanna. Are you sure you're well enough? She managed a small smile. It's not sickness that makes me tremble. It's fear. Fear that this truth will change everything. But it is past time, you know. She swallowed hard, forcing the words out. Jon, Ned was not your father. I am your mother. For a moment, the crackling fire seemed to roar in Jon's ears. He stared at her as if she had spoken a foreign tongue. His face paled. His hands, clasped in hers, went rigid. My what? She exhaled, tears gathering in her eyes. I am your mother. Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen, the crown prince slain on the Trident. You were of both House Stark and House Targaryen. Silence stretched taut between them, so thick that the dancing flames seemed to freeze in place. Jon's face shifted from shock to confusion to an almost stricken disbelief. That is impossible. Ned lied to protect us, she said, her voice shaking with grief and love. Robert Baratheon would have killed any child of Rhaegar's. He hated the Targaryens for what happened to me, what he believed happened, yet I loved Rhaegar. Ned knew you would be in mortal danger if Robert discovered your parentage. So Ned claimed you as his bastard, bearing the scorn of the realm to keep you safe. He took that secret to his grave. Jon pulled his hands away, rising abruptly. The stool clattered behind him. He stood by the fireplace, breathing like a caged animal. I can't. Rhaegar was the man Robert killed, the man the entire realm called a kidnapper and rapist, the reason the rebellion happened. Are you saying you ran away with him willingly? She nodded, tears spilling over. I did. It was foolish, or perhaps fated. But I do not regret loving him, for it brought me you. We were wed in secret, bound by the old laws of the Seven. He believed you might be the prince that was promised. She laughed bitterly. Prophecy or not, you are real, Jon? My son. I know this is shattering. Jon ran a shaking hand over his face. He looked at Lyanna as though seeing her for the first time. His entire life, he had carried the shame of bastardy, believed his mother some common woman or unknown harlot. He had felt the stigma carved into his soul. Now, in a few words, everything changed. Why, he whispered, voice catching. Why keep it from me all this time? She closed her eyes. To protect you. If Robert had even suspected your existence. He declared his hatred for all Targaryens, had Rhaenys and Aegon, Rhaegar's other children, killed. Ned insisted on secrecy for your life. And for mine, too. By the time Robert claimed the throne, the only way was to hide me away in Winterfell, let rumors speak of my death or of my illness. And you were safer as a bastard son of House Stark than as a Targaryen heir. Jon trembled, stepping toward her. I grew up thinking you were just my aunt who'd survived some ordeal. Thinking Ned was my father. Now he's gone. He never told me. He died with that on his conscience. Lyanna's tears were thick in her voice. He did it out of love? I'm so sorry. I wanted to tell you so many times. But we believed the secret had to live or you would not. Jon stared at his mother, heart swirling with rage and sorrow and an inexplicable sense of awe. Everything he had felt, his dreams, his sense of never truly belonging, came crashing to the surface. His father was Rhaegar Targaryen, once the silver-haired prince who had played the harp, who had died proclaiming prophecy. Jon clenched his fists, uncertain whether to cry or shout or both. In the end, he simply knelt by Lyanna's chair, tears streaking his cheeks as she reached to embrace him. They clung to each other in that small circle of firelight, mother and son, each weeping for what was lost, for the father he would never know, for Ned's sacrifice and the years of secrets. At last, Lyanna found her voice again. I do not know what this means for you now. The realm is at war, the Targaryen name is still reviled in many places, yet across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen, Rhaegar's sister, has hatched dragons and marches with an army of freed slaves, or so the rumors say. You may have kin out there. But the danger remains. If word spreads of your parentage, many will want you dead. Jon drew a shaking breath, trying to gather his scattered thoughts. I'm a Stark, he said fiercely, voice raw. I was raised in the north. I worship in the Godswood. I love Winterfell. I don't know what it means to be a Targaryen except that I carry the blood of the dragon. My father, Rhaegar, he's a stranger to me. But if I'm truly your son, then that is enough. I will keep your secret if that's what you wish. She nodded, stroking his hair. For now, we must keep it from the world. But things are shifting. If Daenerys truly returns with dragons, if the threat beyond the wall is real, then maybe one day your lineage will matter. Perhaps you were always meant to unite the realm. Or perhaps you were just my son and that is enough. She closed her eyes. The future is clouded. I only know that I love you, Jon. I always have. They spoke until the candles burned low, forging a fragile trust in the wake of heartbreak. Jon asked question after question about Rhaegar, what he looked like, how he spoke, the songs he played, the convictions he held. Lyanna answered as best she could, though it pained her to recall those memories. Outside, the wind sighed against the walls, as if it, too, lamented the turnings of fate. Jon thought of everything Ned had taught him, the lessons in honor and duty. He realized that, Targaryen or no, he was still shaped by the North. The feeling of belonging he sought might yet remain in this place, with his mother close at hand and the memory of Ned as his guiding star. When at last he left her chamber, he felt unsteady on his feet, as though the ground had shifted irreparably. No one else in the castle knew what had transpired between them. To the rest of the world, Lyanna was the last daughter of House Stark, and Jon was the bastard nephew who had come to her rescue. But in truth, he was the child of ice and fire, the living product of a union that had launched a war. He wondered if prophecy truly bound him, if the words "prince that was promised" might one day shape his destiny, or if it was all a fancy that died with Rhaegar on the Trident. He had little time to dwell on prophecies. Winterfell needed rebuilding, the North needed direction, and the war raged on. In the weeks that followed, Jon's men refortified the castle. Loyal survivors returned, tentatively re-establishing the routines of daily life. A messenger from Robb arrived, bearing word of more battles in the Westerlands and a request that Jon bring Theon south. Before they departed, though, Jon was determined to search for any hint of Bran and Rickon, refusing to believe the blackened corpses had been theirs. Lyanna agreed. She too doubted Theon's story. Rumors persisted that two small boys had fled into the surrounding countryside with the help of a wily wildling or a friendly stable hand. Jon dispatched search parties, scouring the nearby forests, old barns, and half-hidden huts. Weeks passed with no sign of the boys. Winter's cold breath nipped the air, the days growing shorter. Eventually, the reality sank in. If Bran and Rickon were out there, they might be long gone. Or worse, dead in some remote copse. The uncertainty gnawed at Lyanna, who had grown to love all the Stark children as her own. Jon gave final orders for watchers to remain vigilant, but time wore on. At last, they had to follow Robb's summons. Jon placed a small garrison at Winterfell, men sworn to protect Lady Lyanna and hold the keep in the King in the North's name. With Theon bound in chains, they set out for the Riverlands, hoping to rejoin Robb's main host. Lyanna insisted on accompanying Jon. She would not be parted from him again, not after everything. Though she was weak, she donned a warm cloak and rode in a covered wagon, determined to show the North she was alive and loyal to the war effort. Jon was torn between urging her to rest in Winterfell and dreading leaving her behind. In the end, he acquiesced. Perhaps it was time for the realm to know the wolf maid of the North was not some helpless invalid. Their departure from Winterfell was subdued, the ramparts manned by fresh faces, the memory of the Ironborn occupation still raw. The journey south proved fraught. Hostile bands lurked on the roads, once friendly villages eyed them warily, uncertain of who truly ruled the realm. They skirted the ruins of small hamlets burned by raiders. Theon rode in a wagon behind them, shackled and silent, his eyes vacant with the knowledge of his doom. Lyanna sometimes dozed on the wagon seat, drawn by exhaustion, but whenever Jon looked her way, she forced a smile, wanting to appear strong. They pressed across the neck, reaching Moat Cailin after a few tedious days. The battered fortress and its Crannogmen defenders greeted Lyanna with astonishment, though few recognized her. She had so rarely appeared in public, and years of secrecy had turned her into a half-mythical figure. Yet when the men realized she was truly Lyanna Stark, sister to the late Lord Eddard, freed from Ironborn captivity, they hailed her with heartfelt respect. Jon watched from the side, noticing how she carried herself with quiet dignity. No longer just a hidden woman in the North, she was a survivor, the living tie to the old line of Starks. Past the neck, they encountered floods in the Riverlands from autumn rains. Their wagons mired in mud, forcing them to detour around sodden fields. More than once, outriders reported signs of Lannister or Bolton patrols, but they avoided direct conflict. Weeks slipped by, the days growing ever colder. At last, they neared Riverrun, where Robb Stark's banners flew. Autumn leaves clung to the trees, their colors fading into browns and grays. A hush seemed to settle over the land. Robb met them in the courtyard, flanked by lords and soldiers. Theon was taken away in grim silence. The king in the North looked older, his hair now long enough to tie back, his face set with a hardness that had not been there when Jon and Arya first found him. But the moment he saw Lyanna, his demeanor cracked. He bowed low, eyes glimmering. "Aunt Lyanna, I'm so sorry for everything." She dismounted unsteadily, and he helped her stand. She pressed his hands in hers. "We all have lost so much, Your Grace. I am here to stand with you now." Her voice trembled, but her gaze was steadfast. Arya emerged from within the keep, running to embrace her aunt. Tears shone on both their faces. Lyanna had practically helped raise her in those early years, and Arya clung to her as if afraid she might vanish again. "I'm so glad you're free," the girl whispered. "We've all been waiting." Jon stepped back to let them have the moment, feeling a pang as he watched. Sansa was still lost to them, a captive in King's Landing. Bran and Rickon might be dead or alive. Ned was gone. The family had splintered like a plate dropped from a great height, and the shards were scattered across the realm. Yet at least some of them had found each other again. Robb summoned a war council that evening. In the candlelit chamber, with the banners of House Stark and House Tully draped on the walls, the Northern Lords gathered, the Great John, the Blackfish, Lord Karstark, and others. Lyanna attended, seated at Robb's right. Jon stood behind her chair, uncomfortable with so many gazes flicking his way. The rumors of Ned Stark's bastard retaking Winterfell had preceded them, and men nodded with respect or curiosity when they looked at him. He tried to remain calm, mindful of the thunder in his chest. The first order of business was Theon's fate. When they dragged him in, he was sullen, unkempt, reeking of hopelessness. Robb's features hardened. You took my home, murdered my brothers, if they are truly dead, and chained my aunt. Do you deny it? Theon shook his head. No. What have you done with Bran and Rickon? Robb demanded, voice tight with grief. If they live, speak now. Theon's face twisted. They're dead, he said. I burned 2 boys from the farm, so no one would guess that I lost them. I'm not sure where they went. Outlaw in the woods. Maybe they froze or starved or lost them. Robb's knuckles went white on the table's edge. You mean you didn't kill them yourself? I had them, but they escaped with that wildling woman, Osha. I caught 2 peasant boys, and Theon halted, seeing the horror in Robb's eyes. I never found the real princes. A stunned hush fell. Arya let out a shaky breath, tears swimming. Lyanna pressed a hand to her own mouth as though barely containing a sob of relief. Bran and Rickon might live. Jon felt a surge of hope bloom in his heart. They could still be out there, he murmured. Robb's lip curled in disgust. You murdered 2 innocent children in their place. You are vile. His voice quavered with rage. I should kill you now, but I want you to stand trial when the North is secure, so all may see your crimes. Take him away. Theon did not resist as soldiers dragged him out. A hush lingered. Some lords demanded his head be struck off immediately. Robb silenced them with a curt gesture. He turned to Lyanna, who sat trembling. She swallowed, tears brimming. There's a chance, my nephews are out there, she whispered. We must find them. Robb nodded. We will. Once we've secured the North further, I'll send men to search. He bowed his head. For now, we must focus on the next steps in this war. Tywin and the Lannisters have repulsed Stannis from King's Landing, so the Iron Throne is more secure than ever. If we don't press our advantage, the North will be strangled. A chorus of agreement rose, peppered with concerns about Bolton's forces and the other threats stirring. Lyanna found her voice, though it trembled. Your Grace, I have spent too long hidden away. Let me stand with you, guide you as best I can. I knew Robert Baratheon, and I saw the war that followed. You need counsel that speaks to a time before all this madness. Robb acquiesced with quiet gratitude. Jon watched from behind her chair, heart heavy with the knowledge that the war was nowhere near over, and overshadowing everything else was the revelation of his parentage. He wondered if that truth might help the cause. If the realm discovered that a secret Targaryen Stark heir lived, would it unite the 7 kingdoms or tear them further apart? He feared the latter. In the days and weeks to come, Lyanna proved a valuable advisor in negotiations with the River Lords, reminding them of old alliances. Arya continued her sword lessons in the courtyard, refusing all attempts to confine her to Leda-like tasks. Jon joined the training yard often, partly to hone his skills, partly to keep from being overwhelmed by the swirl of politics. Each time he clashed wooden swords with Arya or with other soldiers, he felt a release of tension, a momentary respite from the burden of secrets. His mother, once so frail, now walked the corridors of Riverrun with quiet determination. The memory of her captivity seemed to steel her rather than break her. Occasionally, Robb would speak with Jon privately, praising his actions in taking Winterfell, asking him to share any insights. The men had begun calling Jon the Wolf's Bastard, some in jest, others in rough admiration. Jon's response was to keep his head down, to serve as best he could. He did not want the weight of leadership, nor the swirl of rumors. But the rumors came anyway. Soldiers whispered that Jon had the cunning of a Stark and the ferocity of some unknown father. A few men from the Neck, half remembering old gossip, wondered aloud if he might be the son of someone more significant than a random camp follower. Each such rumor made Lyanna pale, but Jon reassured her that no one dared guess the truth. Yet the realm was far from done testing them. Messages arrived from all corners, dwarfed by Lannister might, battered by their gold. The war changed shape day by day. Word from the far east spoke of Daenerys Targaryen forging alliances, raising armies of freed slaves, and commanding 3 living dragons. That name, Targaryen, lanced Jon's heart each time he heard it. His aunt. He sometimes dreamed of her. Silver hair streaming in desert winds, dragons coiling around her with roars of flame. Could she truly be the last Targaryen? Or was he? Or both? He did not speak of these thoughts to anyone, not even Lyanna. She seemed equally unsettled by the news. Once, as they walked near Riverrun's ramparts at dusk, she confided quietly, "If Daenerys returns, what might she do to claim the Iron Throne? And what might she do if she learns of you?" Her gaze held a flicker of fear. You could be a threat to her claim or a potential ally. Targaryen history is rife with bloodshed among kin. Jon shook his head. "I care not for the throne. She can have it if she's strong enough to take it from the Lannisters. I only want the North safe." Lyanna sighed. "That is the Stark in you talking. But your father believed in a prophecy that might require Targaryen blood to fight a greater darkness. If the others are truly stirring beyond the wall, then the realm will need all the help it can get: dragons, kings, alliances." Jon felt gooseflesh prickle his arms. He thought of Ned's grim stories of White Walkers, ancient, half-forgotten. "I can't worry about that now," he said, trying to quell the mounting sense of destiny. "We have a war to finish here and a family scattered to the winds." She rested a hand on his shoulder. "You're right. We'll deal with what is before us." So they did. Winter's chill deepened, the days growing short, the nights long and forbidding. The war continued with fresh horrors. The Red Wedding loomed on the horizon, though none at Riverrun yet suspected Walder Frey's twisted designs. Word came that Roose Bolton would soon arrive with new forces. Tension simmered, alliances frayed. Yet in the midst of the turmoil, Lyanna Stark lived, no longer hidden behind illusions, and Jon Snow, her secret son, walked the halls as a quiet but resolute presence, Targaryen blood pulsing through his veins. They stood side by side, mother and child, each forging a path through the gloom. And though no one else in the castle knew it, the union of ice and fire lay waiting in Jon's heart, poised on the cusp of a future that might reshape the fate of Westeros forever. Robb Stark's war councils carried on deep into many nights, the flickering torchlight in Riverrun's cavernous halls casting wavering shadows across old stone. Lyanna Stark often sat at her nephew's side, wrapped in warm furs to ward off the Riverlands chill. Though the castle bustled with soldiers and retainers, she could not help feeling a certain loneliness. Ned was gone, Brandon and her father long dead, Benjen vanished beyond the wall. Only the scattered fragments of House Stark remained, clinging to hope amid a realm at war. Arya hunched in a corner of the great hall, practicing her knifework on imaginary enemies. Jon stood behind Lyanna's chair, watchful, still caught in the storm of discovering he was her son and Rhaegar Targaryens. At these councils, the Northern Lords hurled arguments back and forth about how best to proceed. Tywin Lannister's forces had retreated from Harrenhal and marched to King's Landing in time to repel Stannis Baratheon, forging an alliance with House Tyrell that bolstered the Iron Throne's might. Meanwhile, Robb's cause, though victorious in skirmishes, lacked the sheer numbers to contend with a united crown and the gold of Highgarden. Yet the North remained determined. They had declared Robb king in the North, and they would not surrender their independence while Ned's headless memory still cried out for justice. But they had more pressing concerns. Sansa was a captive in King's Landing, and Bran and Rickon remained missing in the North, last seen fleeing Theon's occupation of Winterfell. That Theon admitted to murdering 2 anonymous farm boys in place of them gave hope the true princes might be alive. But no one knew where. Lyanna refused to rest until a proper search was underway, and Robb vowed to dispatch small parties along the coasts and inland forests of the North as soon as circumstances allowed. For now, Theon languished in a Riverrun dungeon, awaiting a trial or execution, whichever came first. In those uncertain days, rumors drifted eastward of Daenerys Targaryen's growing strength across the narrow sea. Whispers spoke of dragons, 3 living beasts that soared above her, and an unsullied army she had acquired in Slaver's Bay. Lyanna heard those rumors and felt a mix of fear and fascination. Sometimes, late at night, she looked at Jon, seeing a faint reflection of the Targaryen features that Rhaegar had once worn so proudly. Jon had the dark hair of House Stark, but in the set of his eyes and the shape of his face, Lyanna glimpsed traces of the dragon's heritage. She feared the day might come when Daenerys's ambitions collided with Jon's hidden birthright. Yet for now, the war at hand offered little room for speculation. Days bled into nights. Robb and his men conferred with Edmure Tully and the Blackfish, trying to consolidate hold over the Riverlands. Occasional tidings came from the Westerlands, where Tywin's bannermen roamed, but their main threat was in King's Landing. Tywin had become the hand of the king, and Joffrey's rule was secured by the might of House Tyrell. Stannis licked his wounds at Dragonstone. All eyes in the south remained fixed on the confrontation between Lannisters and Baratheons, which gave Robb some freedom to move. But trouble lurked closer to home. Walder Frey had grown sullen and resentful after Robb's broken betrothal vow. The young king in the north had married Jane Westerling, a daughter of a minor Westerland's house, after a hurried courtship. The news lit a spark of fury in the twins, where old Walder nursed grudges like precious heirlooms. Even so, Robb hoped to mend the breach. One morning, he gathered his key advisors in a small solar. Lyanna stood near the hearth, the warmth of the fire seeping into her bones. Jon hovered in the background, his arms crossed. Robb unrolled a letter on the table. "Lord Frey has invited us to the twins," he said, trying to sound optimistic. "He claims he's willing to discuss a new alliance if I apologize for the broken betrothal and if Edmure Tully agrees to wed one of his daughters." The young king's voice wavered with frustration. "We need the Freys crossing to move north in force. The Greyjoys still hold the coasts, and we must ensure a safe route through the twins if we intend to send men or supplies. But I don't trust Walder Frey. His words are sweet, yet I fear a trap." Catelyn, who had joined her son for the council, exhaled softly. "We have little choice, Robb. The passage across the river is vital. Lord Frey controls the crossing. Without it, we cannot easily return north to quell the Ironborn or search for Brand and Rickon. For the sake of the realm and our family, we must secure his cooperation." She glanced toward Lyanna as though hoping for some corroboration. Lyanna pressed her lips together. She had always known Walder Frey to be a cunning, spiteful man. Brandon Stark once called him the late Lord Frey because of how the old man delayed sending troops in Robert's rebellion until he saw who was winning. "He is not honorable," she said quietly, "but this war has forced us into the hands of many questionable allies. If there is a chance to pass north, we have to try, even if that means swallowing our pride." Robb nodded reluctantly. The Blackfish, seated near the window, tapped a gloved finger on the table. "I'll escort Edmure to the twins personally. We'll have a strong guard. If Lord Frey is serious about an alliance, we'll see it quickly enough." Jon, who rarely spoke in these formal councils, found his heart pounding with unease. He had never met Walder Frey, but the older soldiers' stories painted him as treacherous. "We should be careful," Jon said quietly. "Take more than enough men to defend yourselves if it comes to it. And leave a strong reserve behind in case you need reinforcements." Robb glanced at him, a flash of respect in his eyes, then nodded. "Agreed. But it will be a delicate matter. We can't appear to go in full battle array. Walder must believe we trust him." "Very well. Edmure will wed Rosalind Frey or whichever daughter is chosen. We'll give the old man the courtesy he demands." That settled, the lords dispersed to see to preparations. The plan was to attend a wedding at the twins, secure Walder Frey's blessing, and cross the Green Fork to resume the campaign. The air of uneasy hope spread through Riverrun like a feverish dream. Soldiers busied themselves packing supplies for the march. Servants and lesser lords hurried to gather gifts, courtesy, and the illusions of goodwill. Lyanna walked the corridors with a knot in her chest, uncertain whether the Freys truly intended peace or if Walder sought vengeance for the insult to his house. Jon shared her misgivings. He prowled the courtyard in the early mornings, checking the horses, the wagons, the banners that fluttered in the dawn light. Each day, he sparred with a few men to keep his sword arm sharp. More than once, Arya joined him, refusing to be left out. She had grown leaner, her eyes fierce with a sense of survival gleaned from the horrors of Harrenhal. Sometimes they would pause mid-lesson, panting in the cold air, and Arya would say, "I don't like the phrase." "Not one bit. Why can't Robb see that we're walking into a viper's nest?" Jon could only nod, for he sensed a similar dread. But what alternative did they have? Days later, the Stark host departed Riverrun. Robb led the main column, accompanied by Lady Catelyn and Edmure Tully. The latter was resigned to a marriage he had not sought, though he tried to wear a brave face for the sake of alliance. The great Jon was present as well, grinning fiercely at any mention of bread and salt. "Guest right can't be undone," he would bellow as though trying to reassure everyone that the Freys wouldn't dare break their sacred oath once the Starks accepted hospitality. But some glances between the older knights betrayed their doubts. Lyanna traveled in a stout carriage, still recovering from the injuries and malnourishment she'd endured in Theon's captivity. Jon rode alongside on horseback, always keeping watch. If his mother needed anything, he wanted to be near. The revelation that she was his mother still felt surreal at times, especially when they were in public and he found himself calling her my lady. Only in private did she dare say, my son, or brush a hand across his cheek as a mother might. He felt a tumult of emotions each time, love, confusion, a sense of destiny that weighed on him like a chain. He had told no one else. Nor had she. The truth remained hidden behind small courtesies and half-lies, as always. Travel was slow. The rains had soaked many of the roads. Supply wagons sloshed through muddy tracks. By the time they reached the environs of the twins, the entire host was anxious, battered by the storms. But the sight of the two great towers straddling the river put them on edge in a new way. The twins rose starkly against the low gray sky, their stone ramparts looming above the rushing waters of the Green Fork. Beyond lay the north, the land they longed to secure. When Robb's army approached, a column of Frey soldiers emerged from the fortress, 1,000 men in battered mail. They bore the Twin Towers' sigil on their banners. One among them stepped forward to greet the Starks, Ryman Frey, a stout, middle-aged man with watery eyes. He forced a smile that might have been genuine or might have masked ill intent. "Welcome, your grace," he said stiffly to Robb. "My lord grandfather awaits you in the hall to bestow guest right and break bread." Robb, regal in the dire wolf cloak, inclined his head. "We come in good faith. Lord Edmure Tully is eager to meet his bride." Ryman's smile twitched. "We are honored by your presence. The wedding festivities will begin tomorrow at sunset. My father, Lord Walder, invites you all to feast tonight, if you wish." The great Jon let out a hearty laugh. "A feast? Then let it be a grand feast." He slapped a hand on his sword hilt as though that alone could dispel any bad omens. Some of the northern men chuckled or cheered. Lyanna exchanged a glance with Jon, each sensing that something felt off. But if a trap lay waiting, they could not simply turn tail and run. For the sake of alliances, they had to follow through. The crossing of the drawbridge was tense. Frey men stood on the walls, eyeing the Stark host below. Once inside the courtyard between the towers, stable hands hurried to take the horses. Catelyn kept her expression neutral, though Jon could see her knuckles whiten on the reins. Arya, perched on a horse beside her mother, looked around with open suspicion. Servants escorted them to quarters in the eastern tower, where narrow windows overlooked the rushing river below. Robb insisted on a guard posted outside each room, just in case. The younger Freys appeared that evening with offers of wine, plates of salt beef, bread, and salted fish. Robb and Catelyn partook carefully of Walder Frey's hospitality, fully aware that once bread and salt were shared, they had claimed guest right under the ancient laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Violating it would be a hideous breach. The next day, as the wedding preparations unfolded, it all felt too hasty. Musicians arrived in the courtyard, thin-lipped pipers, a stout drummer, fiddlers who tuned their instruments while Frey servants scurried with table linens, casks of ale, and barrels of wine. Garlands of late autumn flowers were draped along the entrance. Edmure Tully tried on a fresh doublet of Tully red and blue, fussing with the collar as though it strangled him. Every time Jon walked the corridors, he spotted more Frey soldiers, each one armed, though they feigned casualness. Some gave half-bows, others sneers. The sense of foreboding thickened in Jon's chest. That evening, the wedding took place in the great hall of the twins' eastern tower. Lord Walder Frey, ancient and wizened, sat at a high table flanked by a staggering number of sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, and bastards. He cracked jests in a leering tone, occasionally letting a drop of spittle fly from his mouth. Beside him stood Rosalind Frey, a timid girl with wet eyes and trembling hands. Edmure Tully greeted her with forced warmth, though he was gentle in tone and tree. To coax a smile from her. When the Septon performed the ceremony, the assembled crowd gave polite applause, though some of the Freys snickered. Jon watched from a seat near the dais, flanked by Lyanna on one side and Arya on the other. Robb, with Jane Westerling at his side, sat in a place of honor, while Catelyn was nearer to the newlywed couple, attempting to give them encouragement. As soon as the ceremony concluded, servants appeared with trays of roasted meats, pies, and flagons of wine. The hall filled with chatter and music. Walder Frey raised his voice for a half-hearted toast. To Edmure and Rosalind, may they be blessed with many babes. He cast a sidelong glance at Robb, his tone biting. Shame we couldn't have wed your grace as well, but things changed. Women are seldom satisfied with one husband, are they not? Eh? Eh? The old man's watery eyes flicked to Jane. She blushed, anger stirring in her face. Robb maintained a tight smile. Everyone sensed Walder was baiting him. The feast was overshadowed by tension. Bowls of stewed carrots and turnips passed down the tables, platters of fish, spiced pigeon pies. Musicians played a lively tune, but few felt like dancing. Now and then Walder Frey barked a joke at his family's expense or at the expense of the Starks. Men with the freckled face of House Frey stood watch on the dais, scanning the guests. Jon watched it all with a hand on the hilt of his sword, disguised as idle. He forced himself to pick at the food, mindful that refusing to eat might be seen as an insult. Beside him, Lyanna tried to appear composed, though her gaze kept darting around, taking in every angle of the hall. She leaned slightly toward Jon and whispered, "The band is off key." Jon cocked an ear, listening. Indeed, the fiddler missed a note, or perhaps feigned doing so. Another odd discordant chord from the pipers. He frowned, not sure why it unsettled him, but something about it grated more than normal incompetent playing. He murmured back, "Maybe they're just the worst minstrels in the land." Lyanna's brow furrowed. Perhaps. But she seemed unconvinced. The wedding party continued. Servants brought out large trays of bread, salt again, reaffirming guest right. More wine was poured until the great Jon began to bellow laughter and demand more cups. Men toasted Edmure's health, teased him about his wedding night. Some of the younger Frey ladies tittered behind their hands, shyly glancing at Stark soldiers. But beneath the surface pleasantries, an undercurrent of dread pulsed like a slow, poisonous heartbeat. When the bride was led away from the table, old Walder Frey commanded that the bedding ceremony commence. Shouts and body jokes rang out as men half-dragged Edmure away to the bedchamber while the ladies escorted Rosalind. The grin on Walder Frey's face was a twisted leer. "A wedding is not a wedding without a bedding," he crowed, slapping the table. Robb, though scowling, did not deny the tradition, for fear of offending their host further. With Edmure and Rosalind gone, many guests rose to follow the comedic crowd surging toward the bedchamber. The hall emptied by half. The band started a new tune, this one strangely dissonant. Jon realized the fiddlers and drummers had repositioned themselves near the hall's exits. Almost all the Frey guards drifted inward, as though corralling the remaining Stark men. Jon's heart began to race, a chill crawling up his spine. He saw Catelyn's face, pale and drawn, as she scanned the hall from her seat. Then everything happened at once. The band's music shifted into the Rains of Castamere. The Lannisters' ominous anthem played in a halting, almost mocking style. In that moment, the Frey men nearest the dais threw off pretense and drew crossbows from beneath their cloaks. The old man, Walder Frey, cackled a vicious command, "Kill the wolves!" Chaos erupted. Bolts whizzed across the hall, thudding into unsuspecting soldiers. A shriek tore from somewhere. Robb sprang up, half reaching for his sword, but a crossbow bolt struck him in the side. Jane screamed, grabbing his arm. From the corners, more Frey archers emerged, loosing deadly fire into the stunned Stark bannermen who had not even risen from their benches. The great Jon bellowed in fury, flipping a table for cover. Lyanna gasped, lurching to her feet as the bolt storm rained death. Jon seized her arm and shoved her behind him, his own sword flashing from its sheath. A crossbowman took aim at them. Jon lunged forward and swung, but too slow. The bolt flew. Lyanna stumbled back with a cry. Blood blossomed along her upper arm. She clutched at the wound, but the injury did not look mortal. Jon roared in fury and rushed the crossbowman. Before the man could reload, Jon's blade sank into his chest. A second crossbow bolt skittered off the stone near Jon's foot. He spun, searching for the next threat. Catelyn had dashed for Walder Frey himself, tackling one of his grandsons in a desperate attempt to reach the old man. Screams and the clash of steel filled the hall. The wedding feast had become a slaughter. Stark men fell in droves, pinned to tables or sprawled in pools of blood. The air smelled of wine and gore. Flames from the overturned braziers licked at the rushes. Robb, struck at least twice by bolts, tried to stand, but a swarm of Freys surrounded him, swords drawn. He fought back with savage determination. Jane threw herself in front of him, only to be cut down by a thrust. Horror twisted Robb's features as she collapsed in a heap, lifeless. Time slowed for Jon. He glimpsed Arya out of the corner of his eye, ducking behind a heavy bench as crossbow bolts riddled the wood. He saw how her expression burned with shock and hatred. 2 Frey men spotted her, drawing steel to close in. Jon shouted, racing to intercept them, but another pair of archers blocked his path. He cut down one with a frenzied slash, parried the second's thrust, then kicked him square in the gut. The archer stumbled, dropped his bow, and Jon ended him with a swift strike to the neck. In that moment, the other 2 Frey men advanced on Arya. She scrambled back, clutching a small dagger, but they were bigger, stronger. Jon felt helpless. Then, from nowhere, the great Jon roared in and smashed one man with a massive blow from a mace, while Arya darted in to stab the second in the thigh. Jon exhaled in relief, bounding across the carnage to her side. "Stay close," he shouted over the din. In the center of the hall, Robb battered aside one attacker, only to take a sword in the back. He dropped to his knees, blood staining his cloak. Catelyn screamed, her voice a raw wail that cut through the clamor. Then Walder Frey's men seized Robb from behind, dragging him upright. Walder himself shuffled forward, an air of triumph on his skeletal features. "King in the north," he said with a sneer. "Not for much longer." A dagger flashed. One of the Freys rammed it into Robb's heart. The young king sagged, eyes glazing, and the Freys cast him to the floor like so much refuse. "No!" Catelyn screeched, her face contorted in agony. She grabbed Walder Frey's latest wife, a terrified girl huddled near the high table, pressing a knife to her throat. "Let my son go or I'll cut her." She stopped, looking at Robb's still form. The realization that he was dead robbed her of speech. A wave of despair twisted her features. And Walder Frey only laughed that mirthless laugh. "Go on then. Cut her throat," he drawled. "I can always find another wife." Catelyn's eyes flicked to Robb's body, to the wave of crossbow bolts pointed at her. Her blade trembled. Then she let out a hollow moan and drew the knife across the young wife's throat, spattering blood. Walder Frey turned cold, but he merely gave a nod to one of his guards. An arrow sank into Catelyn's back. She coughed, collapsing on the floor. As she lay dying, her eyes locked on her son's body. Jon watched, heart pounding so violently he thought it might burst. He barely knew Catelyn, but her agony cut him to the core. A savage fury rose in him, warring with disbelief. The king in the north was dead. The Stark's cause was gutted. And everything was lost in a heartbeat of betrayal. Another shriek tore him back to the moment. Lyanna had stumbled amid the chaos, one arm soaked in blood. A pair of Frey soldiers closed in, spears leveled. "No!" Jon bellowed, throwing himself at them. Arya, wide-eyed, tried to follow, but Jon spun, ordering her, "Run, Arya. Find a way out." He deflected one spear thrust, wincing as the second caught him in the side. The spear glanced off his leather armor, bruising him badly. He retaliated with a savage cut to the soldier's throat, then pivoted to parry the second man's strike. Clashing steel echoed. The soldier lunged again. Jon twisted free, grabbing the spear's shaft and yanking forward to unbalance the man. Another quick slash, and the Frey fell in a bloom of red. He turned to see Lyanna had sunk against an overturned bench, blood dripping from the gash in her arm. "Jon," she gasped, voice shaking. "We have to leave?" "We can't." She looked at Robb's body across the hall, tears streaking her cheeks. "Gods have mercy." He bent down, seizing her uninjured arm and hauling her upright. "Hold on," he hissed. Arrow shafts whipped overhead. The great Jon roared in the thick of battle, but more Frey men closed from all sides, stabbing him repeatedly until he, too, went down in a spray of crimson. Only a handful of Stark men still fought, outnumbered. Some were pinned by archers, others lay dead. The air stank of blood and terror. The band played "The Rains of Castamere" relentlessly, as though mocking each Stark heartbeat. Jon's mind raced. Where was Arya? He scanned the chaos. No sign of her. Perhaps she had fled. His primary concern now was Lyanna. She clutched at him, half-limp. "We must find an exit," she said through clenched teeth. "A servant's corridor, anything." He nodded, adrenaline spiking. Several Frey archers blocked the main doors. More patrolled the perimeter. He spotted a small door behind the dais. It might lead to kitchens or storerooms, perhaps an escape route. "This way," he said. Looping Lyanna's uninjured arm around his shoulder, he half-supported her weight. They dashed behind the dais, stepping over the bodies of Stark bannermen. One tried to reach for Jon's ankle in a last, feeble request for help, but the man was riddled with bolts, his breathing ragged. Jon felt a wave of sick horror. He could do nothing for him. They slipped through the door into a narrow passage. The sound of slaughter receded slightly, replaced by their own panting breaths and the rush of blood in Jon's ears. The corridor was dark, lit only by a single torch bracketed high on the wall. Crates and barrels lined one side, giving partial cover. Shouts echoed from behind them, fry men searching for survivors, no doubt. Jon and Lyanna edged forward. Her face was ashen, sweat beading her temples. Jon realized she was losing too much blood. "Maester," he said under his breath. "We need a maester. But there's no time." She shook her head, wincing. "Bandage me later. First we get out." They came upon a twisting set of stairs that led down. Cautiously, they descended, each step taking them deeper into the bowels of the eastern tower. Faintly, Jon heard water rushing beyond the thick stone walls. The tower likely had cellars near the waterline. He prayed for some exit, maybe a postern door or a sally port. But the stairs ended at a heavy wooden door, barred from the inside. Jon struggled with the iron latch, forcing it upward. It gave with a scraping sound, and the door swung open to reveal a small boat dock. The river lapped at the edges of a narrow underground channel. Torches glimmered, revealing a single boat tethered to a piling. A single fry guard dozed on a stool. The commotion upstairs must not have reached him. Jon quietly set Lyanna against the wall and crept forward, sword in hand. The guard stirred, blinked, then saw Jon and jerked upright, fumbling for a spear. Too late, Jon lunged, driving his blade through the guard's middle. The man let out a choked gasp, then slumped. His life's blood stained the damp stones. Breathing hard, Jon turned back to Lyanna. She stared at him, eyes wide. "You had no choice," she murmured, her voice thick. He nodded, swallowing back the sickened feeling that threatened to overwhelm him. He helped her to the boat. It was a small skiff, little more than a rowboat, but it could hold 2 people. A ring of keys dangled from the dead guard's belt. Jon grabbed them, hoping one would free the rope mooring. He found the right key, unhooked the chain, and climbed aboard. The river water smelled of algae and fish swirling in dark eddies beneath the archway. "I'll row us downstream," Jon whispered. "We can slip away if the current isn't too strong." Lyanna nodded weakly, leaning against the side. Her face was ghostly pale, her eyes half-lidded from pain. Jon shoved off, letting the boat drift into the current. He seized the oars and guided them. The tower's stone arch led out to open air soon enough, the stars glimpsed overhead. The combined roars of the river and the chaos behind them merged into a pounding in Jon's ears. For a moment, he thought he heard shouts from above. Were fry archers on the walls, scanning the dark water for escapees? Possibly. But in the gloom, they were little more than shadows. Jon rowed faster, heart-thudding. When at last the twins faded into the distance behind them, a strangled sob escaped Jon's lips. He slumped over the oars, every muscle shaking with exhaustion and horror. Lyanna stirred, trying to reach for him. "Jon," she croaked, "keep going. Please." He nodded, tears blurring his vision, and resumed rowing. He had no idea where they would make landfall or if the phrase would send men in pursuit. All he knew was that Robb, Catelyn, the great Jon, and countless loyal soldiers were butchered back in that cursed hall. Arya was unaccounted for. Perhaps she had escaped, perhaps not. The entire Stark cause had shattered in an instant of betrayal. The dead might number in the hundreds. Night stretched out, endless and cold. Jon's arms burned. Lyanna drifted in and out of consciousness, her wound soaking the bandage he'd hastily wrapped around it with torn cloak fabric. Occasionally, moans escaped her lips, feverish. Jon's mind reeled with desperate calculations. He needed to find a maester, a safe place, some ally not under Lannister or Frey control. Eventually, he realized the river would lead them toward the Trident's main flows. Perhaps they could slip into the Riverlands backwaters and then to the neck. But in his current condition, he could barely think 2 steps ahead. He rowed until his muscles failed. Dawn found them drifting near a reedy bank. The sky bled pink and gold across a hush of mist that clung to the water. Lyanna's breathing was shallow. Her skin felt clammy. Desperation spurred Jon to guide the skiff onto the bank. He tied it to a tangle of roots, then hoisted himself out. With careful effort, he lifted Lyanna, ignoring his own aches. Step by step, he carried her onto firmer ground. The reeds swayed in a gentle breeze, half obscuring them from sight. They collapsed near a twisted willow, the ground spongy underfoot. Jon quickly checked the bandage on Lyanna's arm. Blood had soaked through. He tore fresh strips from his own tunic, pressing them against the wound. Lyanna's eyes fluttered open, pained but lucid. "I'm sorry," she breathed, tears escaping. "If I had tried harder, maybe we could have warned Robb. Stopped him from trusting Walder Frey." Jon's chest tightened with grief. "It's not your fault. Robb had no choice." His voice cracked. "We lost them all. We should have seen it coming." She swallowed, wincing at a wave of pain. "We can't linger here, but I can't walk far. We must find some place to hide or a friendly house." A tear slid down her cheek. What's left of House Stark? Bran, Rickon, Sansa, Arya? Are they even alive? Jon closed his eyes briefly. I don't know. We can only pray. Arya might have escaped. Sansa is still a hostage in King's Landing. We heard rumors that Bran and Rickon might be somewhere in the north. But everything's scattered. He pressed a hand to his face, exhausted. And the war is lost. There's no king now. Robb was the last hope for an independent north. Lyanna's lips tightened. Then we must survive. Keep the fire alive however we can. The north may rally again under another Stark, or perhaps we must find a different path. If Sansa or Arya can be saved. If Bran and Rickon live. They might continue the line. She paused, glancing at Jon with an agonized expression. And you, my son, the real truth of who you are might still matter. Jon felt a surge of conflicting emotions, anger at fate, sorrow for the dead, guilt at having survived. Rhaegar Targaryen's legacy seemed a distant dream. I'm no king, he muttered bitterly. I couldn't save my cousin. Couldn't save Ned or Catelyn or anyone else. Lyanna's hand, trembling, found his cheek. You are alive. And you saved me. That is enough for now. We cannot let the Freys or the Lannisters take everything. She coughed softly, grimacing at the pain in her arm. But I need rest, Jon. Even if we hide here for a day. Jon nodded, scanning the area. The watery edge of the bank curved out of sight. A small cluster of willows offered partial concealment. This stretch of land was uninhabited from what he could see. Likely farmland lay miles away, if not more. The reedy shallows might occasionally see fishermen, but hopefully not soon. All right, he said. We'll hide. I'll see if I can gather some supplies or game. He faltered, throat closing with emotion. I'm so sorry, Aunt Mother. She gave him a wan smile, tears glistening. You did your best. Now help me lay down. We'll make a small shelter. He gathered branches, used the boat's tarp to form a rough cover, then carefully settled Lyanna beneath it. She drifted into a painful doze. Jon stood watch, heart heavy with grief. Behind his closed eyelids, he kept seeing Robb's last moments, the crossbow bolts, the betrayal, Catelyn's final scream. The memory would haunt him forever. They passed 2 days in that marshy hiding place. Jon caught fish with a sharpened stick, gleaned some edible roots from the watery shallows, and forced himself to eat. Lyanna's fever swelled, then ebbed. He tended her wound as best he could, washing it with river water, pressing it with clean cloth. He prayed to the old gods every morning, kneeling among the willows, begging them not to take her from him. If she died, he would be utterly alone in the darkest sense, carrying a secret that might mean nothing if House Stark was destroyed. On the 3rd day, footsteps and voices carried through the reeds. Jon scrambled to hush Lyanna and readied his sword. He peered between stalks and saw a small band of men on the far bank, perhaps a dozen, carrying long spears and wearing patchwork armor. Not Freys, from the look of them. They wore no common sigil. An older man in a dented helm barked orders. They seemed to be searching for something, maybe for them. Jon's pulse hammered. If these were bandits or bounty hunters, they could be just as dangerous as the Freys. He held his breath, pressing himself flat. The men scoured the shoreline for a while, poking at the reeds with their spears. One cursed the rats that might be running from the twins. Another spat, Lord Bolton said to catch any stragglers or flay us if we fail. Jon felt sick. Roose Bolton had evidently allied with the Freys in this betrayal, as rumor suggested. That meant these men were Bolton lackeys, PR. Obeyably scouring the river for fleeing survivors. He clutched his sword, ready to fight if discovered. But eventually, the men gave up, muttering about worthless tasks. They moved farther along the bank, disappearing from sight. Only then did Jon exhale, heart pounding as though it might burst. He turned back to Lyanna. Her eyes were open, fear carved into her face. We're not safe here, she whispered. The Boltons might have men scouring every inch of the Riverlands for survivors. We have to move farther away. She tried to rise, but the movement made her wince. Jon gently laid a hand on her good shoulder. We'll move, but slowly. I can help you walk, or we can row. But if they patrol the river, we risk being spotted. Lyanna took a pained breath. Overland then. Maybe we can find a friendly lord, the Blackwood or the Bracken Holdings, or a small September anywhere but here. Then we can plan. Jon silently agreed. The thought of traveling deeper into the Riverlands, now rife with Lannister, Bolton, and Frey forces, filled him with dread. But staying put meant certain discovery. He began gathering their meager supplies, stashing them in a bundle. He helped Lyanna stand, supporting her weight carefully. Though unsteady, she mustered her will. They left the boat behind, slipping into the tangled countryside. The following days blurred in a haze of pain, hunger, and exhaustion. Lyanna limped, leaning on Jon. They avoided roads, sticking to deer trails and forest edges. Occasionally, they spotted columns of smoke in the distance, villages burned by the war. They found a vacant hut once, rummaging for scraps of food, only to discover everything had been looted. At night, they slept huddled under branches, lighting no fires for fear of drawing attention. Over time, Lyanna's wound began to scab, though infection hovered like a vulture. She grew feverish at intervals, shivering beneath a thin blanket. Jon worried himself sick, unsure if they could find a maester before the infection worsened. On a misty morning, they stumbled across a half-ruined holdfast near the edge of a clearing. The stone walls had partially collapsed and no sign of life stirred. Jon scouted it carefully, sword in hand, but found it deserted, perhaps sacked months ago. The interior boasted a crumbling hearth, a scattering of debris, and a well that still held water. A battered sign outside bore the faint outline of a sigil too faded to recognize. It might have been some minor vassal's seat. Jon led Lyanna inside. "We'll rest here for a day or two," he said, half apologetic. "At least there's shelter from the rain. I'll see if the well water is clean, and maybe I can hunt in the nearby woods." She nodded, swaying from fatigue. Without further ado, she sank onto a slab of fallen stone. Jon quickly arranged bedding from the blanket and what straw he could find. He coaxed her to lie down, fussing over the bandage. The wound looked angry and red, though not as foul as it might. She clenched her teeth against the pain. "I'll survive," she whispered. "The Starks endure." Jon's throat tightened. He pressed a damp cloth to her forehead, brushing back her hair. She looked so pale, reminding him of the time she nearly died bringing him into the world. At least, that was how she had described it. Gently, he said, "I'll find something to eat. Stay still. If you hear anything, hide." She managed a faint nod. "Be careful." He left her there, sword belted at his side, venturing into the surrounding forest. Dew clung to every leaf, and a light drizzle pattered on the canopy. His breath misted in the morning chill. He set snares in likely spots, hoping to catch rabbits or game birds. He also gathered wild herbs for a broth to treat Lyanna's fever, though he was no maester. Hours passed as he roamed, the hush of the woods pressing on him. Occasionally, he startled at a twig snapping, imagining Bolton men behind every bush. But the forest remained empty. By midday, he had caught 2 rabbits in the snares. He quickly skinned them, saving the pelts for warmth. He returned to the ruin, letting out a trembling breath of relief to find Lyanna still there, alive, though drenched in sweat. He built a small fire in the remnants of the hearth, careful to keep the smoke minimal. They needed the heat and some cooked food. He turned the rabbits on a makeshift spit, then brewed a bitter concoction from the herbs. She drank a little, grimacing. That night, Lyanna slept fitfully. Jon, too, found no real rest, haunted by nightmares of crossbow bolts and Walder Frey's mocking voice. In the darkest hours, he woke to hear Lyanna murmuring in delirium, calling Ned's name, begging Rhaegar not to go. He bent over her, whispering comfort, pressing a hand to her feverish brow. The delirium eventually eased, though she moaned softly whenever she moved her injured arm. The next morning dawned gray and cold. Jon checked his snares again, finding 1 more rabbit. He returned to the ruin to see Lyanna propped upright, sipping the last of the broth. Her color looked marginally better. She offered a wan smile. "The fever broke in the night, I think." He knelt beside her. "Thank the gods. How's the arm?" She attempted a small rotation, wincing. "It aches, but I can manage. We can't linger here forever, Jon. If Bolton men are searching the Riverlands, they might stumble on us eventually. And we still know nothing of what's happening in the wider war." She closed her eyes. Every day that passes, the Lannisters strengthen their hold on King's Landing. The Freys remain at the Twins, doubtless boasting of their victory. Roose Bolton might seize the north, if he hasn't already. Jon grimaced at the thought of Bolton flaying loyal Northmen. "You're right. We need allies. Maybe the Blackfish escaped, or some of the River Lords might still hold out. Lady Bracken or Lord Blackwood, as you said. Even a small retinue could help us reach White Harbor or Bear Island." A flicker of faint hope came into Lyanna's eyes. Manderly of White Harbor might still be loyal. The Manderleys have always been faithful to the Starks. If we could reach there, we might find a safe haven, or a ship to carry us away from the Lannisters' wrath. Jon thought of the sea's broad horizon. The idea of leaving Westeros altogether. It seemed surreal. But if that was what they must do to survive, so be it. It's a long journey to White Harbor. We have no mounts, and the roads are likely watched. Lyanna exhaled slowly, pressing her uninjured hand to her eyes. Then we proceed carefully, on foot or with borrowed horses. We move at night or we find disguises, anything to slip through. If we can reach the neck, House Reed might hide us. Jon nodded. Let's gather what we can. Leave tomorrow at first light. So they prepared. He dismantled the snares, saved the leftover rabbit meat in strips, and fashioned a rough pack from scraps of cloth. Lyanna insisted on practicing walking around the ruined courtyard, testing her balance and stamina. The next morning, they set out again, determined to slip north through the Riverlands, hoping to avoid any large roads or towns. They rarely spoke, each weighed down by the memory of the Red Wedding's slaughter. Over the next few weeks, they crept north in a painful, halting trek. The drizzle turned to heavier rains, turning footpaths to mud. Twice, they spotted columns of mounted riders in the distance, once wearing the flayed man of House Bolton, once carrying Lannister crimson. Each time, Jon and Lyanna ducked into thickets or behind hills, hearts hammering. They foraged for mushrooms, wild onions, the occasional scrawny squirrel. Their clothes grew ragged, their boots caked in filth. Lyanna's arms slowly mended, though she still struggled to swing a sword. One gloomy evening, they approached a small hamlet whose thatched roofs huddled near a shallow stream. Smoke rose from a single chimney. They needed more food, perhaps a chance to trade for new boots or bandages. Jon peered from the outskirts, noticing the hamlet seemed deserted. No watchmen, no real defenses. A scrawny dog barked at them, but no one else emerged. A single old man eventually appeared in a doorway, glancing warily their way. Jon stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "We mean no harm," he called. "We just need a night's shelter, maybe some bread. We can pay if you'll have us." The old man spit on the ground. "Gold's no good here. Lannisters come, take what they want. Boltons too. You could be outlaws for all I know." Lyanna, hood drawn over her features, said quietly, "Please, we've traveled far, escaping the war. My son here means no trouble." The old man frowned. "Humph, you can use the stable if you like. Ain't no horses in it now. Lannisters took him, but you can keep out o' the rain. Long as you don't bring trouble on us. We got naught to give you but scraps." Jon thanked him, though the man's gaze remained suspicious. They took refuge in the rickety stable, finding only a broken cart, some mildewed straw, and an ancient smell of manure. Still, it was better than sleeping in the mud. Lyanna sank onto the straw, sighing wearily. Jon rummaged in their pack for the last of the dried rabbit strips and handed her half. She chewed slowly, eyes hollow. Night fell with a chill wind rattling the stable's loose boards. Jon dozed fitfully, sword always within reach. Around midnight, he woke to the sound of voices outside, low, gruff, and evidently armed. He gently shook Lyanna. She roused, blinking. "Stay quiet," Jon whispered, pressing a finger to his lips. They peered through a gap in the wall. Half a dozen mounted men had entered the hamlet bearing torches. One carried a banner black with the silhouette of a flayed man in red. Bolton men. The old man who'd spoken to Jon emerged from his hut, quaking with fear, bowing repeatedly. The leading rider, a tall figure in scale armor, barked questions. "Any strangers here? We're hunting for Stark survivors. You see any wolves passing through? Don't lie to me, old man, or I'll take your hide back to the Dreadfort." Lyanna pressed a hand to her mouth, terror flashing in her eyes. Jon clenched his fists. Their disguises were minimal, an old cloak, some battered clothes. Hardly enough if the soldiers searched thoroughly. The old man stammered that he'd seen no one but a few beggars, no Starks. "Please, my lord, we've not left. The Lannisters took it all." The soldier swung down from his horse, grabbed the man by the collar, and sneered. "Check the huts," he commanded the others. "If they're lying, we'll burn it." Jon could hear footsteps approaching the stable. His pulse thundered. He whispered urgently to Lyanna, "We have to run, or we'll be cornered in here." She nodded, swallowing hard. They inched toward the stable's back door. If they stepped outside, they'd be in plain view. But staying meant certain discovery. Jon eased the door open, praying it wouldn't creak. The wind gusted, covering some of the noise. Torchlight flickered from the other side, shadows dancing. He guided Lyanna out, half-crouched, hugging the side of the stable. Through the gloom, they saw the shadow of a Bolton soldier heading for the stable's front. Another circled around. Any second, they'd be spotted. Jon gestured for Lyanna to slip behind a stack of firewood leaning against the stable's rear wall. She obeyed, biting her lip to avoid crying out as her arm twinged. Jon pressed his back to the wall, sword drawn. The soldier's footsteps crunched closer. A voice came from the front, "No one here, just a broken cart." "Wait, what's that?" Jon tensed. The soldier near the back came around the corner, torch in hand. The flames revealed Jon in a sudden glare. The man's eyes widened. "You." He yanked at his weapon. But Jon reacted first, slashing low. The soldier collapsed with a muffled grunt, dropping the torch in the damp mud. It hissed but flared up enough to draw attention. A second soldier peered around the stable. "We got some scum here," he shouted. "No point in hiding now." Jon barked, "Run, mother. Go." He lunged forward, blocking the soldier's path. Steel rang in the night. The soldier wore partial armor, so Jon aimed for the man's unprotected side, ramming his blade up beneath the rib cage. The soldier gurgled and toppled. Torchlight from the hamlet's center flickered wildly as the other Bolton riders realized something was amiss. Behind the stable, one yelled. Lyanna had edged into the shadows behind the woodstack. Her eyes darted, searching for an escape route. The hamlet was small, but the men's horses blocked the main lane. Another soldier ran toward them, sword glinting. Jon tried to intercept, but his foot snagged on the fallen soldier's body. He stumbled, narrowly avoiding a slash that would have taken his head. He twisted to counter, feeling the jolt of impact as steel met steel. Sparks flew. The soldier pressed in with surprising ferocity. They locked blades, each straining. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the soldier, quick as a viper, Lyanna brandishing a broken piece of wood like a club. She smashed it into the back of the soldier's head, knocking him off balance. Jon capitalized, wrenching his sword free and slashing across the soldier's chest. The man collapsed. Lyanna gasped, dropping the makeshift club, her injured arm trembling with the effort. "Mount up," came a shout from the lane. Hoofs pounded. Another torch flared. "We've got them now." Jon saw one of the men spurring his horse, weapon raised. The old man from the hut cowered in the mud, his face twisted in terror. Another villager peeked out from a side door, then ducked away. This was a lost cause. They were outnumbered by mounted men, and Lyanna was in no condition to fight further. "This way," Jon hissed. He grabbed Lyanna's uninjured arm, pulling her toward the edge of the hamlet. Two riders charged. Jon swore under his breath, raising his sword in a futile posture. Then a volley of arrows whistled in from the darkness, slamming into the riders. Both men toppled from their saddles, one letting out a strangled cry as an arrow sprouted from his throat. The horses neighed, rearing. Jon spun, searching for the source. Another arrow flew, striking a Bolton man near the huts. Shouts of alarm rang out. "Ambush! Where are they?" A half-dozen shapes emerged from behind an earthen berm to the east. More arrows soared, picking off the Bolton men one by one. Jon recognized no banners, only dark silhouettes armed with bows, wearing cloaks. The surviving Bolton riders panicked, uncertain how many attackers lurked in the gloom. One turned tail and galloped away. Another tried to rally, only to take an arrow in the face. Within moments, the hamlet fell silent save for the whimpers of wounded men. Cautiously, Jon kept his sword raised, standing protectively in front of Lyanna. The new arrivals approached, torches lifted. They wore patchwork leather and furs, not unlike the Brotherhood without banners he had heard rumors about. One man stepped forward, hood back, revealing a bearded face with a scar across his cheek. "You folks all right?" he asked, voice low. Jon nodded slowly, trembling with adrenaline. "We owe you thanks," he managed. "They were Bolton men. We're not with them." The man's eyes flicked to the ground, where a Bolton soldier lay dead. "So we see. We've been picking off straggler patrols, especially those loyal to the bastard of Bolton." He lifted his torch a bit, studying Jon and Lyanna. "You look half-starved. Name's Harwin." Lyanna inhaled sharply. "Harwin?" she repeated, her voice catching. "Harwin, from Winterfell? The son of Hullen, the master of horse." The man squinted, confusion turning to astonishment. "My lady Lyanna Stark?" He nearly dropped his torch. "Seven hells? I'd heard rumors. But, gods be good, you're alive?" Lyanna gave a shaky nod. "Barely." She swayed. Jon caught her before she could fall. Harwin motioned for his companions to stand down, stepping closer. "We thought you were murdered at the Twins with Robb. Rumors swirl that everyone died. I joined up with the remnants of certain loyal men. We've been harrying the traitors where we can. You're safe now, my lady." Jon's heart soared with relief, though caution still lingered. "You're truly loyal to House Stark?" Harwin nodded emphatically. I served Eddard Stark for years. Then I was with Lord Barrick's men for a time, but that's a longer tale. We're the remains of the Brotherhood that wanders the Riverlands, fighting for the small folk and for the rightful king in the north. Or we were. But now, he trailed off, sorrow in his gaze. He looked at Jon. "You must be Jon Snow." Jon bowed his head. He had met Harwin long ago in passing, but they'd never been close. "That I am." The old shame of being called Snow stabbed at him anew, though it seemed so trivial now in light of the carnage they had survived. "We fled the Twins. Robb, Catelyn. They're all dead." Harwin cursed softly. His companions lowered their heads. "We feared as much. The Red Wedding, they're calling it. A slaughter. Gods damn the phrase to the seventh hell." Lyanna's voice trembled. "We barely escaped. Bolton men have been hunting survivors. We have nowhere to go." Harwin's expression softened with pity. "We'll guide you to a safe place. Thuras of Myr and a few others are holed up in an old keep not far from here, tending to refugees. You can rest there." Jon studied them, uncertain if they could truly trust these men, but they had saved their lives. And Harwin was once a stable hand of Winterfell, likely loyal indeed. He nodded. "Thank you. Lady Lyanna is wounded. We'd be grateful for any help." Harwin waved over one of his archers, a wiry youth who led forward a pair of stolen horses. "We can mount you both. Let's not linger. The Boltons might have reinforcements close by." With Harwin's assistance, Jon boosted Lyanna onto a horse. She winced but managed to stay upright. Jon climbed up behind her, supporting her carefully. The group set off into the night, leaving the hamlet behind. The old man stared after them with frightened eyes, uncertain whether to feel relief or dread. The darkness closed in, swallowing the sight of the skirmish. They rode for hours, weaving through forest trails. Near dawn, they reached a battered stone keep perched on a low ridge. It was small, the walls cracked with age, but fires glowed in the courtyard. Jon glimpsed more armed figures and a handful of haggard peasants. Harwin led them inside, explaining that the Brotherhood without banners had briefly taken control of this ruin as a refuge. A handful of outlaws, ex-soldiers, and peasants hid here from the Lannisters and the Boltons alike. Inside the main hall, more faces turned to stare. Thuras of Myr, balding, robed in patched garments, approached with an uncertain smile. "Who do we have here?" His eyes flicked to Lyanna, then widened. "The gods be good. Lady Lyanna Stark." She swayed in the saddle as Jon helped her down. Harwin quickly explained the situation, how they had rescued the pair from Bolton soldiers, how Lady Lyanna had been wounded. Thuras, though no true maester, had skill with healing. He bade them to follow him. Jon gently supported Lyanna into a side chamber that served as an infirmary. There, Thuras and a woman named J.C. bathed the wound with boiled wine, applied poultices, and rewrapped it in fresh linens. Lyanna stifled cries of pain. Jon stood by, tense, until Thuras turned to him with a weary nod. "She's lost a lot of blood, but the infection hasn't spread too far. She needs rest and good food. With luck, she'll heal in time." Relief flooded Jon's veins. He sank onto a stool, letting his eyes close brief. Why? After the last few weeks of sheer terror, a ray of hope felt almost foreign. Lyanna drifted into a doze, pain-kissed but stable. Jon stepped outside the chamber. Harwin and Thuras waited. Harwin clapped Jon on the shoulder. "You look done in, lad. Let's get you some stew." Jon followed them to the hearth in the main hall, where a pot of stew bubbled. Soldiers and peasants clustered around. Some dozed on straw pallets. Others sharpened weapons or strummed lutes. The atmosphere was somber but not hopeless. Thuras ladled stew into a wooden bowl and handed it to Jon, who ate ravenously, hardly caring what it tasted like. All the while, the others watched with curiosity. When Jon set down the bowl, Thuras spoke gently. "We have heard of the Red Wedding. It's worse than we feared. Almost every Stark bannerman who attended was slain. Roose Bolton has declared himself Warden of the North in service to King Joffrey. The phrase hold Riverrun with Edmure Tully imprisoned. The great Jon is dead. Some of the Karstarks defected. The realm is reeling. Jon's appetite vanished, replaced by a hollow ache. So the north is under Bolton's heel, the Riverlands under Frey and Lannister control. Does any hope remain? Thurs's gaze flickered to the men around them. A few scowled in anger at mention of the Lannisters. The Brotherhood stands for the people, not for kings. But we also have no love for traitors or tyrants. We'll keep fighting in our small way, raiding supply lines, freeing captives if we can. But the war, as you knew it, is lost. The Iron Throne stands triumphant. Harwin's tone was grim. We hear Sansa Stark is still a hostage in King's Landing, betrothed to some Lannister scheme. Arya Stark is rumored to have vanished. Some say the Hound took her, others that she's dead. No one knows. And Bran and Rickon, well, the stories keep changing. Some say they're alive, others say they're not. The North is in chaos. White Harbor might resist, but for how long? Jon clenched his jaw, grief and fury swirling. And we, my aunt and I, escaped only to realize there's nowhere safe to return to. What do we do? Thuras placed a hand on his shoulder. For now, you rest. Lady Lyanna needs time to recover. When you're both stronger, you can decide your path. If you wish to remain with us, we'll welcome you. If you wish to try for White Harbor, we might manage to guide you part of the way. But traveling openly is perilous. Bolton hunts Stark loyalists without mercy. Jon exhaled, nodding. Thank you. We owe you our lives. He spent the following days in a daze of exhaustion, relief, and flickers of renewed dread. The Brotherhood tended to them, offering what meager supplies they had. Lyanna slept in a corner of the Old Lord's chamber, which had lost much of its roof but was at least private. Thuras changed her bandages daily, applying stinging ointments. She bore the pain without complaint, her eyes distant. When her fever subsided, she began to speak more frequently with Jon about their future. They sat near the hearth in the keep's main hall one evening, the embers casting glows across Lyanna's pale face. We've lost everything, she said softly. Robb, Catelyn, Ned, the entire cause of the North's independence. House Stark has been devoured by betrayal. Jon looked at the flames, a heaviness in his chest. We're still here, he said, though it felt hollow. Arya might be alive. Bran and Rickon might be alive. They could be the key to rallying the North again one day. She nodded. Perhaps. But for now, the Boltons and Freys hold power. We can't free the North alone. She hesitated, meeting Jon's gaze. We could flee across the narrow sea, try to find a new life, but that would leave the North to suffer under Bolton. And what of Sansa? Jon's fists clenched. She's in the lion's den. The Lannisters want to keep her as a hostage or force her into marriage. If we had an army, we could. He broke off, swallowing the bitterness. We have nothing. Lyanna's expression shifted, a hint of steel returning. Not nothing. We have each other. And you, my son, carry a secret that could change everything. If Daenerys Targaryen truly rises in the east with dragons and an army, might the realm see a Targaryen restoration? Would the North accept that, after all the blood spilled against the Targaryens in Robert's rebellion? She pursed her lips. Your father believed in prophecies, in a greater threat beyond the wall that demanded unity. Perhaps the time for secrets is passing. Jon felt a chill. If I declare myself Rhaegar's son, half the realm would want my head. The Boltons, the Lannisters, all of them. The North might see me as an enemy. I grew up as Ned Stark's bastard. I don't want to raise another war banner. Lyanna sighed. I understand. I don't yearn for war either. But the White Walkers are said to be stirring beyond the wall. I keep hearing rumors from wandering crows, from men who deserted the Night's Watch. If the legends are true, all these petty wars won't matter unless we stand together. The living must unite or perish. Silence fell between them. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the sooty air. At last, Jon spoke. Then what do you propose we do? She closed her eyes. Heal first. Then perhaps we try to reach White Harbor or the Wall. If the others are real, we might need to warn the Night's Watch. And if the Manderleys remain loyal, they could shelter us. Maybe they'd keep your parentage a secret until the time is right, or help you treat with Daenerys if she lands in Westeros. Lyanna shook her head, as though the swirl of possibilities made her dizzy. We can't stay in these ruins forever, but we must move carefully. Jon touched her hand gently. Whatever we do it together. A tear glistened in her eye, and she squeezed his hand. They sat by the fire until their lids grew heavy with weariness. For the moment, they were warm, safe from the nightmares that lurked beyond the keep's battered walls. Over the next weeks, Lyanna's wound improved. She managed to walk unassisted, though her arm remained stiff. The Brotherhood's supplies were meager. They could not linger in one place indefinitely. Bands of outlaws, even well-meaning ones, struggled to feed so many mouths in war-torn lands. Thuras confided to Jon that soon they must move on, traveling to other corners of the Riverlands to free more captives and harass the Lannisters. One evening, Harwin approached Jon in the courtyard while Lyanna rested. The ex-stable hand had a grim expression. "We have some news from the roads. A traveler says House Bolton's men have been flaying the Stark dead and sending their skins to the Dreadfort as trophies. They've also placed a bounty on any who harbor or aid Lady Lyanna Stark. Seems they discovered you both escaped. The price is high." Jon's stomach twisted in revulsion. Flaunting their evil openly. Harwin spat. They want to break the North spirit. And that's not all. The Ironborn still occupy Moat Cailin, blocking the main route north. Even if you slip through Bolton patrols, you'd be stuck trying to oust the Ironborn or find some hidden path. 'Tis near impossible. A weight settled on Jon's chest. Every route seemed fraught with enemies. "We can't stay here, though," he said quietly. "We must keep moving. If the Boltons track us, they'll come with overwhelming force." Harwin nodded, then handed Jon a small leather pouch. "Take these coins. We lifted them off some Lannisters. Also, a letter from a crow we encountered. Not sure if it's relevant." Jon opened the folded scrap of parchment. Faded words in a stiff, formal hand. "Lord Commander Mormont has perished at Craster's Keep. Mutiny among the Night's Watch. The dead walk, and we are in desperate need of men. If anyone loyal remains, send help. The wall must stand." It was unsigned, likely penned by one of the loyal crows. A chill prickled Jon's skin. He had not truly believed the stories of White Walkers were more than legends. Yet if the Night's Watch pleaded for aid, the threat might be real. He recalled overhearing Ned talk about rumors from the wall, how the wildlings were stirred, how Benjen had vanished. If the others roamed again, the realm was in mortal peril. He showed the parchment to Lyanna that night. She read it, lips thinning. "We can't ignore this," she said, voice trembling slightly. "If the Watch has fallen into chaos, if the others truly walk, then we face a threat far worse than any mortal war." I recall Rhaegar's words. "If the great darkness returns, the realm must stand united, or it will be devoured." He believed the prince that was promised would be key. "Jon, that might be you. Or Daenerys. Or someone else entirely. But we must heed the warning." Jon felt a knot tighten in his gut. "Then we head north. One way or another, we must reach the wall. If the Watch has turned on itself, they'll need help. Maybe we can rally the North behind a threat greater than petty loyalties. If not, we do what we can." They brought the idea to Thuras and Harwin. The Brotherhood, committed to defending the small folk in the Riverlands, had little manpower to spare for a journey to the wall, but they sympathized. Harwin, recalling his time at Winterfell, volunteered to guide them partway, at least until the outskirts of the Neck. "I owe it to Ned Stark," he said simply. So a plan took shape. Lyanna, Jon, and Harwin would travel north in secrecy, hoping to circumvent the worst of Bolton territory. They'd rely on hidden trails, local contacts, and the cunning of the Brotherhood scouts who knew the Riverlands better than most. Once near the Neck, they'd decide whether to risk crossing the Bogs or try to bypass Moat Cailin. The rest of the Brotherhood would keep waging their shadow war in the south. Their last night at the keep, Thuras said a blessing over Lyanna and Jon, calling on the Lord of Light to guide them. It felt odd, hearing the Red God's invocation in place of the Old Gods or the Seven. But neither Jon nor Lyanna refused. Any god's blessing might help now. At dawn, they set out on borrowed horses, carrying new cloaks, dried meat, and the patched armor the Brotherhood had salvaged. Lyanna's arm remained stiff, so she wore only a light leather jerkin. while Jon donned heavier gear. Harwin led the way, quiet and resolute. For days, they wended through the war-ravaged Riverlands. They avoided large towns, crossing farmland at night. Occasionally, they encountered roving brigands, but Harwin knew the terrain well enough to steer clear. Once, they nearly ran into a fry patrol at a river crossing, but managed to hide among the rushes until the men passed. The nights were cold, the land bleak. Everywhere they saw the scars of war. Burned farms, rotting corpses left in ditches, blackened trees that once might have been orchards. Grief weighed heavily on them, remembering how once House Tully's realm had been green and peaceful. Lyanna grew stronger by increments. She insisted on practicing with a sword at camp, ignoring the pain in her arm. Jon frowned, worried she'd aggravate the injury, but she needed to feel capable again, to stave off the memories of captivity and helplessness. Harwin would sometimes spar with her gently, offering corrections. She improved, though she had to stop if the pain flared. Eventually, they reached the region near the twins. Harwin guided them in a wide arc to avoid the fortress. The same reek of betrayal clung to the air for Jon, a memory of that cursed feast. He tried not to dwell on it. Each time he closed his eyes, though he saw bolts piercing Robb, saw Catelyn's despair. Once, in a restless dream, he saw Ned's face superimposed on Robb's corpse, and he woke in a cold sweat. Lyanna placed a soothing hand on his shoulder that morning. "Your nightmares keep you awake," she murmured. "I know. Mine do too. We must carry on." They pressed on, coming within sight of the neck's swampy outskirts. The air turned humid, the roads gave way to boggy trails. Frogs croaked, insects buzzed. If they pressed directly north through the swamps, they risked encountering the Crannogmen who might, if they were lucky, show them safe passage. Or they could skirt the swamps and aim for the main road near Moat Cailin. But the Ironborn might still hold that pass. Harwin stopped them one humid afternoon, pointing toward a stand of cypress trees. "I'll lead you through here," he said, "but I can't promise safety from drowners or sinkholes. The Crannogmen might appear if they trust you're not an enemy. Lord Howland Reed was loyal to Ned, but with the Boltons around, who knows how the Reeds are faring?" Lyanna managed a tired smile. "If Howland Reed remembers me at all, we might find refuge. He was with Ned when they found me in Dorne. A quiet man, but fiercely loyal." Jon recalled hearing mention of Howland Reed's friendship with Ned. "So we rely on his sense of honor. It's better than trying to storm Moat Cailin." Harwin agreed. So they forded a shallow stream and ventured into the damp gloom of the neck. The trees loomed overhead, draped in moss. The ground squelched under the horses' hooves. Clouds of midges assaulted them. More than once, a hidden pool nearly swallowed them. Each time Harwin cursed, the horses whinnied and they carefully backtracked to find safer footing. Lyanna bit her lip, exhaustion weighing on her. Jon's back ached from hours of tense riding, but he refused to complain. On the second day in the swamps, the Crannogmen revealed themselves. A half-dozen figures clad in bark and moss, faces daubed with mud, rose silently from the water. Small frog spears glinted. Harwin nearly fell from his saddle in alarm. Jon tensed, hand on his sword. But the Crannogmen did not attack, merely observed. One woman, short and wiry, stepped forward, speaking in a soft voice. "Who passes here in the neck? We suffer no Ironborn or Bolton men." Lyanna raised her hood, letting them see her face. "I am Lyanna Stark," she said, voice trembling with relief. "Please, we seek safe passage. We must speak with Lord Reed if he is here." The Crannog woman studied Lyanna's features, then her eyes flitted to Jon and Harwin. After a moment, she nodded. "Follow." She led them deeper into the bog, moving on foot with surety while the travelers struggled to keep up. They soon reached a low, reed-choked mound ringed by hidden palisades. A small fortress, fashioned from mud, timber, and woven reeds, stood at the center, a watery stronghold that no heavy cavalry could assail. Within, dozens of Crannogmen went about their tasks, fishing, weaving nets, drying hide. At the approach of strangers, they glanced up warily. Lyanna repeated her request to see Lord Reed. One of the men disappeared into a mossy hut. Moments later, the door parted, and a slender figure emerged. He wore scaled armor of leather and moved with a quiet grace. His hair was streaked with gray, but his eyes were bright, filled with intelligence. "Lyanna Stark," he said softly, stepping forward. "It's been a long time." Lyanna's voice caught. "Howland," she breathed. "You are a sight for sore eyes." Tears glistened as she slipped from her horse. stepping forward unsteadily. Lord Reed gently steadied her elbow, a flicker of compassion crossing his face. "I feared you lost at the twins with Rob," he said gravely. "News of that abomination reached even these swamps. We mourn him." Lyanna swallowed back a sob. "We barely escaped. My nephew Jon Snow saved me." She gestured to Jon, who dismounted and bowed his head respectfully. "We traveled here in hopes of refuge, or guidance. The Boltons hunt us. The Freys hold the Riverlands, and the North bleeds." Howland studied Jon, then looked back to Lyanna. "Come inside. Let us talk in private." They followed him into the timber and reed hall, its interior lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the walls. The floor was woven reeds laid over mud. Mats and low stools offered seating. Lyanna settled with a wince, feeling her arm throb after the day's ride. Howland dismissed most of his attendants, save for 2 silent guards. Then he turned back to Lyanna, a pained softness in his eyes. "I was with your brother Ned that fateful day at the Tower of Joy," he said quietly. "I remember well how we found you, near death, holding your newborn babe." He paused, glancing at Jon. "Ned told me he would claim the boy as his own to protect him, but I see now that child stands before me, grown. I recall Rhaegar's dark hair, and your eyes, Lady Lyanna. You did what you thought best." Jon's heart pounded. You know the truth?" Howland gave a slight nod. "Ned confided in me, for I was there. I helped him bury Ser Arthur Dayne and the others. We swore never to speak of it. But you need not fear me. I have never betrayed Ned's trust, nor will I betray yours." Jon felt a wave of relief, though also a fresh flush of anxiety. If Howland Reed knew, that meant at least one other living soul held the secret. Lyanna exhaled. "Thank you, Howland. We are in dire straits. We hoped the Crannogmen might hide us until we can pass north, or perhaps gather enough support to confront Roose Bolton." Howland's face turned somber. "Confronting Bolton will be no simple matter. He holds Winterfell, the Dreadfort, and commands men loyal to fear. He has joined with the Freys in placing a chokehold on the north. The Ironborn still squat at Moat Cailin, though I hear they are fewer now." He paused. "I have kept my folk hidden in the swamps, refusing to yield. Bolton's men do not fare well here. They sink or they vanish in our traps. But open war is beyond us. My people are few, better suited to ambush than pitched battles." Jon's jaw tightened. "So the North remains enthralled to a tyrant and we can't raise an army. What if we head to the Wall? The Night's Watch is in dire need, from what we hear." The others stir. Howland nodded gravely. "We too have heard rumors of white shadows beyond the Wall. If that threat is real, all these southern squabbles may pale in comparison. The question is how you will bypass Moat Cailin to reach the Wall. If you try to force the causeway, the Ironborn will meet you with steel. If you attempt the swamps, you risk losing your horses and yourselves to bog or disease. However," he continued, voice thoughtful, "I know a path. A secret way known only to the Crannogmen that bypasses Moat Cailin. It will lead you around the western fens, emerging north of the fortress. From there, you might slip through lesser roads to White Harbor or continue on to the King's Road if you're brave." Lyanna and Jon exchanged relieved glances. "That would be invaluable," Lyanna said. "You have our gratitude." Howland inclined his head. "We stand with House Stark. My men can guide you. But the journey is harsh, especially for a wounded traveler." He had Lyanna's bandaged arm. "You may wish to rest here a while until you're stronger." Lyanna let out a slow breath. "Thank you, but we'll decide soon. We can't let the Boltons entrench themselves. We must do something. At the very least, we'll make for the Wall and see if we can gather loyalists. Or if the Night's Watch truly needs our help against the others." Ned would not have wanted the North to lie down beneath tyranny or to ignore a threat that endangers all living men. Howland's expression flickered with old memories. Ned was a good man. He would have gone to any length to protect his people. He looked to Jon again. "If you are truly the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, you carry a heavy destiny. I sense the swirl of greater powers in the air. The Targaryen queen across the sea, the White Walkers in the north. The realm stands at a crossroads." Jon lowered his gaze. King of the father he never knew, the mother he had only truly gained weeks ago, and the war that had stolen half of his family. "I'm no king," he said quietly. "Just a man trying to survive." Howland patted Jon's shoulder gently. Sometimes survival is the first step toward kingship, or so they say. But fear not, I'll not push you to claim any crown. That is your choice. For now, rest. So they stayed among the crannogmen. Days became weeks. The swamp's oppressive heat gradually gave way to cooler breezes as autumn deepened toward winter. The bogs teemed with life: fish, frogs, birds. The crannogmen hunted eels and gathered mushrooms. Lyanna regained more strength, eventually sparring with a few reeds. Jon worked alongside them, learning how to navigate quicksand and hidden pools. At night, they sat around fires, telling hushed stories of Ned's kindness, of the rebellion years ago, of rumored dragon sightings overseas. Lyanna occasionally fell into silent reveries, haunted by memories of the Tower of Joy or the Red Wedding. Jon tried to comfort her, but she would only say, "I must not let their deaths be in vain." He understood. If the others truly threatened, the realm's old grudges would matter little. But how to unify the living when the Lannisters sat the throne, the Boltons bled the north, and the Targaryens plotted from afar? At last, they deemed it time to venture forth. Howland reassigned 10 skilled crannogmen to guide them along the secret path. He himself, bound to protect his people, could not leave the neck. When you emerge on the other side, you'll be near the rills, not far from House Ryswell's domain, Howland explained. From there, you must choose whether to head for White Harbor or the Wall. I pray the old gods watch over you. Before departing, Lyanna embraced Howland, tears in her eyes. Thank you for saving us again, old friend. He inclined his head. The day Ned died, I swore I'd keep faith with House Stark. Live and remember, Lady Lyanna. He then looked at Jon, placing a hand on the younger man's shoulder. Be strong, Jon Snow. The North needs you in whatever role you choose. And should the day come when you reveal your parentage, remember that not all in the North are blind to prophecy. Jon merely nodded, too moved for words. The next morning, they set off, Lyanna, Jon, Harwin, and 10 crannogmen. They traveled by small coracles where the water was deepest, guiding their horses on narrow strips of firm ground. The bog seemed endless, mist-wreathed trees, hidden streams, half-submerged logs that could tip unwary mounts. The crannogmen navigated skillfully, their frog spears strapped to their backs. Over several days, they skirted wide around Moat Cailin, sometimes glimpsing its ruined towers in the far distance, topped by Ironborn banners. Eventually, the land began to firm underfoot. The mist thinned. Small pines and stunted oaks replaced the cypresses. Winter's breath grew sharper, a biting chill that promised snows to come. One of the crannogmen pointed ahead. There, beyond those hills, the swampland ends. You'll be in the northern plains soon. Jon's pulse quickened. Home, or what was left of it. Lyanna felt it too, gazing at the horizon with sad determination. Thank you, she told the crannogmen. Your loyalty will not be forgotten. The swamp dwellers exchanged bows, then turned back, merging into the bog's depths as if swallowed by the earth. Only Harwin remained, for he had pledged to accompany them all the way. Jon, Lyanna, and Harwin guided their horses through the final stretch of mire. By sundown, they emerged onto drier ground, the sky open above them. A sense of solemn awe filled Jon. The north. He had not beheld its open spaces since the ill-fated march south. The crisp air carried the faint tang of pine, a promise of snow. Yet danger still loomed. The Boltons claimed these lands, or so rumor said. Theon's betrayal had left scars. They would have to move carefully. Jon was tempted to ride straight for Winterfell, but that fortress was now in Roose Bolton's grasp, or that of his son, the bastard of Bolton, Ramsay Snow, infamous for cruelty. Instead, they turned eastward, aiming for White Harbor. The Manderleys, historically devout Stark bannermen, might shelter them, or at least allow them passage to a ship. If that failed, the Wall would be their next hope. They journeyed across rolling hills and sparse pine forests, grateful for the open road, though they avoided the main King's Road to stay hidden. They kept watch at all times, scanning for Bolton patrols. Each night, they lit only small fires, carefully shielded. The temperature plummeted, but they had stolen furs from the bandits they'd fought. The land felt deserted, no sign of peasants, no caravans. Perhaps they had fled or gone to ground, fearing the flayed man banners that soared overhead. One morning, Harwin paused atop a low rise. He pointed to a distant shape, a watchtower. Banners drooped from its ramparts, barely visible in the pale light. Bolton, I think, he muttered. We'll circle east, keep it well to our left. They resumed their stealthy route, hearts hammering each time they glimpsed armed riders in the distance. Twice, they hid behind ridges as small Bolton patrols passed. The tension weighed on them until they reached a cluster of thickwoods that offered sanctuary from prying eyes. Winter winds soughed through the branches. They huddled close at night, trading watch shifts, nerves frayed. After a week of traveling, the countryside flattened. They passed the occasional farmstead, many abandoned or burned. But as they drew nearer to White Harbor, signs of life returned. Fields were tilled, a few huts still stood. The wide Donnerton Road branched toward the city. They dared not take it openly, so they paralleled it from a safe distance, hoping to glean news from travelers. At last, they encountered an old fisherman on the banks of a half-frozen stream. He eyed them warily but relaxed when John offered a silver coin. "We seek White Harbor," John explained. "Is the city open? Who rules it now?" The fisherman scratched his grizzled beard. "Lord Wyman Manderley's still in charge, or so I hear. The Boltons demanded he bend the knee. He did, but folks say he's none too happy about it. Don't know what that means for strangers. The city gates are guarded by Manderley men, though. Not many Boltons inside from the rumors." Lyanna exhaled. "Thank you. One more question, is it safe for travelers?" The old man shrugged. "Safer than the roads, maybe. Lord Manderley tries to keep the peace. But the Freys come poking around sometimes. Best watch yourselves." He pocketed the coin and ambled off, muttering about the war. They withdrew to discuss their next move. Harwin said if Manderley truly detests the Boltons, he might hide you. But it's a gamble. If he bent the knee, maybe he can't risk harboring the last Stark. Lyanna's face hardened. "I have to try. Our options are few. If we can't trust the Manderleys, then the North truly is lost." John nodded, though dread gnawed at him. He recalled hearing tales of White Harbor's wealth, of the Merman sigil, of how Manderley cavalry fought for Ned once. With luck, Wyman Manderley might offer refuge or at least a ship out of the north. If he refused or betrayed them, the Boltons would claim their hides. Thus resolved, they skirted farmland until, by midday on the following day, the walls of White Harbor came into view. The city lay beside the mouth of the White Knife, its harbor dotted with ships. Grand white walls gleamed in the weak sunlight. Banners of House Manderley, the Merman crowned, flew from the battlements. Even from a distance, John felt a surge of cautious hope. Here, at least, was a piece of the north not wholly subjugated by flayed men and traitors. They approached a small side gate near the outer wards. Guards halted them, asking their names and business. John froze, unsure what to say, but Lyanna took a breath and lifted her hood. "We come seeking audience with Lord Wyman Manderley," she said, letting the guards see her face. "I am Lyanna Stark." The guards gaped, clearly recognizing the name. One bowed, stammering, "My lady, by the gods, we heard you were, did you?" He looked at the others, baffled. "Wait here. We must inform the Lord immediately." One guard hurried inside, leaving them waiting. Tension coiled around John's heart. Harwin kept a hand near his sword, scanning the ramparts. Lyanna sat stiff in her saddle, posture regal despite her battered cloak. Tom crawled, minutes ticking by. At last, the guard returned with a small procession of men in Manderley livery. One older knight stepped forward, removing his helm. "I am Sir Marlon Manderley, cousin to Lord Wyman. If you truly are Lady Lyanna, please allow me to escort you inside with all respect." Lyanna nodded. "We accept your escort. And thank you." They were led through the gates into the bustling streets of White Harbor. Fishermen, merchants, small folk bustled about, though many stopped to stare at the newcomers. Lyanna's name spread in whispers. Faces lit with shock or awe. The city guard parted crowds to clear a path. Harwin looked around warily, ready for trouble. But the people only murmured, "A Stark? Here? Or she was dead," they said. Some knelt or offered quick bows, remembering old loyalties. Eventually, they reached the new castle, a stronghold within White Harbor's walls. Lord Wyman Manderley awaited them in a grand hall of white stone. He was an enormous man, some said the fattest lord in Westeros, and indeed his bulk nearly overflowed the dais seat. Yet he carried himself with a dignity that belied his girth. His eyes widened when Lyanna entered, flanked by John and Harwin. Wyman tried to rise, laboring with effort, then sank back. "Gods be good," he wheezed, tears brimming. "Lyanna Stark, alive?" Lyanna inclined her head, a tremor in her voice. "My lord, I am alive, though I wish the circumstances were happier. You know the Red Wedding." Wyman's face darkened. "I do. I cursed the Freys and the Boltons for that treachery. But I was forced to bend the knee to them or see my city sacked. They keep watch on me still. You come at great risk, my lady." Lyanna nodded, stepping closer so they might speak more privately. John followed. "We had nowhere else to turn. The Boltons hunt us. We seek refuge or passage away from the north if you cannot hide us. Our family is all but destroyed, but we cannot let the Boltons reign unchallenged." Lord Wyman's jowls trembled with emotion. "Robb was my king. They butchered him. I've not forgiven that, nor shall I ever. But for now I must feign loyalty lest White Harbor share his fate." Still, he paused, glancing around to ensure no prying ears were near. "I can keep you safe in secret. I owe that much to your father's memory. We have catacombs beneath the city, hidden passages known only to my guards. Stay there if you wish, or in a discreet suite where prying eyes won't see. I'll claim ignorance if the Boltons come. Tears shone on Lyanna's lashes. Thank you, Lord Wyman. You do House Stark a great service. He bowed his head, chins wobbling. I live only to serve the true lords of the North, my lady. Jon felt a wave of relief. They had found an ally at last, though the arrangement was precarious. For the next days, Lord Wyman placed them in a suite of modest but comfortable rooms on the castle's quieter side, away from prying courtiers. He instructed his most trusted servants to see to their needs discreetly. Harwin was given a small chamber nearby. They could not roam the city freely, but at least they had warmth, proper beds, and enough food. Word, of course, leaked out in small hints that a Stark had arrived. Wyman insisted he was merely entertaining a visiting lady from the west, but rumors swirled. The city's mood shifted with cautious optimism. Perhaps House Stark was not gone after all. But Wyman publicly denied everything if questioned by any Bolton or Frey envoys. He feigned ignorance, speaking only of trade. In private, Wyman met with Lyanna, Jon, and Harwin to discuss possibilities. He described how the Boltons demanded hostages from the great houses, how Ramsay Snow, now legitimized as Ramsay Bolton, terrorized lords who hesitated. White Harbor was forced to send a levy to bolster Bolton forces at the Dreadfort. Meanwhile, the Ironborn at Moat Cailin blocked the main road from the south. War had scarred every corner of the north. Despite this, Wyman confided a hidden plan. I keep a secret fleet in my harbor, manned by men loyal to me. If the day comes that I can strike back at the Boltons or slip from their grasp, I will. But I must move with great caution. They watch me through Frey spies. Should I attempt open defiance, the Boltons might bring the Lannisters down upon me. Or the Ironborn might raid my coasts. He sighed deeply. I grow old, my lady, but I still dream of vengeance for Robb. If the time is right, I shall deliver it. Until then, we endure. Lyanna pressed her lips together. We need to reach the wall eventually. The Night's Watch is in chaos and an ancient enemy stirs. But if we can't pass the roads safely, she trailed off. Wyman considered. We might attempt a ship to Eastwatch by the sea, the easternmost castle of the Night's Watch. From there, you could cross into the lands beyond the wall or find your way to Castle Black. It's a treacherous voyage given the storms, but it avoids the Bolton-held interior. Jon's heart leapt at the idea. That might be the best path. If you can spare a ship and keep it hidden from the Boltons, we can slip away before they know we're here. Wyman nodded slowly. I believe I can manage that. But give me time to make arrangements, gather a trustworthy crew, and time our departure to avoid suspicion. Keep a low profile meanwhile. So they did. Days turned to weeks. Jon paced the suite, occasionally venturing into the courtyard disguised as a servant to stretch his legs, Harwin close by. Lyanna took time to strengthen her sword arm, though she had to train in secret behind closed doors. She lost herself in the routine of exercise, seeking to banish nightmares of the Red Wedding. They heard little news from the outside world, except vague rumors. Stannis Baratheon had retreated to the Wall, or so some travelers said. Others claimed Daenerys Targaryen was crossing the Narrow Sea. The realm roiled with change, yet in White Harbor's concealed rooms, Jon and Lyanna dwelled in precarious limbo. At last, Wyman came to them one evening, face set with resolve. The ship is ready. The Merry Narwhal, captained by a loyal man named Azrael. She set sail at dawn's first light, carrying salted fish and cargo ostensibly bound for Eastwatch. I'll instruct them to hide you below deck until you're safely out of the harbor. Once at sea, you need only brave the storms. Lyanna rose, gratitude shining in her eyes. Lord Wyman, we cannot thank you enough. Should we ever reclaim the North, you will be remembered. He bowed, watery eyes brimming. Serve the North and avenge our lost. That is thanks enough. Before dawn, Lyanna and Jon gathered their meager belongings. Harwin would accompany them, having vowed to see Lyanna safe. A handful of Manderley guards escorted them to the docks under cover of darkness. The Merry Narwhal was a stout, single-masted cog, crewed by hardy men who recognized the risk of smuggling a Stark. They nodded respectfully, guiding them into a cramped cargo hold. The smell of fish brine stung Jon's nostrils. Lyanna settled on a wooden crate, cloak drawn tight, her heart pounding. Harwin sat near the ladder, sword across his knees. Wyman Manderley himself stood on the pier in the pre-dawn gloom, watching with a solemn expression. When the moorings were released, the ship drifted away. Lord Wyman raised a hand in farewell, then turned and departed, leaving them to the uncertain sea. The ship's oars creaked as the crew maneuvered away from White Harbor's walls. Overhead, gulls cried in the half-light. Jon listened to the thrum of water against the hull. Every moment he expected the bark of Bolton men, an alarm that would see them seized. But no shouts came. The merry narwhal sailed into the open bay, catching a brisk wind that filled her sail. The coast receded behind them, a smudge in the gray horizon. Jon ventured up the ladder for a breath of salt air once they were well at sea. The sun rose in the east, painting the waves with pale gold. He felt a strange tingle of hope despite everything. They were free of the Boltons, at least for now. Lyanna joined him, leaning on the rail, the wind tangling her dark hair. Their eyes met, and he saw the same swirl of emotion there: fear, sorrow, longing, and a fragile sense of possibility. They turned north, toward Eastwatch by the sea and the wall. Toward rumors of White Walkers and a ragged Night's Watch in need of aid. The realm was shattered, House Stark broken. The Boltons and the Freys ruled the north under Lannister approval. Sansa was still captive, Bran and Rickon missing, and Arya's fate unknown. Yet mother and son stood side by side on a deck awash in early sunlight, survivors of the storm, bearing a secret that could shape the future. Whether that secret would save Westeros or plunge it deeper into war, they did not know. But they sailed onward, forging a path across cold waters, determined to keep the spark of the wolf and the dragon alive in a realm starved for hope. Salt spray lashed the sides of the merry narwhal as it cut a northward path over slate-gray seas. The air grew colder by the day, a biting chill that hinted at oncoming winter. Each morning, Jon Snow rose from a cramped bunk in the cargo hold, stretching stiff limbs as he climbed onto the deck. The brine-scented wind whipped his hair around his face. He would look back then toward the southern horizon, a faint line that vanished more each day, trying not to dwell on the horrifying images of the Red Wedding. At least they were safely away from White Harbor and all the eyes that would have tracked their every move. He found Lyanna Stark much as he often did at first light, leaning on the railing near the prow, her cloak pulled tight against the frigid spray. Though her cheeks were wind-chapped, there was a quiet determination in her dark eyes, a set to her mouth that spoke of the trials she had endured. The wound in her arm was healing steadily thanks to the rest and care she had finally received in White Harbor, but from time to time she still flexed her fingers, testing the stiffness and the lingering jolt of pain. Whenever Jon looked at her now, he felt an ache in his chest, gratitude that she yet lived, sorrow for all that had been lost, and an unsteady awareness that she was not simply his aunt, but his mother. They had come so far, and yet it felt as if their journey had scarcely begun. The Boltons and the Freys strangled the north with fear. The Iron Throne was in the hands of the Lannisters, who watched for any sign of Stark survival, determined to quash it. But out here, with only the cry of gulls and the hiss of foam, their enemies were distant. A new challenge awaited them: the Wall, the Night's Watch, and the ancient threat that Ned Stark, indeed, Rhaegar Targaryen, had once quietly feared would return. As the sun climbed higher, Harwin emerged from below, yawning and rubbing his neck. He offered Jon a nod before pulling his patched cloak closer. He had been uneasy ever since they left White Harbor by ship, preferring a good horse to the motion of the deck, but he did his best to hide it. The three of them, mother, son, and loyal retainer, made for a strange band among the sailors of the Merry Narwhal who cared only about the cargo and the coin Lord Manderley had promised them. Jon approached Lyanna, placing a tentative hand on her uninjured arm. "Did you sleep?" he asked, voice low so the sailors would not overhear. She shook her head, a grim smile touching the corners of her mouth. "Not much. My dreams keep revisiting the twins. I hear the fiddlers playing the Rains of Castamere." She exhaled, bracing herself against a gust of wind. "But we're free. We'll keep moving forward." He gave her a short, understanding nod. There was nothing else to say. They stood together for a while, watching the horizon, letting the cold sea breeze scour away the lingering heaviness of old nightmares. By midday, the wind picked up, driving dark clouds overhead. The Merry Narwhal's sails bellied, and the sailors scrambled to adjust ropes, hollering commands to one another. Azrael, the captain Lord Manderley had entrusted with their safe voyage, promised they would reach Eastwatch by the sea in a matter of days. Weather permitting. Jon caught glimpses of the man at the helm, a graying figure who steered with calm expertise, unflinching even as the waves grew choppy. That night, the storm arrived in earnest. The sea heaved, tossing the ship so violently that Jon's stomach lurched. Spray drenched the deck, and the mast groaned under the lashing wind. The captain's voice cut through the gale, urging the men to trim the sails before they tore. In the cargo hold, Lyanna tried to steady herself, pressing both hands to the hull as it shuddered. Through clenched teeth, she murmured, "We've faced worse on land, but never quite like this." Jon crouched beside her, mindful of the crates that slid back and forth with each roll. He placed an arm protectively around her shoulders, both to anchor himself and to offer some comfort. Harwin, lying on a pallet against the opposite wall, was chalk-faced and sweating, fighting off seasickness. The smell of salt and damp would fill the cramped space, punctuated by the shriek of wind above. For 2 days the storm raged. The merry narwhal creaked and pitched, sails half-furled to survive the onslaught. Sometimes, in the gloom of the hold, Jon felt a surge of panic that they would never reach Eastwatch, that they would sink into this black water and vanish. But each time, Azrael's steady commands echoed down the companionway. Heave to. Brace the yard. Easy now. The man was worth every coin Wyman Manderley had paid him. By the time the storm abated, the ship had taken on water and lost some minor rigging, but it remained afloat. Early on the third morning since the gale began to die, Jon awoke to the subdued hush of calmer seas. He made his way on deck, blinking as pale sunlight broke through thinning clouds. Ahead of them, barely visible in the distance, loomed a shoreline of jagged cliffs and icy strands. Beyond those cliffs rose towering walls of rock and ice. He recognized them from old tales. The Bay of Seals, battered by northern winters, and the desolate coastline that curved east toward Eastwatch by the sea. The wind tasted sharper here, tinged with frost. The crew was in good spirits. Having survived the storm, they now glimpsed their destination. Lyanna joined Jon at the rail, hood drawn against the cold. Her eyes widened as she took in the stark horizon, the ocean smashing against iron-gray beaches, the sky leaden overhead. "We're close," she whispered. "It looks as forbidding as I imagined." Harwin emerged, leaning on the rail behind them, gaze fixed forward. "I traveled near this region once," he said, "back when I served your father, Ned. We never came this far east along the coast, but I recall hearing how Eastwatch stands as the Watch's easternmost post." His expression grew distant. Hard to imagine it as a refuge. But they had no other. By midday, the merry narwhal neared the mouth of a small harbor, a natural inlet overshadowed by looming cliffs. The shape of a fortress took form, a palisade of wooden towers, a long stretch of old stone ramparts, and a watchtower perched near the water. The entire structure abutted the wall, that legendary barrier of ice that rose in the distance like an enormous white mountain. Jon felt a jolt of awe. He had grown up hearing tales of the wall's immensity, but seeing it at last stole his breath. Even from here, he could discern its staggering height, a barrier that dwarfed any mortal battlement. A horn blast echoed across the water, 3 short notes, announcing the approach of a ship. Figures moved along Eastwatch's ramparts, peering down at them. Jon saw black-clad shapes pacing the docks, likely members of the Night's Watch. The merry narwhal dropped sail, gliding into a small pier that jutted from the rocky shore. Ropes were thrown to waiting hands, and Azrael directed the mooring with quiet authority. Jon stood near the prow, scanning the watchers who gathered. He saw pale faces, worn by cold, some with beards grown wild. Weapons glinted at a few belts, though these men hardly seemed a formidable force. As soon as the gangplank was lowered, a rangy man with a russet beard and a threadbare black cloak approached. Azrael stepped forward to greet him. Jon, Lyanna, and Harwin hung back, tension coiling in their chests. They had no guarantee of how the Night's Watch would receive them. Were they friend or foe, loyal or corrupted by the war's chaos? Azrael exchanged words with the bearded man, gesturing to the passengers. Then the bearded man beckoned for them to come closer. "I'm Cotterpike," he said briskly, voice echoing off the cold stone wharf. "Lord Commander, well, there's no true Lord Commander at the moment. The watch is in disarray. But I command Eastwatch, so you'll deal with me. You're from White Harbor, are you?" Rumor said a ship might arrive. Jon nodded cautiously. "Yes. Lord Manderley granted us passage." He hesitated, uncertain how to explain who they were. "We come seeking the Night's Watch, seeking answers. We heard disturbing rumors about the Watch's leadership, about the threat beyond the wall." Cotterpike studied them with narrowed eyes. "You heard right. There's been trouble aplenty. Mormont was slain during a mutiny at Craster's Keep. The Watch is fractured, and we face a wildling threat on a scale unseen in centuries, along with other terrors." His gaze flicked to the towering wall as though it might speak. "Who are you, exactly?" Before Jon could answer, Lyanna stepped forward, calm but determined. Her hood pulled back slightly, revealing her features. "I am Lyanna Stark," she said quietly. "My family has long revered the Watch. My father and brother visited Castle Black in years past. Please, let us speak with whoever remains in charge. We can share what we know of the realm's situation. And we offer our aid if you'll have it." A murmur passed among the Black brothers gathered behind Cotterpike. A living Stark was no small thing. They likely recalled the slaughter of the Red Wedding, the rumors that House Stark was all but extinct. Pike's brow furrowed, but he gave a curt nod. "Fine. But I warn you, we can't feed half the realm's refugees. We have precious little for ourselves." Still, if you're truly Stark, I'll not turn you away. Let's get you inside. The wind cuts to the bone out here. And so Jon, Lyanna, and Harwin followed Cotter Pike along a weathered plank walkway that led from the docks to the main gates of Eastwatch. The wooden palisade creaked in the stiff breeze. Beyond, the courtyard was a patchwork of muddy snow, piles of crates, and battered wagons. Jon saw ragged men in black furs carrying pikes or crossbows, some with bandages wrapped around old wounds. A gloom hovered over the place, not just from the stony sky overhead but from an air of exhaustion and tension. They passed under a gatehouse and emerged into a cramped yard overshadowed by a tower that abutted the wall. A portion of the fortress seemed built onto the ice itself, hewn steps glistening with frost led upward, vanishing into the colossal barrier. Steam rose from stable vents where a handful of horses huddled. The place smelled of wet fur, stale sweat, and salt-laden wind. Cotter Pike waved them into what looked like a common hall. The interior was dim, warmed by a single hearth. A handful of watchers ate bowls of thin stew at rough tables. They paused, glancing up curiously at the newcomers. Pike settled them at a corner table and gestured for a steward. "Hot drink," he barked. "And maybe some bread if we have it." The steward scurried off. Pike then fixed Jon and the others with a weary stare. "I'll summon the other officers soon, but best you start explaining. The Stark name carries weight, but we need more than a name." Lyanna drew a slow breath, meeting Pike's gaze. "We bring word from the south," she said quietly, "where the War of the Five Kings has turned into something far darker. Robb Stark was murdered at the Twins, betrayed by the Freys and Boltons." She paused, voice trembling at the memory. "The Boltons now hold Winterfell under King Joffrey's banner. The Freys hold the Riverlands, and the Lannisters keep the Iron Throne." Pike's mouth tightened in anger, though not surprise. "I heard something of that. Not the details, but enough to know House Stark was nearly destroyed. I never thought I'd see one of you up here." Lyanna looked down briefly. "Some of us survived. My nephew and I escaped the slaughter, and we've traveled through the shadows of war to reach you. Rumors say the others stir beyond the wall, that the Watch is threatened on all sides. If that's true, then we must heed the greater threat. The living can't survive if the dead walk." Pike exhaled a cloud of breath that might have been a laugh. "We're in a sorry state. King beyond the wall, Mance Rayder gathers thousands of wildlings to assault the wall. He means to cross south, running from the White Walkers, or so they claim. Our late Lord Commander Mormont marched out to face them, but a mutiny took his life." His voice grew bitter. "Our new problem is that we have no recognized Lord Commander. The men are scattered from Eastwatch to Castle Black to the Shadow Tower, each group half suspicious of the others. Meanwhile, the wildlings raid deeper every day. We can't hold them back much longer." Harwin, who had remained silent thus far, asked softly, "Have you not held an election to name a new Lord Commander?" Pike scoffed. "We tried. The officers can't decide. Ser Dennis Mallister at the Shadow Tower claims seniority while I hold Eastwatch. Castle Black's leadership is tangled in the aftermath of Mormont's murder. And then there's this rumor that Stannis Baratheon has come north with his army, though no one's certain where he stands or what he wants. Some say he arrived at the wall to fight the wildlings. Others say he's waiting for the right moment to declare the Watch's subjects. Everything is chaos." Jon listened, stunned. They had known it would be grim, but not this grim. At last, he ventured, "We came hoping to offer help if help is needed. My father, my uncle, Ned would have wanted it. The Boltons and Freys hold the north by fear, and the Lannisters feast on the spoils, but the others threaten us all. If we can aid the Watch's cause, we will." Pike studied him for a moment, perhaps noticing the quiet ferocity in Jon's voice. "You look capable enough. And if you carry the Stark blood, well, it's more than I expected to see at Eastwatch." He rubbed his russet beard. "All right, rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we'll see if you can travel to Castle Black. That's where any real decisions will be made. If you want to speak to whomever might become our new commander, that's the place." Lyanna met Jon's gaze and nodded. "Thank you, Commander Pike. You won't regret letting us in." Pike just grunted. "We'll see. I have men patrolling the coastline day and night, and if the wildlings come by sea, we'll need every sword at Eastwatch. Still, I can spare a guide to get you started on the journey west." The steward returned with cups of steaming broth and a few hard rolls. Lyanna sipped hers gratefully, wincing as the warmth touched her parched throat. Jon nibbled at the roll, letting the flavors of salt and boiled onions ground him after so long at sea. Harwin sagged with relief at the chance for a hot meal. Their next days might be fraught, but at least they were among potential allies. They slept in a Spartan bunkroom that night, with a single brazier providing meager heat. Outside, the wind howled against the timbers, but at least there was no drip of salt water or reek of fish. Jon lay awake, listening to the swirl of gusts beyond the walls. He thought of the White Walkers, the Whites, the Wildlings. He thought of the father he never knew, Rhaegar Targaryen, and of the mother who had once risked everything to keep him secret. He thought of Ned, who had died for that same secret. At times, it felt like a heavy mantle he was not prepared to bear. But if the realm truly stood on the brink of devastation, maybe the time for old illusions was done. In the morning, Cotter Pike introduced them to a gruff ranger named Harrenhal Greytooth, who would guide them along the base of the wall to Castle Black. "He knows all the watch posts and the hazards," Pike said. "Just watch yourselves. There are wildling deserters or raiders skulking in the woods near the coast, and the road isn't what it once was." The trip to Castle Black took them 3 days. They rode sturdy Garrans, stocky northern ponies, lent by the watch, following a winding trail along the interior side of the wall. At times, the track was little more than a rutted path overshadowed by looming ice on one side and thick pine forests on the other. The cold seared their lungs. Nights were spent huddling in dilapidated way stations the watch once used for patrols. They rarely lit fires for fear of drawing unwanted eyes. Greytooth kept them moving at a steady pace, always scanning for footprints or signs of wildling scouts. Twice, they spotted smoke on the horizon, once to the south, once to the north. Wildling camps, perhaps, or burning villages. They did not approach. Lyanna handled the bitter cold stoically, though Jon could see how the conditions strained her half-healed arm. He tried to keep her at the center of their group when the wind gusted worst. Harwin rode behind her, alert to any threat. Once or twice, they all heard eerie howls in the night echoing across the dark pines. Greytooth muttered that dire wolves had been sighted, or perhaps worse things. Lyanna said little, but her expression set into a determined mask. At last, they glimpsed Castle Black in the distance. A cluster of wooden and stone buildings huddled near the vast face of ice, overshadowed by a colossal switchback ramp that climbed to the top of the wall. The towers were bleak and unadorned, the courtyard wide but empty. Smoke curled from a few chimneys, evidence that at least some men were still within. Greytooth guided them through the outer palisade, where a lone guard in black furs waved them inside with a suspicious glare. Castle Black, once the beating heart of the Night's Watch, felt half dead. The yard was pitted with old practice rings and piles of discarded lumber. Only a handful of black brothers moved about, tending chores. A few looked up at the newcomers, curiosity mingling with weariness. Greytooth dismounted, pointing them toward an older man with a pinched face who stood near the common hall. "That's Bowen Marsh," he said softly. "He's the first steward, or was. One of the senior men now that Mormont is gone." Bowen Marsh approached, flanked by 2 watchmen. His cheeks were ruddy from the chill, and lines of worry cut deep across his forehead. "Greytooth," he said in a clipped tone. "Who are these?" Greytooth gestured to Lyanna first. "Lady Lyanna Stark, come north to speak with the watch." Bowen Marsh blinked, clearly taken aback. His eyes flicked to Jon and Harwin, then back to Lyanna. "A Stark? Here." He shot a glare at Greytooth, suspicious. "We are not a refuge for highborn refugees. The watch is barely holding on. Mormont's murder." Lyanna lifted a hand, her voice steady. "I know, but we had nowhere else to turn. We come offering what aid we can, and we seek to learn more of the threat beyond the wall. If the others are truly stirring, then this is not just the Watch's battle. It is everyone's." Bowen Marsh hesitated, glancing at the men around him. Some looked uneasy, others hopeful. We have no Lord Commander. We're in the midst of chaos. Ser Dennis Mallister remains at the Shadow Tower. Castle Black is under the command of several senior officers, myself included. We've tried to hold an election, but no consensus has emerged." He eyed Lyanna's fur-lined cloak. "Stannis Baratheon arrived recently, brining Southern Knights and Sellswords. He's camped not far from here, near the Giftlands, negotiating with us about, well, many things." Harwin stiffened. "Stannis? The rightful heir, if you believe the talk that Joffrey is not Robert's true son. So he's marched north." Marsh grimaced. "Sailed north, more like. He arrived just in time to break Mance Raider's main force outside the wall. We were on the verge of being overrun by wildlings. Stannis's cavalry, along with some lords of the Narrow Sea, scattered them. Now the king styles himself the realm's savior. He expects fealty from the Watch, but we cannot bend the knee to any king. Our vows forbid it. Lyanna listened intently, her gaze flicking around the yard. So we have the king beyond the wall's forces scattered, but not destroyed. Stannis camps near here. The Watch is in disarray, lacking a commander. And meanwhile, the others might be creeping closer. Marsh's mouth thinned. You speak the truth, my lady. This is our predicament. Jon, who had quietly observed, stepped forward. We'd like to help. We bring news from the south, none good, I'm afraid, but the north is under Bolton control and the Boltons will not lend you men or supplies. The Karstarks are divided. White Harbor is forced to toe the line. The realm is in pieces. If an army of the dead truly marches, the living must unite, somehow. Bowen Marsh studied Jon's face. And you are. Jon opened his mouth, hesitating for half a heartbeat. Jon Snow, he said finally, using the name the realm believed him to have. He could not declare Targaryen ancestry, not here, not now. I was raised at Winterfell. Ned Stark was my uncle. I fought at the twins, but we were betrayed. Now I follow Lady Lyanna. Marsh nodded slowly, recognizing the name Snow as a northern bastard name. Perhaps that was enough explanation for him. I see. Then come inside. We can share what little we have. Maybe you can speak with King Stannis if you wish. He's demanded we allow him to use Castle Black as a base of sorts. Tensions are high, but if you have a mind to discuss the realm's plight, you might glean something from him. The day that followed proved both exhausting and unsettling. Bowen Marsh offered them the hospitality of the Night's Watch, stale bread, thin stew, a straw pallet in an old tower chamber. They saw how severely depleted the Watch was. Barely 100 men remained at Castle Black, many wounded from the recent Wildling siege. Another 100 or so were scattered at Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower. The mutiny at Craster's Keep had shattered morale. Mormont's death left them leaderless. Jon and Lyanna walked the yard, seeing men practicing archery with notched arrows, swords battered to near uselessness. Stores of grain and salted meat were pitifully low. The ravens in the rookery sat idle because so many messages went unanswered. In the library, what few old texts remained had been scavenged. For fuel in the worst days of winter. The entire fortress felt like a once proud bulwark on the verge of collapsing under the weight of its burdens. After noon, a watchman announced the arrival of King Stannis' men. They rode into Castle Black behind a stag and flaming heart banner, the sigil of House Baratheon entwined with the red heart that marked the influence of the Lord of Light. Jon found himself standing in the courtyard with Lyanna as a small retinue dismounted. At their head rode Stannis Baratheon himself, lean, balding, his jaw set in a perpetual frown. Behind him came knights in battered plate and a few lords of uncertain expression. Among them was a tall woman with flaming red hair, Melisandre, the Red Priestess, rumored to wield strange powers. Bowen Marsh and a few senior rangers greeted Stannis with stiff formality. Your Grace, Marsh said. We had not expected you until tomorrow. Stannis dismounted, ignoring the cold that reddened his cheeks. Plans change. I come to discuss my terms with the Watch once more, and to see how many able-bodied men remain. The wildlings regroup to the west, or so my scouts say. If you do not name a Lord Commander soon, you'll be overrun the next time they attack. His tone carried barely contained impatience. Then his gaze landed on Lyanna, who stood with Jon at the courtyard's edge. Stannis froze, eyebrows lifting in recognition. Lyanna Stark, he said, voice echoing in the hush that fell. I heard rumors you were dead years ago, and then that you survived but were hidden in the north. Now you appear at the wall. Is this another trick? Lyanna took a step forward, ignoring the swirl of watchers who stared. No trick, Your Grace. I am Lyanna. I have come to help if I can. She paused, her throat tightening. The realm is in turmoil. The Boltons hold Winterfell as your nominal allies, though they are traitors to House Stark. The Lannisters still cling to the Iron Throne, though they name your nephew Joffrey as king. Everyone wages petty wars while the threat beyond the wall grows. The living must unite, or will be devoured by the darkness. Stannis studied her for a moment, his expression grim. Robert loved you once, he said abruptly, not without a tinge of old bitterness. He marched a rebellion in your name, though the truth of that affair was overshadowed by war. You were changed, yes, but I recognized something of the girl who spurned him. His tone was not unkind, merely factual. I will not kneel to House Stark. I am the rightful king by law and the grace of the Lord of Light. But if you truly oppose the Lannisters and the Boltons, perhaps we have a common cause. Lyanna swallowed the memories that flared at the mention of Robert Baratheon, the man she never truly loved, the betrothal that had led to a rebellion. I claim no throne, she said quietly. I want only to preserve the north from being ground under Bolton's heel or destroyed by the White Walkers. If you can hold back Mance Raido's horde, if you can unify the realm's forces, then you have my support in that endeavor. But know that the Boltons are your enemies at heart. They have no loyalty to you or anyone else. A flicker of anger crossed Stannis' eyes. I am aware of Roose Bolton's reputation. Still, he bent the knee after the Red Wedding. He claims to speak for the North, but I do not trust him. My attempts to march on Winterfell are stalled by the harsh northern winter. My men are ill-equipped for these snows. And the Watch does not have enough supplies to feed an army. Meanwhile, we face the wildlings. He exhaled, turning to his retinue. Perhaps we should speak in private. Thus commenced a tense meeting in the old Lord Commander's solar, a cramped room with a rickety table and a sputtering fire. Stannis sat at the table's head, Melisandre by his side, her red robe startling in the dimness. Lyanna took a seat across from him, with Jon and Harwin standing behind her. Bowen Marsh and a few Black brothers hovered near the door, uneasy at hosting a king under their roof. Stannis folded his hands, leaning forward. If the wildlings break, we can buy time to challenge the Boltons. I intend to move my forces to the Dreadfort eventually, but the weather is savage, my men starving. I need the Watch's cooperation, food, shelter, support on the battlefield. They balk, citing their vows of neutrality. Bowen Marsh, arms crossed, responded stiffly, the Night's Watch takes no part in the wars of the realm. We are sworn to guard the wall, not to fight in a king's battles. Stannis' mouth flattened. This is not a petty war. It is survival. The wildlings are a threat to the entire realm, and the White Walkers behind them are worse. Am I to believe the Watch's vow forbids them from saving themselves? Melisandre spoke softly then, her accent carrying an undercurrent of conviction. The great other stirs in the far north, seeking to devour the living in an endless night. The Lord of Light calls his faithful to stand against this shadow. King Stannis heeds the call. Do you not see the red dawn upon the horizon? Jon felt a prickle of unease at the priestess's words. He had heard rumors of her powers, of how she set fires to the old gods. But the threat she described, Eternal Night, aligned too eerily with the tales he had gleaned from rumors from the letter at White Harbor. The others. The White Walkers. The realm quivered on a knife's edge. Lyanna cleared her throat. If the Watch and Stannis cannot come to terms, you weaken each other. Meanwhile, Mance Raider could regroup, or the others might strike where you least expect. If the Watch provided temporary shelter and assistance to Stannis' host, food, stabling, a place to quarter men, could you not remain neutral in name, yet practically support the greater cause? Bowen Marsh hedged. That is a delicate line to walk, my lady. Some in the Watch might view it as betrayal of our vows. But indeed, we are out of options. If Mance Raider or the others break through, none of our vows will matter. We'll all be dead. Stannis tapped a finger on the table. I also need a new Lord Commander in place. If the Watch is leaderless, it does me no good to treat with it. Bowen Marsh is a candidate, but not all the men favor him. Ser Dennis Mallister is another option. There's a rumor that the steward Ed Tollett might gather some votes, but I doubt it. The men are divided. Lyanna's gaze slid to Jon. She hesitated, recalling all that Ned had told her of the Watch's traditions. Has anyone proposed an outsider? A man who might unify them, someone with Stark blood? Ned once told me that leadership in the Watch is earned by the respect of the men, not by birth. Stannis' eyes narrowed, flicking to Jon with a sudden measure of interest. A Stark bastard, is it? He studied Jon's face, noting the seriousness there. That is an idea. If the Snow joined the Watch and rose to command, he might broker an arrangement with me that no one else could. But the Watch chooses its own leader through a vote. Could a newcomer command enough trust? Jon froze, heart hammering. The notion was staggering. Join the Watch? Become Lord Commander, perhaps if enough men supported him? That would be a life sentence, a vow of celibacy, a renunciation of claims. But then the realm believed him a bastard with no inheritance. The Watch had once been a noble calling, though it had fallen on hard times. If the others truly threatened to destroy everything, maybe the wall was where he was meant to stand. Lyanna looked at him, sorrow mingling with pride in her gaze. You must decide for yourself, Jon. She almost said more, but bit it back. If the realm discovered his Targaryen heritage, would he even be free to join the Watch? Or would that revelation set everything ablaze? The path was a labyrinth. Stannis spoke again, it's only an idea. But you do have the blood of Ned Stark, or so I'm told. The Black brothers might rally around that, especially if your aunt Lady Lyanna gave her blessing. And if you vow to lead the Watch in the war against the wildlings and the others, I would pledge to support you with men and supplies to the extent I'm able. Bowen Marsh shifted uncomfortably, but a flicker of interest showed in his eyes. This all presumes the men would actually cast their votes for Jon Snow. They know nothing of him but rumor. Usually, a new recruit has to prove himself before even being considered for officer rank. Stannis half shrugged. Time is short. The wildlings are scattered but not defeated, and winter is coming in earnest. A drawn-out election could doom us. I mean to gather every advantage. The name of Stark might be the key. Jon could hardly speak. Torn emotions welled up, swirling through him. Loyalty to Lyanna, who he had sworn never to abandon. Loyalty to Ned's memory, which had guided him all his life. The calls of prophecy that Rhaegar had once believed in. How could he chain himself to the Night's Watch, never to hold lands or a family, never to publicly claim his birthright if it ever mattered? Yet if he turned away, the realm might shatter under the threat in the north. He spoke carefully, voice almost breaking. I need time to think. Stannis gave a curt nod, as though that were enough for the moment. The meeting adjourned on uneasy terms. Some arrangement would be hammered out between the Watch and the King, but so much hinged on leadership and on whether the men would accept an alliance that blurred the lines of their sacred vow. Outside, the wind bit sharper. Gray skies threatened snow. In the days that followed, Castle Black buzzed with rumors that a true-born Stark, some said Ned's sister, others said cousin, had arrived and that her bastard nephew might attempt to rally the Watch. Jon found himself the object of many stares. Some Black brothers, especially the younger ones, seemed excited by the idea of a Stark. Others were skeptical, insisting no newcomer could lead them. A few brandished open hostility. Let him prove his mettle on the Frostfang trails or in Harrenhal, they muttered. Lyanna spent her time walking the ramparts, speaking quietly with men who had served under Ned's father or who remembered the older traditions of the North. She never once declared that Jon should be named Lord Commander, but she implied that the Watch needed fresh blood untainted by the mutiny or by old rivalries. Choose who you will, she said again and again. But the realm needs a strong Watch. One evening, Jon found her in the old sept, long disused as most watchers prayed to neither the Seven nor the old gods but simply faced the north. She stood among the crumbling pillars, the setting sun painting slants of light across the floor. Jon approached quietly. Her posture was tense, arms crossed against the chill. He spoke gently, "You disapprove of me taking the black?" She turned, meeting his gaze, her voice thick with emotion. "I don't disapprove. I worry. If you swear the vows, you cannot leave. You'll be bound for life. The Watch is an honorable order, yes, but it offers no place for a man who might have to reveal a deeper truth." She hesitated, glancing at the door to ensure no one else listened. "You are my son, the rightful heir to a Targaryen line. If Daenerys lands in Westeros, if she calls upon that shared blood, you could stand as a bridge between the dragon and the wolf. Or if the North needs you as a Stark. Joining the Watch, it locks away all those possibilities." Jon stepped closer, voice trembling. "What choice do I have? The North is enslaved by the Boltons. The realm is in chaos. The Watch is the only bulwark against something far worse. If the White Walkers come and find us divided, we're doomed. I can't stand by. Ned, my uncle, he taught me to do my duty. If the men want me to lead, if that can save lives, maybe it's the only path." A tear slipped down Lyanna's cheek. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "I cannot order you. You are a grown man, shaped by sorrow and war. I only beg you to think carefully. If we do not stand a chance of saving the realm as a normal lord might, then perhaps the Watch is indeed your calling. But I will stand with you, vow or no vow. I won't abandon you." He covered her hand with his. "We'll see how the election goes if there is one. They might not choose me. Then the matter is settled." As it happened, the election proceeded with surprising speed. The urgent threat of wildlings, combined with Stannis's pressure, spurred the Black brothers to hold formal votes. Denys Mallister arrived from the Shadow Tower, outraged at the notion of a near-green recruit ascending to command, but enough men in the ranks resented the old officers who had failed under Mormont's leadership and had allowed the mutiny to fester. The name Stark carried weight, a last echo of northern respect. The Watchers whispered that if Ned Stark's kin commanded them, they might rebuild the Watch's battered honor. Even men who disliked outsiders recognized that a bold choice might be needed to unify them in a crisis. For days, the voting seesawed among Bowen Marsh, Denys Mallister, Othel Yarwick, and a handful of others. But each round ended with none having a clear majority. Meanwhile, rumors of Jon Snow, the Stark bastard, circulated. Some men scorned him. Others were intrigued. A small group among the younger rangers and stewards began to push for him as a compromise candidate. "He can talk to Stannis for us," they said. "He can bring the North behind us if the Boltons fall." The momentum grew in hushed corners, each man debating. Jon himself felt torn. He had never even spoken the vows. He was no ranger. Harwin tried to reassure him. You fought in a war, survived betrayals. You know enough of discipline. Sometimes that's more than a fresh boy with illusions. And the older men might rally if they see Lady Lyanna's backing. Lyanna, for her part, offered no public endorsement. But her presence alone seemed to serve as a quiet endorsement. The Watchers saw her in the yard, speaking with them about the dire threat in the north, and many found themselves thinking well of the Stark bastard. With no consensus forming among the old guard, men began to murmur that perhaps it was time for a complete break with the past. At last, on a freezing morning in Castle Black's common hall, the final vote was called. Jon stood at the side, uncertain as the Black brothers filed up to place tokens, pieces of slate or shell, into 3 bins, each labeled with a name scrawled on parchment: Mallister, Marsh, and Snow. Dennis Mallister glared at Jon from across the hall, arms folded, while Bowen Marsh looked grim but resigned. Lyanna watched from near the dais, face pale. Stannis was absent, perhaps not wanting to overshadow the Watch's process, but no doubt awaited the outcome. Melisandre's presence was felt like a silent, fiery tension somewhere in the keep. After all had voted, the stewards tallied tokens in view of the assembly. The Watchers lined the walls, breath visible in the cold air, rustling with subdued anticipation. When the final count was announced, Jon Snow held the narrow majority by a handful of votes over Mallister. A hush fell. Jon felt his heart hammering so fiercely he thought he might collapse. He looked at Lyanna, whose eyes brimmed with tears and pride and sorrow. Bowen Marsh, though clearly disappointed, cleared his throat and addressed the gathering. We have a new Lord Commander. By the will of the Night's Watch, Jon Snow shall lead us. A few men murmured or nodded. Others clapped politely, some with genuine respect. Mallister stalked from the room in stony silence while a group of younger rangers let out subdued cheers. Jon stepped forward, words tangling in his throat. My brothers, he began, voice echoing in the rafters, I never sought this honor. I only came here because I believe the Watch stands between the living and the darkness. You know the dangers, wildlings by the thousands, the others beyond them. If we falter, the realm collapses. We must put aside old grudges, old failings, and unite under our vows. We are the sword in the darkness. I swear to uphold my duty, to lead as best I can, though I am untested. With your help, we will defend the wall against all threats, living or dead. A wave of quiet acceptance met his words. The Black brothers bowed, some with sincerity, some with reservation. Lyanna stood apart, silent tears tracking her cheeks, a trembling smile pulling at her lips. Jon glanced her way, wishing he could run to her, but knowing that his new station demanded formality. He would need to speak the vows. He would stand as Lord Commander, separate from all else, including the mother he had only just truly gained. That evening, by the Godswood that clung behind the castle near a cluster of evergreens, Jon knelt in the snow and recited the Night's Watch vow. Lyanna stood at a distance, watching with anguished pride. Bowen Marsh and a handful of old rangers bore witness, their breath steaming in the torchlit gloom. Jon's voice was steady, though inside he quivered. Hear my words and bear witness to my vow. Night gathers and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come. The final words left his lips and he felt something within him clench. These vows forbidden him from taking a wife or fathering heirs. It meant he locked away any claim to a Targaryen inheritance, any possible future. But if the realm's survival hinged on the Watch, if the others truly marched, perhaps this was the sacrifice demanded of him. As he rose, new tears stung his eyes. He turned to see Lyanna stepping forward, arms around herself as though she fought a bone-deep cold. For a moment, no one else existed. She searched his face, her expression warring with heartbreak and fierce admiration. She whispered so only he could hear, Ned would be proud. I only hope the realm can be saved before your vow forces you to bury truths we might yet need. He swallowed. I am sorry, mother, he murmured, voice thick. But I cannot abandon these men now. I can't let the wall fall. She nodded, tears trickling free. Then I stand with you as best I can, though I am not a sworn brother. I will remain near if you'll allow me. Until events force another course. Jon reached for her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Stay as long as you wish. The north is not safe, but Castle Black might be safer than returning to the Bolton's domain. We'll figure out the rest in time. They parted before the watchful gazes of the Black brothers. Some might wonder at the closeness between the bastard nephew and the Stark lady, but none dared voice it. In the days that followed, Jon threw himself into the role of Lord Commander. He reorganized patrols, strove to mend fences between Mallister and Marsh, tried to open lines of communication with Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower. He conferred daily with Stannis, forging an uneasy alliance. The Watch would allow Stannis's men to shelter near the wall, to use Castle Black as a staging ground for a campaign against the Wildlings and, eventually, the Boltons. In return, Stannis would supply the Watch with some food and arms, ensuring they survived the winter's onset. It was no perfect solution. Many Watchers disliked the presence of a king in Black territory, while many of Stannis's knights viewed the Watch as a mere tool. But Jon persevered, bridging the gap as best he could. Melisandre watched him with cryptic amusement, sometimes offering cryptic remarks about the Song of Ice and Fire or the prince who was promised. Once, she cornered Jon in the yard, her red robes swirling in the cold wind. "You have power in your blood," she murmured, flame-bright eyes searching his face. "The Lord of Light sees possibilities in you." Jon stiffened, alarmed. Did she sense his hidden lineage? "I'm just a sworn brother," he said gruffly, turning away. She let him go, a smile curving her lips as though certain the truth would emerge in its own time. Meanwhile, Lyanna immersed herself as best she could in the life of the Watch, though she wore no black cloak. She spent her hours speaking with men in the yard, learning of wildling strategies, gleaning news of any sign of White Walkers. She wrote letters in Castle Black's small library, sending ravens to whatever northern houses might still be covertly loyal to House Stark, houses like the Manderleys, the Mormonts, the Glovers. She received scattered replies, mostly bleak, though some bore seeds of hope. House Mormont, for one, rumored that they would never bow to Bolton rule. But mobilizing them in open revolt was another matter entirely, given the presence of Ironborn near the coasts and Bolton patrols inland. Days turned to weeks. The gloom of winter settled in. The dark lingered longer each morning, and evening came swiftly. The wildlings had scattered after Stannis's victory, but scouts reported Mance Raydo's allies regrouping beyond the wall. Jon arranged for rangers to man the towers along the ramparts, even though their numbers were pitifully few. Stannis's men patrolled the Gift, seeking to secure farmland and hamper any wildlings that might slip south. Food remained a constant worry. The Watch's stockpiles were meager. Stannis's provisions helped, but it was never enough to feed so many mouths. Tensions flared, especially among the older Black brothers who disliked the presence of Southern knights in their keep. Jon rose before dawn each day to address disputes, plan patrols, and attempt to unify the battered institution he now led. He told himself that if Ned had sacrificed everything to protect him, if Lyanna had given her life's freedom for him, then he could bear the weight of this command. That alone must be reason enough, even if the cost was high. The first sign of the White Walkers came on a bitterly cold night, weeks into his command. A ranger patrol failed to return from north of the wall. Alarmed, Jon sent men up the ice ramp to investigate. They found only tracks in the snow, footprints leading deeper into the haunted forest. No bodies, no gear. One man's cloak turned up torn, blood frozen upon it. Another patrol discovered a hollow clearing with no sign of a fight, but the sense of unspeakable cold lingered, as if the air itself had died. Word reached Castle Black that more wildling bands were fleeing, heading east or west, anywhere to avoid something that hunted them in the night. Mance Raydo himself had vanished. Some claimed he was captured by Stannis, others that he'd used old magic to hide. Anxiety rippled through the Black brothers. If the others were truly near, how long before they reached the wall in force? Late one night, while Jon pored over maps in the Lord Commander's solar, Lyanna entered quietly. A single candle lit the small table. Jon glanced up, exhausted. "Is everything all right?" She sank into a stool, pulling her cloak tighter. "I had a dream," she said, voice trembling. "A dream of the Tower of Joy. I saw Rhaegar kneeling over me, telling me the Song of Ice and Fire was not done. Then I saw shadows of tall, pale figures, their eyes gleaming blue, crossing a field of snow. It felt like a warning." She looked at him, tears threatening. "I'm afraid. If the others break through, if they are unstoppable, what chance do we have?" Jon rose, moving to kneel beside her. He took her hands, feeling the chill in her skin. "We have the wall," he said gently, though doubt churned in his gut. "If the old tales are right, it's warded with ancient magic. They cannot pass easily. We have dragonglass, if rumors hold that it can kill them. And there are other secrets we might yet discover." She gripped his hand tightly. "And what of your secret? If you truly bear Targaryen blood, might the dragons across the sea be part of this? Could dragonfire stand against ice?" Jon felt an inner quake. He had no answers. "Daenerys Targaryen is far away across the narrow sea, last we heard." And even if she lands, who's to say she'd see me as an ally rather than a rival or a threat? I cannot betray the Watch by chasing some claim or forging alliances outside our vow. He forced a bleak smile. I've chosen my path. All I can do is stand here. She bowed her head, nodding. Then I will remain if I can help. Unless you think my presence endangers your position. If the Boltons discover I'm alive and here, they might use it as a pretext to march north with Lannister backing. Her voice caught. I can't be the cause of more bloodshed. Jon frowned, considering the risk. The Boltons probably suspect you fled across the sea or died on the way. They might not guess you're at the wall. Even if they do, to attack the Night's Watch is sacrilege. Then again, the Boltons have proven they care little for honor. He squeezed her hand. Stay, at least until we see how the winter progresses. You can always slip away with Stannis's men if an opportunity arises. We need your counsel, your knowledge of the North, your morale. The men respect you. She managed a small, watery smile. Then I'll stay. I can't let you bear this alone. They sat in that quiet chamber, mother and son, each burdened by secrets that might one day save or doom the realm. Outside, the night wind howled, a herald of the deadly chill creeping south from the lands beyond the wall. In the following weeks, the snows deepened, blanketing Castle Black and the surrounding hills in white drifts. Patrols became harder, often forced to turn back by blizzards. Scouts brought conflicting accounts of wildling groups led by figures like Tormund Giantsbane, of creeping horrors in the far north, of entire villages abandoned with no sign of life. Jon juggled daily crises, quarrels among the Black brothers, negotiations with Stannis, rationing of food. Some nights he flung himself into the straw mattress so tired he could scarcely think. Lyanna quietly took on tasks that an unofficial steward might handle, organizing the meager library, helping write letters to lords who might still support the Watch, distributing warm clothes to men who had none. Her presence became a comfort for many who had never known a noble lady who would stoop to such chores. She never lorded her name over them, she simply worked. And over time, the Black brothers began to treat her with a mixture of gratitude and protective fondness, as though she were the only hint of nobility left in a dying world. Stannis soon declared he would march on the wildlings who remained east of the Frostfangs. He insisted that a decisive blow might bring them to heel or force them into negotiation. Jon cautioned him about the weather, but Stannis could not be deterred. He asked the Watch for guides to the eastern passes. Jon reluctantly provided a few rangers, hoping it might prevent Stannis from stumbling blindly into a snow-choked gorge. King Baratheon departed Castle Black with a grim vow to bring order to the north, one battle at a time. That left Castle Black strangely quiet, the yard half empty. Some watchers muttered relief, others fear. Snowstorms battered them, piling drifts against the outer palisade, forcing men to shovel pathways daily. More rangers returned from the north with fewer numbers, bearing hollow eyes and tails of white spotted at dusk. The tension grew suffocating. Jon clung to the vow he had taken, reminding himself that if they could stand firm, they might hold back the darkness. Then, in a midnight hush, the raven calls arrived from Eastwatch. Something was coming from the shivering sea. Lights glimmered across the ice. Men vanished off the watch posts. Cotter Pike demanded reinforcements. Jon gathered what rangers he could spare. In the courtyard, he found Lyanna waiting, her sword belted at her hip. I'm going with you, she declared, voice unwavering. Don't ask me to stay behind again. He hesitated, heart leaping with both pride and dread. She was still recovering from the wound she'd taken at the twins, though mostly healed now. Her skill might be needed if it truly was the others or an incursion of whites. He nodded. Then ride with us. We'll see what horror awaits. They departed under the pale gleam of the half-moon. A small column of watchers and a supply sled. The path east was half buried in snow. Icy wind stung their faces, scattering crystals that glittered under the moonlight. Hours passed in tense silence. Men clutched weapons, scanning the edges of the forest. Lyanna rode near Jon, the two exchanging grim looks whenever the wind lulled. She wore a borrowed black cloak to blend in with the watchers, though she was no sworn sister. Near dawn, they met a ragged scout from Eastwatch who bore a haggard face and trembling voice. "Commander," he gasped. "Cotter Pike fights something beyond the causeway. Undead wildlings, perhaps, or worse. They came from the eastern sea, walking on the ice. They have no fear of water or cold." His eyes shone with panic. "We tried to burn them, but they keep coming. Eastwatch is short of men." Jon's blood ran cold. He turned to his men. "We push on. Prepare torches, oil, anything that burns. He glanced at Lyanna's set face, wanting to tell her to turn back, but the determination in her eyes forestalled any argument. So they continued. They arrived at Eastwatch's outskirts to find the fortress under siege in the eerie half-light of pre-dawn. Torches blazed along the ramparts, flickering against the swirling snow. Shapes moved in the gloom. A line of animate corpses, some still wearing the ragged furs of wildlings, others unrecognizable. They shambled forward, eyes glowing pale blue, arms reaching with unnatural strength. The watchers on the walls rained arrows and flaming pitch, but for every wight that collapsed in flames, more emerged from the darkness, guided by some malevolent will. Beyond them, on the frozen shore, a thicker fog clung, shapes drifting in it. Once or twice, a tall, bone-white figure glided into view, an other with eyes like icy stars. Jon's heart seized at the sight. The legends were true. He had never beheld such an unnatural presence. It moved with lethal grace, wielding a blade that shimmered with frost. A swirl of heartbreak and anger overtook him. This was the foe that threatened all life, the reason the watch had to stand. "Form up!" Jon shouted, voice straining to carry over the wind. The men from Castle Black lit torches, brandished swords wrapped with oil-soaked rags. They advanced across the rocky shore, flanking the wights that clustered near Eastwatch's gates. Lyanna rode at Jon's side until they dismounted to fight on foot. She clutched her sword in a white-knuckled grip, her face set with resolve. The wights smelled of death, eyes glowing. As Jon's men slammed into them, a cacophony of steel rang out. Jon slashed at a wight's torso, only to see it lunge forward, heedless of pain. He ducked, severing its leg with a savage swipe. It still crawled, snapping its rotted jaws. A watchman thrust a torch into its face, setting it ablaze. Another wight nearly tackled Jon from the side, but Lyanna darted in, her blade biting deep into its neck. With a moan of unnatural hunger, it crumpled. Flaming arrows rained from the walls, igniting pockets of the horde. Jon glimpsed Cotter Pike atop the ramparts, bellowing orders. The swirl of snow made everything hazy. Figures moved in half-silhouette, watchers wrestling with reanimated corpses, men shrieking if they fell, the wights clawing relentlessly. Then a hush of cold wind swept the beach. And others stepped forward, sort of ice gleaming with frigid light. The wights withdrew in a ring around it. Jon felt a jolt of terror as the being locked eyes on him. Every tale he had heard about the long night flickered through his mind. The other moved with lethal grace, raising its sword in a silent challenge. Jon, heart thunderous, advanced. He remembered rumors that dragon glass, obsidian, could kill an other. But he had none, only steel. He prayed that steel might at least buy him time. The creature lunged, its strike impossibly fast. Jon barely parried, and a shock of cold burned his hands at the impact. The blade of ice seemed to freeze the air around it. He stumbled back, breath-catching in pain. Lyanna cried out, trying to flank the other, but it spun with inhuman speed, slamming the flat of its weapon into her side. The blow hurled her to the ground, knocking the wind from her. Jon roared, swinging at the other's back. It twisted, blocking with a contemptuous ease. Where their blades met, shards of ice sprayed. Jon's sword vibrated in his grip as though protesting. The cold knifed up his arms. "Fall back," shouted Harwin from somewhere in the chaos. "We can't fight them without dragonglass." But Jon could not retreat, not while Lyanna lay gasping in the snow. With desperate fury, Jon feinted left. The other's sword flashed, and the clash sent a crack through Jon's blade. He recoiled, seeing a fracture. The other let out a soundless hiss, stepping in for a killing blow. At that moment, Lyanna forced herself up, seizing a torch from the ground. She thrust it toward the other's face. The creature recoiled, hissing in greater anger. That fraction of a moment gave Jon an opening. He brought his battered sword down, aiming for the being's shoulder. It connected with a dreadful shriek, and the other's body cracked, shards of shimmering ice flecking the air. For an instant, Jon thought it might fail. Then the blade shattered completely, and the other's weapon whirled upward, ready to sever Jon's head. But at that moment, a flaming arrow struck the other's side, from Cotter Pike's vantage, perhaps. Blue fire licked across the other's form. It spasmed, letting out an unearthly howl, then crumbled like brittle glass into the snow. In the next heartbeat, many of the wights collapsed, limbs going limp. The watchers seized the advantage, setting them alight or hacking them to bits. The air rang with dying shrieks and crackling flames. Jon dropped to a knee beside Lyanna, panting, arms numb with cold. "Mother," he gasped, "are you hurt?" She clutched her side, breathing raggedly. "Bruised ribs, I think. Nothing worse." Her eyes shone with tears, relief, shock, pain. You slew that thing? Or the arrow did?" Jon felt no triumph, only a hollow terror. "I barely survived." He looked at his sundered sword lying in the snow, glimmering with frost. "We need obsidian," he murmured. "Or Valyrian steel. Something to truly fight them." Across the beach, watchmen stamped out lingering fires, finishing off any twitching limbs. Dozens of corpses, old wildlings, the newly dead watchers, lay strewn about. But the immediate threat had passed. Cotter Pike came stumbling down from the ramparts, face ashen. "We lost near 20 men," he said, voice shaking with rage. "Those devils came from the sea, walking on the ice. If you'd not arrived, we'd have been overrun." Jon nodded, trembling from the adrenaline. Lyanna leaned against him for support. She stared at the crumbled remnants of the other, which had dissolved into pale shards that melted like hoarfrost in the rising dawn. "This is just the beginning," she whispered, horror etched on her features. "They're out there, more of them." Jon rose, helping her stand. "Then we'll fight them or die trying," he said, though a deep fear pulled at his heart. He was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He had found ephemeral victory here, but the forces at play dwarfed them all. They spent the next day burning the Whites' remains, piling them high near the rocky shore. The stench was near unbearable. Lyanna carried a torch herself, ignoring the ache in her ribs, setting the dead aflame to prevent them from rising again. The Watchers performed the grim work with set jaws. A handful of wildling survivors who had been locked in Eastwatch's cells stumbled out after it was done, some weeping in shock. Jon saw pity in Lyanna's eyes as they watched the traumatized wildlings. "They're people too," she said softly. "They fled the White Walkers only to become them if they died. How can we keep calling them the enemy?" Jon had no answer. The memory of the monstrous gaze of the other lingered in his mind, overshadowing all else. If that was the true enemy, then the old lines between watchmen and wildlings, lords and peasants, might fade to irrelevance. But the realm was not ready to see reason. They were all trapped in smaller wars. The Lannisters, the Boltons, the Freys, the illusions of power. Late that afternoon, Cotter Pike pulled Jon aside. "Your aunt is no sworn woman of the Watch," he said, not unkindly. "But I see how she fights. She's proven her courage. The men respect her for all that she is a highborn lady." Jon nodded warily. "Aye. She's paid for that respect in scars." Pike grunted. "She's free to remain here or return to Castle Black with you, but if more attacks come, we'll be on the front line. Eastwatch stands in the path of any who try to skirt the wall by sea. Another assault and we might not hold." He eyed Jon. "Your Lord Commander. I need men, supplies, anything. If another host of Whites appear, we'll burn and the shivering sea will be open to them." Jon exhaled. "I'll see what we can spare, but we have so little at Castle Black. Stannis left some men, but they're off chasing wildlings. I can't conjure more swords from thin air." Pike scowled. "Then keep your eyes open, Lord Commander. The night is dark, and it grows darker still." He trudged away, leaving Jon to stare at the lowering sun. That evening, they returned inside Eastwatch's battered hall to rest. Lyanna found Jon by the fire, shoulders bowed under the weight of responsibility. She sank onto the bench beside him, ignoring the dull ache in her ribs. A hush cloaked the hall. Most men had collapsed in exhausted sleep after the horrors of the night. The wind rattled the shutters, drawing cold air through the cracks. "We can't win this war alone," Jon said, voice barely above a whisper. "We need the entire realm united, every house that remains loyal to life. But the realm is shattered. The Lannisters cling to the throne, the Boltons choke the north, Daenerys Targaryen sits across the sea with dragons, rumored but not confirmed." His lips twisted. "And here I am, sworn to the Night's Watch, pledged to neutrality, even as I try to rally them." Lyanna leaned her head against his shoulder. "You're doing what you must. That alone might inspire others to see beyond petty squabbles. If the day comes when the realm truly understands the threat, perhaps all lines of war will vanish. Or perhaps we're fooling ourselves and men will always fight among themselves until the darkness devours them." Jon closed his eyes, exhaustion seeping into his bones. "We can only try. I gave up everything to stand on this wall." If it isn't enough, he trailed off, and they sat in silence, each haunted by visions of the frozen dead lurching across the snow. In the days that followed, Jon oversaw the burying or burning of Eastwatch's fallen, then led his men back along the wall to Castle Black. Lyanna rode by his side, silent and pensive. Harwin, who had joined them at the start, remained a quiet sentinel. When they arrived, they found fresh problems waiting. Stannis had returned from the Frostfangs with captives and wounded, demanding the Watch house them. A new wave of wildlings threatened the fist of the first men. The nightmares multiplied. Yet in that swirl of chaos, Jon steeled himself. He was Lord Commander, bound to stand firm. Lyanna's presence provided him with a slender anchor. She reminded him that he was more than a name, more than a vow. He was a man who carried Rhaegar's blood, Ned's memory, and Lyanna's fierce spirit. If that gave him the strength to endure, so be it. Late one night, as snow drifted against the walls of Castle Black, mother and son stood atop the wall's height, gazing out into the northern darkness. Torches flickered behind them, but the vast emptiness of the frozen land yawned before their eyes. In the distance, mountains loomed like silent sentinels. The wind howled, as though carrying the voices of the dead. Lyanna hugged her cloak around her, her breath misting in the cold. We survived the Red Wedding. We survived the Bolton's hunts, the sea storms, the others' first assault. It feels as though each day is borrowed time. Jon's gaze swept the moonlit wastes. Perhaps it is. But if a single day of borrowed time lets us prepare for what's coming, I'll take it. And the next, until we find some way to end this threat forever. She turned to him, eyes shining with maternal devotion. You truly are as stubborn as Ned was, you know? A small laugh escaped him, more genuine than any in weeks. I'll take that as a compliment. He looked at her in the pale moonlight. Whatever happens, you are still Lady Lyanna Stark. The North needs you. If we hold out, maybe one day House Stark can rise again, free of the Boltons. She stared down the length of the wall, at the land that had once been her home. If that day ever comes, I will do my duty. But if the White Walkers break this wall, it won't matter who sits in Winterfell. Ice will claim us all. She laid a hand on Jon's arm. Stand strong, my son. He nodded, heart taut. They faced the darkness in silence, mother and son, watchers on the edge of the world. The swirling wind carried the faint taste of frost and the promise of deeper winter. But somewhere, far away, the distant possibility of dragons might stir. The realm's fate hinged on the union of ice and fire, and though they did not know how that union would manifest or when, they stood ready to defend what was left of the living, bound by love and blood stronger than any vow. Far below, the men of the Night's Watch patrolled the yard. Stannis's banners rustled in the gale, and Melisandre's prayers drifted from a distant corner, speaking of a light in the darkness. Yet for Lyanna and Jon, no outside prophecy mattered more than the vow they had taken in their hearts, to protect each other and to shield the realm of men. And in that vow, beneath the cold stars, they found the smallest measure of hope in a world on the brink of the longest night. Lyanna Stark stood atop the wall in the deepest hour of night, the wind shrieking in her ears, her cloak snapping about her lean frame. Before her stretched a bleak panorama of snow-covered wilderness, shadowed by moonlight and haunted by winds that carried the howls of distant beasts and the memory of the dead. The wall of ancient ice beneath her boots groaned now and again, shifting imperceptibly. Had she been anyone else, she might have felt terror seize her heart. But terror had never stilled her hand or turned her from a path. Not in Dorne, not when the Towers of Joy had nearly claimed her life, not when the Boltons burned Winterfell. And she would not yield now. Beside her, Jon Snow, her son, though the realm believed him her nephew, kept vigil with equal intensity. He wore the thick blacks of the Night's Watch, a heavy fur-lined cloak pulled close about his neck. The shifting torchlight etched the lines of his features in stark relief, revealing a hint of Rhaegar's high cheekbones beneath the darkness that was purely stark. His breath left him in a soft fog, for the night was bitterly cold. They said little. They rarely needed words to acknowledge the burdens they shared. Not long ago, he had stood here to speak his vows, raised to Lord Commander in a moment of crisis for the Night's Watch. That crisis had not passed. The Whites' assault on Eastwatch by the sea remained a fresh wound, proof that the others had begun their great stirring. The realm remained fractured by war and ambition. And far to the south, the Boltons reigned over the north in name, while in truth they simply stoked fear. Jon's eyes skimmed the darkness beyond the wall as if expecting a fresh wave of horrors to materialize at any moment. Lyanna touched his arm lightly. You're shivering, she murmured, though she knew no heavy cloak could entirely fend off the chill. Come inside. There's no use freezing out here. Jon rubbed the back of his gloved hand across his mouth, exhaling. A few more moments, he said softly. We lost a patrol earlier. I've men out searching. I wanted to see if there's any sign of them on the ice below. She followed his gaze. Shadows merged with drifts of snow, making it impossible to see anything at this distance. Torchlight from the wall's watch platform flickered against the surrounding gloom, but beyond that pool of illumination all was an endless expanse of white and gray. "It's hopeless in this dark," she said. "We can do no more until dawn." "And neither can they." Jon half closed his eyes. She knew it pained him to wait, to stay warm indoors while men he commanded might be stranded in the frozen wilderness. But winter demanded patience as much as it demanded grit. At last, he inclined his head. "All right, let's go down." They descended via the creaking cage lift, the winch handled by 2 watchers huddled in furs. At the bottom, the courtyard lay quiet, all but for the faint glow of lanterns in the high windows. Inside, near the smoky warmth of a common room, a handful of watchers sat dozing on benches, waiting on word of the lost patrol. They stood when Jon entered, spines straightening in deference to the Lord Commander. Lyanna hovered at his shoulder, letting him speak first. "Anything?" he asked, scanning their faces. "Ravens? Signs from the men we sent to search." A scarred ranger shook his head. "No, my lord. Nothing yet. Storms blow in from the west. Could be they're forced to take shelter, or they met worse trouble." Jon's jaw worked, but he nodded. "Stay vigilant. If they haven't returned by dawn, we'll send another party." He turned to Lyanna and jerked his head toward the corridor that led to the old Lord Commander's solar. "Come." She followed him through the flickering torchlight, her worn boots echoing on the stone floors. The interior of Castle Black was a haphazard warren, wooden walkways and stone steps patched and repatched over centuries, corners drafty and sometimes hung with furs to keep out the cold. Jon's predecessors had left behind few comforts. When they reached the solar, Harwin was there, stoking a brazier for warmth. He inclined his head at them. "Any news from the top of the wall?" Harwin asked. Lyanna shook her head. "Nothing. Just darkness." Harwin's mouth pressed into a grim line. "If men are lost out there, well, I've seen how quickly winter devours them. You can have a fire lit all night, my lord, but it'll do no good if the others find them first." Jon sank into a wooden chair, his shoulders tense. He flicked a weary glance at Harwin. "I know. That's what gnaws at me. But I can't keep sending rangers to vanish in the storm. We can't afford the losses." Lyanna touched Harwin's arm gently, a silent thanks for the brazier, then she turned to Jon. "Is there anything you need me to do? Check the ravens? Speak to the men? Sometimes a kind word can calm their worst fears." Jon shook his head. "You've done more than enough already, mother. You should rest. It's near midnight." She winced a bit at the word mother because while she cherished hearing him speak it, they seldom used it openly. But here, in the privacy of the solar with only Harwin and the brazier for witness, it was safe enough. "Rest? I might try," she said softly. "Yet I doubt sleep will come." Jon's gaze flicked up to her, concern etched in his eyes. "Your ribs. They ache in this cold, but it's no worse than the day after Eastwatch. I'll manage." He nodded, then turned his attention to the ledgers scattered across the table. Summaries of the watch's stores, rosters of men assigned to various tasks, the day's notices. Often she found him here late into the night, immersing himself in the details. No doubt it was the only way he could push aside the nightmares that loomed behind his eyelids. Lyanna recognized the pattern. She used to do the same in the aftermath of captivity at Winterfell, consuming her time with chores so her mind did not linger on the memory of Theon's betrayal or the Red Wedding's horrors. Outside, the wind moaned. Harwin closed the door softly as he left them. Lyanna moved toward Jon, placing a hand on his tense shoulder. "Don't lose yourself in these. If you burn out, you'll be of no use to your men." He closed one ledger, exhaling. "I know." A faint, humorless smile curled his lips. "I never wanted command. I never imagined it. But here I am with half our brothers either wounded, deserting, or too young to stand the night. Morale crumbles a little more each time a patrol doesn't come back." He paused, swallowing. "I used to dream of leading men, but that was as a child. I didn't understand what it meant." She gently squeezed his shoulder. "No one does until they stand in those boots. Even Ned, I remember him pacing Winterfell's halls at night, fretting about how to keep both peace and honor." She brushed back a strand of his dark hair. "You're doing well, Jon. Better than you know." His throat bobbed, eyes glistening with a moment of raw emotion. But he quickly shuddered at leaning back from her touch. "Thank you," he said. "I'll see if I can rest a few hours. We'll gather again at dawn to plan." They parted ways then, she to a small chamber in the old training tower, he to the Lord Commander's quarters. Sleep for them both was fleeting. The night brought no new ravens, no changes. Dawn arrived with a low gray sky and an unrelenting wind. The lost patrol never returned. Jon, fueled by determination and the knowledge that such losses could not go unaddressed, arranged for another search. This time he sent double the number of men, all bearing torches, oil, and a cache of dragoglass arrowheads that he had carefully rationed since the Whites had attacked Eastwatch. Lyanna stood in the courtyard to see them off, feeling the apprehension in every breath. She noted that a handful of watchers cast her glances of respect or pity. She was no sworn member of the Watch, yet she had fought alongside them more than once. She returned their nods gravely. That afternoon, amid the gloom of the great hall, Bowen Marsh approached with purposeful strides. He had always been stiffly polite to Lyanna, no outright disrespect, but no warmth either. She waited at a table near the hearth where she was reading a report from Eastwatch. Marsh stood with arms folded. "My lady," he began, voice terse, "Lord Commander Snow instructs me to see about the possibility of recruiting wildlings to help man the wall. He says we need every able body if the White Walkers come. Perhaps you could speak with him. Persuade him otherwise." Lyanna lifted her gaze. "You don't approve of letting wildlings settle?" Marsh sniffed. "They've murdered our rangers for centuries. The Watch's entire existence is based on keeping them out. And now we let them pass freely? Even if it's to keep them from turning white, it feels like a betrayal of our vows." She set aside the parchment. "But consider the alternative. If they remain north, they become fodder for the others. We saw what happened at Eastwatch. Every White we face was once living flesh. If the wildlings die beyond the wall, we'll face a larger army of the dead. Better they join us on this side, no?" Marsh's mouth twisted. "You echo Jon's logic. He calls them free folk, says that once we settle them in the gift, they'll owe us support in the war. But can we trust them?" "Trust is earned," Lyanna said. "We can remain watchful. We can impose conditions, see that they disarm. We have no better choice. The others do not discriminate. Every corpse is their recruit." Marsh grumbled something under his breath. He was not convinced. But Lyanna saw that he was too weary to argue further. The man had endured the wildling onslaught, Mormont's death, Stannis' arrival. "I see," he said at last. "Then I'll carry out the Lord Commander's orders. But many men will not like it." Lyanna gave a small, sad smile. "They don't have to like it. They only have to survive." He inclined his head, retreating. Once he was gone, Lyanna drew a slow breath. She never enjoyed these disputes, but she understood them. The Night's Watch was an institution steeped in centuries of conflict with wildlings. Such a drastic shift, allying with them or at least harboring them, would rattle tradition. But as Jon often said, tradition meant nothing if the world ended in ice. Moments later, another man approached from the hall's entrance. This time it was a steward in Baratheon livery wearing a badge of the crowned stag and the red heart for the Lord of Light. Lyanna's spine straightened. She recognized him as one of Stannis' men who'd been left behind to coordinate with Castle Black while the king roamed the snowy wastes. "My Lady Stark," the steward said, bowing more deeply than most watchers ever did. "I bring word from King Stannis. He requests an audience with you and Lord Commander Snow if you can come to his camp in the Queen's Tower." Lyanna frowned, recalling that Stannis had designated an old watchtower outside the perimeter of Castle Black as his personal command post. She had assumed he was still on campaign to the west, but apparently he'd returned. "I'll speak to Lord Commander Snow," she said, rising. "We can meet him soon." "Did he say what it concerns?" The steward hesitated. "He mentioned news from the south. Something about the Boltons." The king seemed vexed. She felt a chill run through her. "Thank you. We'll attend him soon." It took little time to find Jon. He was in the yard, speaking with two rangers who had just come back from a short patrol. Their expressions were grim. Lyanna touched Jon's elbow lightly. "Stannis' men want us to attend him. He's in the old tower." Jon excused himself from the rangers, turning to her. "Did they say why?" "Boltons," she answered quietly, voice taut. His brow furrowed. "All right, let's go." Harwin joined them as a matter of course, an unobtrusive shadow. The three trudged through ankle-deep snow to the watchtower Stannis had made his seat. Guards in Baratheon sigils and strange, foreign cloaks, some from Essos, perhaps mercenaries, stood at the tower's entrance. They saluted stiffly, letting Jon and Lyanna pass inside, while Harwin remained outside on alert. The tower's interior was cramped, a circular space dominated by a heavy table littered with maps of the north and scrawled letters. Candles flickered, revealing King Stannis at the far side, hunched over a parchment. Near him stood Melisandre, her red hair a startling slash of color, and a hulking man in battered plate who must have been Ser Godry Faring or one of the other knights loyal to Stannis. The air smelled of old smoke and lamp oil. Stannis fixed them with his characteristic stare as they entered. His face was gaunt, etched with lines from exposure to the harsh winter. "Lord Commander." Lady Lyanna, he greeted. You look well, considering the whites you fought at Eastwatch. Jon offered a curt nod. We lost many men. Stannis nodded. A tragedy, but you prevailed. Now I call upon you to face another threat. One that resides in Winterfell under my name. His voice gained an edge. I have news that Roose Bolton, the self-styled Warden of the North, has begun sending forth men to capture or kill any rumored Stark survivor. He claims the Starks threaten the king's peace, by which he means my cause. He tries to link me to the murders of your family as if it were my design. Lyanna felt anger coil in her gut. Bolton brazenly claims to serve you. Meanwhile he hunts Starks. Typical. Stannis' eyes flicked to her. Yes. He knows I distrust him. Yet while I am pinned here at the wall, forced to battle wildlings and the threat of the others, he fortifies Winterfell. My scouts say he's gathered the Manderleys, the Serwins, the Dustins, the Ryswells, some forcibly, some by cunning, and he means to control the entire north. He proclaims it is on my behalf, though he is obviously forging his own tyranny. Jon's posture stiffened, his black cloak shifting. Has he learned of Lady Lyanna's presence at the wall? If so, might he try to claim it's a rebellion brewing under your watch? Stannis exhaled, frustration ghosting across his features. That remains uncertain. My spies say he has men scouring the gift and searching for any sign of you, but the winter storms hinder them. They likely suspect you either fled over the sea or died in the wild. Still, it's only a matter of time before they glean the truth. Lyanna spoke up, voice steady. You want the Watch to help you depose Bolton? The Watch is forbidden from interfering in the realm's politics. Jon can't order men to march on Winterfell. A flicker of wry amusement crossed Stannis' face. I know the vows. I do not ask Jon to break them. But if an arrangement can be made, if volunteers from the north can slip away to join me, or if you, Lady Lyanna, can rally hidden loyalists, I might strike Bolton before he's fully entrenched. I have enough men to besiege Winterfell. If I can gather the few houses that still hate the Boltons more than they fear them. Jon exchanged a glance with Lyanna. She sensed his conflict. And what would that accomplish? Jon said carefully. If the others breach the wall anyway, all our energies spent retaking Winterfell might be wasted if the dead overrun us. Melisandre's eyes glimmered in the candlelight, fixed upon Jon with something like fascination. The war for the dawn must be fought on many fronts. If the North remains in chaos, it cannot unite against the great others' armies. The Boltons hinder all unity. They must be removed. Lyanna let out a breath. I won't deny that removing Bolton would be a blessing. He butchered my family, turned on the Starks and allies with the Freys. If the North can be wrested from him, perhaps the houses can come together for a greater cause. But can you truly spare the strength? The wildlings remain a threat, the whites more so. Stannis set down his parchment, leaning over the table. I marched north to defend the realm from the wildlings, yes. We scattered Mance Raider, though not completely. But I cannot remain idle. A king must secure the north behind him if he means to hold it. If Bolton claims to be my man while working against me, that's unacceptable. My plan is this. I will ride south with the men I can muster, attempt to rally the Umbers, the Mormonts, the Hill clans. Any who remain faithful to the memory of Ned Stark, or who loathe the Boltons. Lady Lyanna, your living presence could help. If they see a Stark survived, they might rise. Then, with or without the Watch's blessing, I march on Winterfell. Silence stretched as Jon processed this. He raked a hand through his dark hair. As Lord Commander, I cannot commit the Watch to your war. Stannis gave a curt nod. Yes, I do not ask that. But I do ask that you not hinder those who would ride with me. If men from the gift or from the houses near the wall wish to join my banner, let them pass unmolested. Perhaps the wildlings, newly sworn not to raid, might remain out of the conflict if you keep them in the gift under your command. The Watchers do not have to fight, but they can at least watch. Melisandre's gaze never left Jon, as if she expected him to reveal some hidden knowledge. Lyanna noticed the faint tension between them, a sense that the Red Priestess knew more than she let on. At length Jon said, I'll not hamper you, your grace, as long as you do not try to forcibly recruit my men. The Watch must remain neutral. If Lady Lyanna chooses to go with you, that is her choice. I cannot forbid it. He glanced at her. Something flickered in his eyes. concern, longing, the realization that this might be the moment she parted ways with the Night's Watch. After all, she had told him more than once that the North needed her. She was not sworn to the Black Cloak. She was Ned's sister and mother of the last Targaryen heir. Her place was not truly among these icy ramparts if war flared below. She returned his look, reading the conflict in him. "If I join you," she said to Stannis, "I would do so to rally any who remain loyal to House Stark, not to your crown. But if your goal is to unseat Bolton, I can't deny that's my goal as well." Stannis's lips curved in the faintest hint of a smile. "Then we have an accord. I will gather my men soon. We'll depart as the weather permits. We must move quickly, or risk being trapped in snowdrifts." Lyanna swallowed, glancing again at Jon. I need time to decide," she managed. "I won't leave the watch unguarded if the others threaten." Stannis inclined his head. "Time is short, Lady Lyanna, but take what little you need." Melisandre's voice drifted through the hush, warm and unsettling. "I have seen a vision in the flames. Winterfell's towers drenched in blood, the flayed man's banner burning. A dire wolf prowls among the corpses. The flames do not lie." Lyanna's stomach twisted. She had learned to treat prophecy with caution, after everything Rhaegar had once told her. She forced a polite nod but said nothing. Stannis dismissed them soon after with a reminder to decide quickly. He had no patience for extended dithering. Outside, the sky was a slate of shifting cloud, spitting fine flakes of snow that spiraled around the courtyard. Harwin stepped forward at once, concern etched on his face. "Everything all right, my lady? My lord?" he asked, scanning their expressions. Jon ground his teeth. Stannis wants to unseat Bolton using Lady Lyanna's presence as proof that the Starks still live. If enough northern houses rally, it might succeed. His tone was carefully neutral. Harwin nodded, though a flicker of excitement lit his eyes. "I'd fight for that cause if I could. The Boltons destroyed everything I loved about Winterfell." Lyanna's chest felt tight. "I know, but I can't decide easily. The others are the true threat." "You've seen them, Harwin." He bowed his head. "Yes, my lady. None of us can forget Eastwatch." Jon faced them both, his breath clouding. "I can't ask you to stay here forever, Mother. If the North truly needs a Stark to rally behind, you may be that hope. But the war with the dead looms. If we lose you to the Boltons or to Stannis's ambitions, everything might unravel. I fear for you." The last was said in a whisper she almost didn't hear. She reached for his gloved hand, squeezing gently. "I fear for you as well, left to stand alone on this wall if the realm remains divided." She paused, searching his gaze. "But if we do not break Bolton's hold, the North cannot unite when the White Walkers come. Mormont's letter claimed we needed all living souls. If half the North cowers under the flayed man's terror, how will they fight?" A taut silence bound them. Finally Jon said, "We can speak more in private. Let's get back to the keep." They made their way through the yard in a hush, the falling snow muffling footsteps. Once in the solar, Lyanna, Jon, and Harwin closed the door. Jon took off his gloves, flexing his fingers. "Stannis might be right. If the North sees you alive, the Mormonts, the Umbers, some of them might rise. Even the Karstarks, divided though they are, might choose you over a Bolton. We'd still have the phrase. The Lannisters might intervene if it goes poorly. But if it succeeds, Bolton's power breaks." Harwin braced himself against a chair. "And House Stark might reclaim Winterfell." Jon's eyes flicked to Lyanna, a question in them. "Could you do that? Reclaim Winterfell for the Starks? You never claimed to be Lady of Winterfell, but you're the last living sister of Ned. With Bran and Rickon missing, with Sansa captive, you might be the only one who can stand openly." Lyanna's breath caught. Could she stand as Lady of Winterfell? The seat once promised to Ned, then to Robb, and all shattered by war. She had never expected to hold such a position, not since she was a girl. But if it saved the North? "If the people accept me," she said slowly, "if we can prove I have the strength to lead, perhaps I can hold Winterfell until the rightful heirs are found." Bran and Rickon, or maybe Sansa, if the gods are merciful. Her voice trembled at the memory of them. But that's only if I survive the battle. I'm no warlord. I might fall. Or Bolton might kill me. Harwin's expression turned fierce. I'll not let that happen easily. If you ride to war, I'll be at your side. You have my word. He glanced at Jon. If Lord Commander Snow releases me from any oath I've sworn here, that is. Jon nodded. You never took the black. You've just helped us. You're free to do as you will, Harwin. I have no claim on you. Harwin smiled grimly. Then I will ride with Lady Lyanna. Lyanna's heart felt caught between relief and sorrow. If she left, she would be parted from Jon, her son, newly discovered in truth. The gulf between them had grown narrower over these last months as they endured horrors side by side. Could she bear to leave him with the specter of the others looming? But the North was her home, and Bolton was a poison in its veins. She forced herself to speak. Jon, I think I must do this. The North needs me. The Watch is your realm now, your vow. If I can break Bolton's hold, the houses can unify behind the fight to come. Then, at the final hour, perhaps we'll stand together against the White Walkers. He looked away, jaw clenched. I know. I knew the day would come. That doesn't make it easier. She touched his cheek lightly. When I was chained by Theon, then nearly recaptured by Bolton's men, you were the one who saved me. You gave me a second chance. Now, maybe I can offer the North a second chance. If I succeed, I'll return or I'll summon you to Winterfell. If the others are marching, we'll gather the entire realm somehow. He swallowed hard, placing a hand over hers. We must. The time is running out. They embraced tightly, mother and son, in a realm that still believed they were aunt and nephew. After a moment, Harwin cleared his throat, stepping away to give them privacy. Lyanna closed her eyes, inhaling the scent of salt and cold that clung to Jon's cloak. How fragile life was. She recalled nearly dying in childbirth, the swirl of war that followed. She recalled Rhaegar's quiet conviction that their child might be the song of ice and fire. Perhaps that was all fancy. Yet here Jon stood, chosen by the Watch to lead them against an unimaginable threat. She prayed the gods would keep him safe. The next day, she confirmed her decision to Stannis. He showed no elation, only a curt acceptance, as if everything were falling into place. We march in us a night. Prepare what you must. I'll want you to speak with any northern lords we encounter, brandishing the Stark name. If that is enough to tilt them, so much the better. Lyanna used the time to gather supplies and a handful of volunteers. Harwin was among them, of course, as well as some loyal northern folk who'd found their way to Castle Black after Theon's occupation of Winterfell. They were not members of the Watch, so none of them violated any vow by leaving. Jon insisted on giving them a small store of dragoglass daggers. If the others struck in the wilderness, they'd need some defense. She recognized the gesture for what it was, his way of protecting her even from afar. All too soon, the morning of departure arrived. Stannis's men had formed up outside the walls in a ragged array, knights from the Stormlands, Sellswords from Essos, northern exiles who hated Bolton, and a portion of the king's men who followed Stannis under the banner of the Lord of Light. Their horses pawed the snow, breath steaming. The air crackled with tension. Lyanna stepped into the courtyard one last time, attired in battered leathers, a thick cloak pinned at her shoulder by a stark direwolf brooch. It had once belonged to Ned's wife, Catelyn, but had been salvaged from the wreckage of Winterfell. She carried a sword at her hip. Harwin followed, leading 2 horses. Along the ramparts, watchers gazed down with somber respect. They all understood that Lady Lyanna had fought beside them against the Whites. She was as close to a Stark matriarch as they might see in this lifetime. Jon stood in the gate's shadow, flanked by a dozen black brothers. He walked forward, stopping before Lyanna. For a moment, no one spoke. He reached for her hands, pressed them gently. If the war allows, send word by Raven. Let me know if you succeed in gathering the houses. She nodded. I will. And if the others press or you need me, send a Raven, and I'll come however I can. He dipped his head, exhaling. Good luck. Mother. The word was a breath, not audible to the men who stood near. She squeezed his fingers, blinking back tears. Farewell, Lord Commander Snow. Then she swung into the saddle, Harwin on his own mount just behind her. Stannis and his retinue advanced from the rear. Melisandre was absent, rumored to be away with a small group seeking visions in the haunted forest. Or so some said. Lyanna was thankful not to face the Red Priestess's piercing gaze in this final moment. Trumpets sounded, horns echoing off the frozen ramparts. The gates opened and the assembled company of knights, soldiers, and followers moved out into the wide, snowy expanse south of the wall. Lyanna's heart throbbed with each clop of her horse's hooves. She looked back once, seeing Jon framed by the black ice behind him, his cloak swirling in a sudden gust. Then distance and swirling snow obscured him from sight. They made for the King's Road. Though partially covered by drifts, it was the most direct route into the heart of the north. Stannis drove them hard. His men, starved for meaningful action, urged their horses on despite the biting cold. Lyanna rode near the front. Whenever they paused, men approached her to ask about House Stark, about Ned, about the old days. She answered carefully, mindful that she was not truly the storybook figure they might want her to be. But in times of war, hope was spun from illusions as well as truths. By the fourth day, they reached the high country near the last river. Villages they passed lay half-buried, the inhabitants wary and silent. Some recognized her name and fell to their knees or offered tears of relief that a Stark yet lived. Others had never heard of her, gazing with dull eyes, hollow from the weight of winter. Stannis took what supplies he could, paying if possible, though often giving little beyond the promise of liberation from the Boltons. A handful of able-bodied youth joined them, desperate for any chance to escape the creeping famine. One frigid dawn, as they broke camp near a frozen stream, scouts reported that a small force of Karstark men approached from the east. A hush fell. The Karstarks had once been loyal to Robb Stark, but after Rickard Karstark was executed for murdering Lannister hostages, part of the family had turned away. It was uncertain which side these men might claim. Stannis ordered arms ready, forming a line of cavalry behind him. Lyanna donned her cloak, bracing herself. If the Karstarks had any love left for House Stark, perhaps they'd parley. The Karstark riders emerged from a stand of snow-draped pines. 50 men at most, bearing the sunburst sigil over black. Leading them was a young man with a guarded expression. Lyanna recognized him from distant memories. Ulrich Karstark, a cousin to the main branch. She spurred her horse forward alongside Stannis. The two groups halted within a stone's throw, eyeing each other warily. Ulrich Karstark raised his voice. "We heard rumors that a Stark rides with King Stannis. We came to see if it's true." Lyanna drew off her hood, letting him see her face. "Lyanna Stark," she said, "sister to Ned, survived the Red Wedding. If your house still honors old oaths, we need you. We march against the Boltons to free the North from their treachery." Murmurs rippled among the Karstark men. Some made signs of relief, others looked uncertain. Ulrich Karstark weighed her words. "My uncle Harrenhal bowed to the Lannisters after Robb Stark's fall. Now he remains at Carhold, uncertain whether to trust Bolton. Some of my kin believe the Starks are finished. Others yearn for your banner. You are truly alive." Lyanna nodded, voice steady. "Stand with me, Ulrich. Help us dethrone Bolton so we can unite for what's truly coming from the north. This war among men is but a prelude. We must stand or fall together." Ulrich hesitated, glancing at Stannis's stern countenance. "I see King Stannis here, wanting my men's swords. Will he treat with my house fairly? Or will we trade one oppressor for another?" Stannis snorted. "I am the rightful king, and you are my subject if you dwell in Westeros. But I don't rule by flaying men. End the Boltons, restore the Stark name, and I'll see your house keep its lands and titles. We have no time for petty feuds if the dead threaten us all." Ulrich regarded them both. "If that's so, perhaps the time has come to make a stand." After another tense moment, he dismounted and went to one knee in the snow before Lyanna. "My lady, for your father's sake and Ned Stark's, I pledge my men to your cause. We have never forgotten the old ties to the king in the north, even if we lost our way. Command us and we will follow." A wave of relief swept Lyanna, though she stifled it. She reached down, clasping Ulrich's glove with her own, hauling him upright. "We ride for the heart of the north. Welcome to our ranks. The road ahead is dark, but let it be lit by loyalty." So the Karstarks joined them, modest in number but symbolically significant. Stannis allowed a thin smile at the success. "One house at a time, you build your support," he murmured to Lyanna when they camped that night. "If enough houses declare for you, the Boltons might face a real challenge. At least we can confront them with more than just my battered knights." Encouraged, they pressed on, encountering pockets of local folk who spat on the name Bolton, remembering the flaying of innocents. Some provided supplies or pointed the way to lords who might join them. Others gave only shrugs, wanting no part in any war. Over the next week, they secured a small alliance with a scion of House Dustin, who likewise resented the Boltons' ascendancy, and they heard rumors that House Mormont on Bear Island might be eager to fight for a Stark if they could cross the sea. But short winter days and thickening snow made travel to Bear Island all but impossible. All the while, Stannis grew restless. "Winterfell is the goal," he reminded Lyanna. "We cannot wander the entire north, coaxing each house. Each day we delay, Bolton strengthens his position. We must either lure him out or lay siege before the worst snows trap us all." Lyanna acknowledged the truth of it, even if her heart ached to leave potential allies behind. More urgent news arrived from near Winterfell's outskirts. Small folk reported that the Boltons had crucified or flayed men suspected of aiding a Stark rebellion. The rumor was that Ramsay Snow, now Bolton, led savage raids, terrorizing any village that might harbor loyalists. The mere mention of that name turned Lyanna's stomach, remembering that vile man who had tormented the survivors after Theon's betrayal. If anyone needed to be removed from the north, it was him. Finally, Stannis ordered them to turn west, intending to approach Winterfell from the north side. He meant to catch Bolton by surprise, hoping to find less fortified ground. The trek took them across harsh terrain. Rolling hills battered by wind, high ridges crusted with ice, abandoned holdfasts. The nights grew longer and colder, fires burning low as their supply of dry wood dwindled. Men began to sicken, some to desert. A few froze to death after wandering off in search of kindling. Throughout it all, Lyanna pressed forward, determined. She drew strength from the memory of Jon's face, from the knowledge that she fought not merely for revenge or to reclaim a castle, but to free the North from a tyranny that would hamper their stand against the others. Harwin remained close, unwavering in loyalty. Ulrich Karstark's men scouted the roads, occasionally clashing with small Bolton patrols. The capture of a Bolton outrider confirmed that the enemy knew they were coming. Roose Bolton is rumored to have at least 300 men in Winterfell, plus some Frey allies, the captive said through chattering teeth. Lord Bolton's also taken a bride to secure his hold, some girl from the south, but rumors swirled that he hung the phrase out to dry. He's cunning, always cunning. The captive's eyes flitted nervously to Lyanna as if expecting her to strike him down. "You're the lost Stark? They say you should have died at the Twins." She stared at him coldly. "I didn't." The captive swallowed as though that alone sealed his fate. Soon after, Stannis had him put under guard, uncertain whether to trust any more of his words. But the picture was clear. Bolton would wait inside Winterfell, letting the bitter cold do the work of wearing Stannis's forces down. If they tried a siege, it might last through the deep winter, which neither side could truly afford. Hence, Stannis began to speak of a bold plan, an immediate assault. Better to strike quickly than to freeze in a siege. "Let us pray the gods are merciful. We outnumber them if you count all the northern bannermen who joined us along the way. Our scouts report we could have near 1,000 men to Bolton's half that. We risk casualties, but surprise might tilt the scales." Lyanna said little, tension coiling in her. A direct assault on Winterfell's walls was no small matter. The old fortress might have been partly burned by Theon and damaged by the Ironborn, but the Boltons had presumably repaired the defenses. If Ramsay commanded from within, he would be merciless, using every advantage. Still, Stannis was right, they could not linger. Each day the cold pressed them, each day more men deserted or starved. And so the battered host took shape north of Winterfell, hidden behind low hills and copses of frost-rimed trees. Lyanna gazed at the distant silhouette of the castle walls, heart-clenching. This place was once her home, the seat of House Stark. Now the flayed man's banner flew from parapets that once bore the direwolf. She remembered galloping across the training yard as a girl, teasing Brandon and Ned. She remembered the comforting hush-o. F the Godswood, the hot springs steaming in the winter air. All overshadowed by horrors, Theon's occupation, Bolton's flayings, the rumor that her nephews, Bran and Rickon, had been killed. A fury stirred in her, braided with sorrow. At dawn, under a pale sky, they advanced. Stannis led one column, his stag-and flaming heart banners snapping overhead. Lyanna rode at the head of another, flanked by Harwin and Ulrich Karstark, the direwolf emblazoned on improvised flags. The men marched through drifting snow until Winterfell's walls loomed in sharp relief. The fortress sat above a wide approach of cleared fields, though ruin and old scorch marks remained from Theon's misrule. On the ramparts, tiny figures scurried, likely raising the alarm. Horns blared, a discordant echo that rattled Lyanna's nerves. So it began. Bolton archers lined the walls, loosing volleys of arrows. Stannis' knights shielded themselves best they could, driving forward with grim resolve. A group of foot soldiers raised ladders, struggling across the churned ground. Elsewhere, men hastily assembled a ram to beat down the great gates. The noise soon rose to a deafening pitch, metal on metal, shouted commands, the thud of arrows finding flesh. Lyanna steeled herself. She had seen battle, but seldom on this scale. Her ribs ached from the remembered blow at Eastwatch, yet she forced the pain aside. She kicked her horse into motion, flanked by Harwin. Archers, form up on that rise, she shouted, pointing to a small knoll. We'll draw their fire. We need to keep those ramparts busy. Men scrambled to obey, partially shielded by brush. Arrows soared overhead, some finding the walls, others deflected by the defenders. Bolton catapults, or some makeshift torsion weapons, began hurling stones from within. One crashed near the foot of the ramp, sending splinters of wood and shards of ice flying. Horses screamed, thrown sideways. Blood spattered the snow. Men died in droves, the winter-choked air filling with the stench of carnage. Stannis, from the other flank, roared for the ram to advance. The gate thundered under each blow, though thick timbers and iron bracings would not yield easily. Bolton crossbows cut down men at close range, their bodies slumping over the ram. The lines wavered. Lyanna saw the fear in some men's eyes, fear of futility, fear of freezing to death if the assault failed. She spurred her horse closer, howling forward. Forward for the north. The shout burned her throat. A ripple of determination spread. Some who had wavered found heart again at the sight of a Stark leading them. Axes crashed into wood, men hammered planks, archers fired volley after volley. At last, with a tortured groan, the gates began to split. A breach appeared, ragged edges where the watchers could see a glimpse of the courtyard beyond. The swirl of more defenders met them, though, spears bristling. Ramsay Bolton himself, some whispered, might be among them, delighting in the bloodshed. Lyanna dismounted, handing her reins to a trembling squire. Her boots sank into the churned slush. Harwin jumped down beside her, sword at the ready. Ulrich Karstark's men tried to push through the breach. Over the roar of battle, she glimpsed a swirl of flayed man banners inside. Eager to break the defenders, Lyanna and Harwin waded into the fray. Blades rang, men screamed. She parried a spear aimed for her heart, slicing the shaft in half. Another attacker lunged. Harwin tackled him from the side, driving his steel into the man's unprotected ribs. They advanced over bodies, clambering through the splintered gate. The courtyard of Winterfell confronted her with a rush of memories, the old well, the stump where Brandon once practiced archery, the squat shapes of the keep's outbuildings. Now it was a scene of savage chaos. Bolton men in plate or leathers lunged at the intruders, curses filling the frigid air. Mounds of rubble from the old siege by Theon made footing treacherous. Arrows rained from above. As Lyanna fought her way forward, she spotted a tall figure in black armor with the flayed man's sigil across his breast, slashing at any who drew near. Ramsay, she realized, cold rage spiking inside her. She tried to angle toward him, but a press of soldiers blocked her way. Stannis' men poured in from behind, pressing the defenders back step by bloody step. Lyanna crouched behind an overturned barrel to catch her breath. Her side burned, though whether from overexertion or fresh injury she could not tell. She glimpsed Harwin wrestling with a Bolton axeman until they both toppled in a swirl of snow. A Frey knight, distinct in his mismatched armor, took aim at her from a few yards away, crossbow leveled. She had no shield. Her mind screamed a warning. Just as the knight pulled the trigger, a Karstark soldier rushed him, spoiling his aim. The bolt whizzed past Lyanna's ear, skipping off stone. She lurched upright, running the knight through the back as he struggled with the Karstark. The man died with a choked cry, blood staining the frozen courtyard. Her limbs trembled with the realization that once again she was drenched in gore, this time in her own childhood home. But she had no time for horror. She had to keep fighting, if only to rid Winterfell of these betrayers. A roar announced the arrival of more Bolton men from a side gate. They clashed with the rear of Stannis' column, causing confusion and halting the forward push. Stannis himself was visible near the center, brandishing his sword with ruthless efficiency. She thought she saw him exchange blows with a Bolton officer. The swirl of conflict nearly swallowed them. She tried to approach, but the press of bodies was too thick. Then a voice rang out near her. "You should have died at the Twins," someone hissed. She spun, seeing a gaunt man in the distinctive leathers of a dread fort guard. His face twisted with malice. Lord Bolton will pay handsomely if I bring him your head, Lady Stark. He lunged. Lyanna blocked with an upward slash, steel meeting steel. The shock vibrated her arms. He was strong, unyielding. She pivoted, rolling her wrist to slash at his flank. He deflected, driving a mailed elbow toward her face. She barely ducked in time. They exchanged a flurry of blows, dancing across the uneven ground. Lyanna's breath rasped. The guard was skilled, fueled by hate. She recognized that she was at a disadvantage in raw strength, so she aimed for agility, weaving around columns of shattered wood and half-burned timbers. At last, an opening. She feinted high, then kicked out at his knee. He stumbled, cursing. She took that instant to ram her blade through a gap in his armor. He gasped, eyes bulging, blood flecking his lips. She withdrew her sword, letting him collapse. Another threat gone. The broader clash raged. Over the next hour, pockets of fighting tore the courtyard apart. Men scaled half-ruined walls, throwing down defenders. Others broke into side halls. The battered keep turned into a labyrinth of lethal ambushes. Snow drifted, mingling with the blood and ash. Smoke from the kitchens or from burning timbers stung Lyanna's eyes. She lost track of Stannis, only hearing battle cries from across the yard. At some point, an explosion of cheers erupted from the ramparts. Someone had torn down the flayed man banner, tossing it into the snow. That sparked a wave of near-frenzied assault among the loyal Northmen. They surged forward, driving Bolton men deeper into the keep. By midday, the courtyard was secured, though scattered fights still roiled within the towers. Lyanna sank against a chunk of rubble, chest heaving. Harwin materialized, dripping blood from a slash across his brow, but alive. "Are you hurt?" she managed, pressing a hand to his temple. He gritted his teeth. "It's just a cut. We must find Ramsay or Roose. The men say the Boltons retreat to the Great Hall." Gathering her battered strength, Lyanna pushed away from the rubble. "Let's end this," she growled. The ache in her ribs flared, but adrenaline dulled the worst of it. She stepped over broken bodies, stepping past the severed remains of the gates to the main keep's entrance. Freed northern men cheered her as she passed, chanting "Stark! Stark!" She tried not to think of how many had died to let her walk this path. Within the keep, the corridors were choked with bodies and streaks of gore. Lyanna spotted some old tapestries, half-burned, from Theon's day. The place smelled of old smoke and fresh carnage. She advanced with Harwin and a cluster of loyal Karstarks, seeking the Great Hall. Shouts and clashing steel echoed. They followed the noise. Rounding a corner, they found themselves in a broad corridor leading to tall double doors. Beyond lay the Great Hall. A dozen Bolton men formed a desperate line, with none other than Ramsay Bolton at the center, that half-mad grin twisting his features. He looked as though he savored each kill, a short sword in one hand, a wicked flaying knife in the other. Corpses littered the threshold. On the far side, a group of Stannis' knights advanced in a shield wall. The two forces were locked in a standoff. Lyanna's arrival drew Ramsay's attention. His pale eyes gleamed. Well, he said, voice carrying over the din, "I've heard so many tales. Lady Lyanna Stark, the ghost who was meant to die in Dorne, or at the Twins, or at Theon's hands, yet you keep slithering free. Here to claim your precious Winterfell, are you?" She tightened her grip on her sword. "It was never yours," she spat back. "You're a bastard who took it by treachery, you and your father. Release any who remain captive and I might show mercy." He laughed, high and cold. "Mercy from a Stark? You must be as delusional as they say. Mercy is a flayed corpse, my lady." A twitch in his cheek betrayed the mania beneath his bravado. "Come, cross these blades with me. Let's see if your Stark blood is as sweet as the others I've tasted." Her heart pounded. "I'll see you burn." Then the corridor erupted in chaos. Ramsay flung a dagger at the shield wall, forcing them to recoil. The Bolton men charged in a frenzy, Ramsay leading with that knife in one hand, sword in the other. Harwin rushed forward with a cry. Lyanna advanced a heartbeat behind him. Steel clashed, echoing off stone walls. She saw Ramsay's eyes fix on her, an unholy light in them. She braced, deflecting a wild slash from another Bolton soldier. Then Ramsay was before her. Their swords met with a reverberating clang. Lyanna pushed aside her fear, recalling lessons from Ned and from the days she'd spent training in secret as a girl. Ramsay was fast, faster than she expected. He swung the flaying knife in close arcs, trying to force her to misstep. She dodged, pivoting away, aware that each scuffle might bring another attacker at her back. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Harwin grappling with a Bolton man. The corridor filled with ringing steel and screams of the wounded. Ramsay pressed her. "You're slow, old woman," he taunted, but his brow was beaded with sweat. Their blades locked. She could smell his rancid breath. "I'll carve your face off and feed it to my hounds," he hissed, eyes shining with sadistic glee. She gritted her teeth, forcing him away. "Try it." She slashed low. He sprang back, but not before her sword nicked his leg. He hissed in pain, stumbling. She lunged to follow up, but he twisted with surprising agility, hooking her sword arm with the guard of his knife. She felt a spike of pain in her wrist, forced to yield ground or risk a disarmed grip. He pressed the advantage, driving her back toward a fallen candelabra. She nearly tripped, but she managed to brace her free hand against the wall, keeping her balance. He aimed a thrust at her midsection. She batted it aside, the sound of metal scraping. The pain in her ribs flared, nearly stealing her breath. She retreated 2 steps, only to feel cold stone at her back. Her heart hammered. Ramsay smirked, seeing her pinned. His next strike whistled in, aimed at her neck. At the last instant, she ducked, letting it sink into the stone. His sword struck sparks, momentarily jarring his arm. She twisted under his guard, ramming her knee into his groin. He barked a curse, staggering. She hammered the pommel of her sword into the side of his head. He reeled, half-blinded by the blow. Then she swept his legs from under him with a sideways kick. He crashed onto his back, sword flying from his hand. For a heartbeat, she had the advantage. She raised her blade, eyes blazing. He looked up, a flicker of fear in his pale eyes. "Mercy, my lady," he sneered, voice cracking. She saw no remorse there, only hatred. Any other day she might have paused, might have recalled Ned's code of honor. But Ramsay Bolton had tortured too many. He had flayed innocents, murdered or enslaved her kin. The memory of the horrors in Winterfell's courtyard spurred her. She drove her sword down, feeling it pierce him through the chest. His eyes widened, spittle flecking his lips in a ragged gasp. Then the malice drained away, leaving only a slack corpse pinned to the cold floor. She drew a shuddering breath, stepping back. Blood spread beneath him in a dark stain. Through the chaos swirling around them, she saw the remaining Bolton men falling to their knees or fleeing. A swell of shouting indicated that Stannis's men had broken through from the other side. The corridor was theirs. Harwin, panting, stumbled to her side. His face was bruised, bleeding from a cut under his chin, but he wore an expression of relief mixed with horror. He stared at Ramsay's body, then back to her. "It's over. The bastard's dead." Lyanna's sword arm trembled. She forced herself to speak. "Then we end this. Let's find Roose Bolton if he lives and finish the job." The words tasted bitter. She never relished killing. But the North would not be safe until every Viper was removed. In the Great Hall, the last pockets of resistance collapsed. A battered knight in stag livery yelled that Roose had fled below, possibly to the old crypts. Stannis, streaked with blood, barked for men to spread out. Lyanna insisted on joining the search, ignoring her throbbing ribs. She moved through corridors once so familiar, recalling where the secret passages lay. They found scattered servants cowering in corners, too terrified to speak. Then, in the dark recesses near the crypt's entrance, they spied a shape limping away. Torches cast flickering shadows over the ancient steps that led below. "Roose," Harwin growled, charging forward. Lyanna followed, heart pounding. The crypts of Winterfell were a sacred place for Starks. She had walked them as a child to pay respects to the old kings. The irony that she now hunted a traitor here made her blood run cold. They descended the steps, passing the silent rows of stone effigies. Each statue wore a dire wolf at its feet and a sword across its lap. Lyanna recognized her father's statue, Brandon's, Ricard's, and in the shifting gloom, she spotted the new tomb for Ned, long empty, for his bones had never been returned. The torches revealed a man crouched near that tomb, face pale with a smear of blood on his jaw, a dagger in hand. Roose Bolton, sallow and glowering, eyes flicking around for an escape. Lyanna stepped forward, ignoring the prickle of fear. "My father rests here," she said, voice echoing. "He died at the hands of your false king, and you betrayed his son. You betrayed the entire North." Roose Bolton's thin lips curved in a sneer. "I served the winner. Lord Stark was doomed from the moment Rhaegar set eyes on you." A twisted chuckle left him. You're the root of it all, do you know that? You spurned Robert, ran off with that Targaryen prince. If not for you, perhaps your family would still live. Lyanna's knuckles whitened on her sword hilt. She felt Harwin stiffen behind her. You have no right to speak of Rhaegar, she said coldly. My family bled for your ambition. You flayed the North for your own gain. Enough. He bared his teeth. You think your victory here matters? The snows deepen. You'll starve in this castle. The Lannisters will come for you eventually. Or the others will. Winter devours us all. With a snarl, he lunged, dagger raised. Harwin intercepted him in a flash, grappling for the dagger. Bolton twisted like an eel, trying to slash him. Lyanna sprang forward, kicking at Bolton's leg. He staggered, letting Harwin wrest away the dagger. Bolton hissed, left unarmed. Harwin pinned him to the crypt floor, breathing hard. Lyanna loomed above, sword pointed at Bolton's throat. For an instant, she recalled Ned's sense of justice, how he always insisted on giving even the worst criminals a final chance for dignity. But she remembered too the bodies left behind, the flayed innocents, the betrayal that had destroyed House Stark. You deserve no trial, she said, voice thick with wrath. For the North, for all you have done, you must die. A flicker of defeat showed in Bolton's eyes. Then he let out a rasping laugh. Do it. I'd rather die here than grovel to a Targaryen spawn. His gaze darted to the statue of Ned Stark, as though mocking even in that final moment. Lyanna found no more words. She drove her blade down, swift and sure, pierced Bolton's chest. He let out a final, choking wheeze, blood frothing on his lips. Then he stilled. She pulled the sword free, her breath ragged. In the hush that followed, she realized tears burned her eyes. She had never wanted to kill so many, but necessity had forced her hand. Harwin rose, eyes haunted yet resolved. Bolton is finished, he murmured. Winterfell is yours. Lyanna pressed a hand to the crypt's cold wall, feeling the solid stone under her palm. The tombs watched silently, stone wolves at the feet of stone kings. She bowed her head, saying a silent prayer for Ned, for Brandon, for her father, for Robb and Catelyn, for all the dead that had preceded this moment. Then she closed her eyes, letting the tears slip free. Her entire life had circled back here to the crypts of Winterfell. For a moment, the world seemed to spin in hush, as though the dead themselves bore witness. At length she looked at Harwin. Let's go. We'll tell the men the Boltons are no more. We must secure the castle, gather the bodies, see who still lives. Then we plan for the winter to come. He nodded, offering his arm. She leaned on it as they climbed back up the steps. The crypt's chill gave way to the corridor's swirl of leftover battle smoke. Stannis was in the courtyard, presiding over the battered remains of the fight. When he saw Lyanna exit the keep, sword red with fresh blood, he understood. It's done? He asked. It's done, she confirmed, voice thick. Ramsay and Roose are dead. A ripple of relief spread among the men. Shouts of triumph mixed with exhausted cheers. The sun, weak though it was, seemed to break through clouds overhead, illuminating Winterfell's battered walls. Several men hoisted a direwolf banner in place of the flayed man's. The rags flapped in the biting wind. Stannis exhaled. Then the North is free of Bolton tyranny. This day is ours. His eyes gleamed. Though we paid dearly, next we must see to maintaining order. The Freys may still lurk in the south, and the Lannisters watch from King's Landing. But for now we hold Winterfell. Lyanna stared at the swirling snow that dusted corpses and rubble. I need to see the Great Keep. We must bury our dead. Then we must plan for what's coming from beyond the wall. She drew in a trembling breath. We can't linger in victory. The real war is still to be fought. Stannis inclined his head. If you hold Winterfell, you can summon the North. But do not forget your pledge. If I call for men to march south, you'll consider your duty to the realm. A flicker of annoyance ran through her. My first duty is to unite the North for the war against the others. If that war spills south, so be it. Let us gather strength for the living. She glanced around. We'll speak more once the bodies are cleared. He left her to it, calling for his officers. She turned to the battered men who had followed her, nodding in thanks. Harwin pressed a hand to her shoulder. Winterfell stands, he said simply. You've done what many thought impossible. Yet as she gazed at the courtyard strewn with the dead, she felt no elation. Yes, the Boltons were ended, the Stark banner flew once more. But the cost was high, and the final war lay beyond these walls, in the hush of winter and the encroaching shadow of the others. She prayed Jon still held strong at the wall, that he and his watchers might endure until she summoned the North to join him. Perhaps only then could they truly claim to have saved this land. She brushed tears away, inhaled the biting air. Let's begin, she said, voice hoarse. We have so much to do. In the days that followed, the battered castle slowly came alive with the bustle of the living. Fires roared in hearths. Attempts were made to repair broken gates, bury the bodies, and feed the wounded. Lyanna received wounded men in the great hall, providing what comfort she could. Stannis and his knights took rooms in the keep, though some tension remained. He was still the southern king, after all. Messages flew by raven. Lyanna wrote to the Manderleys, the Serwins, the Mormonts, urging them to send men to Winterfell, to restore the seat of the North under Stark guardianship. Some replies were uncertain, others joyful. A few lords arrived in person, kneeling at her feet in the hall, swearing their loyalty. She felt a pang each time. Ned should have been here or Robb. Yet the realm gave her no other choice. She accepted them as Lady of Winterfell, for now. But each night, as she lay in the old bedchamber that had once been Ned's, the wind moaning outside, her thoughts drifted to Jon. She wondered if he was safe, if the others had pressed an assault. She wondered if the Night's Watch was any stronger, if Stannis' presence near the wall had changed the dynamic. So many questions, and the memory of prophecy in Rhaegar's voice. A child of ice and fire might stand against the darkness. She prayed that child, Jon, was still out there, forging a path that might spare them all from the long night. One cold twilight, as she was preparing to climb the tower steps for a final check on the gate repairs, a raven arrived, bearing the seal of Castle Black. She nearly fumbled it in her haste to read. The message was from Jon. Her heart thudded in her chest as she took in the words by flickering torchlight. Mother, the wildlings gather in the gift. We make peace with them, for we cannot risk them becoming whites. Supplies run short, but Stannis' men left behind some provisions. So far, no major assaults from the others, but patrols vanish. We remain vigilant. I rejoice to hear the news from White Harbor that you have retaken Winterfell from the Boltons. Men here cheer your name. They remember all you did. Some ask if you will bring the North's strength to help man the wall. We need it badly. Tormund Giantsbane and other wildling leaders speak of monstrous movements beyond the Frostfangs. I fear the worst. If you can, gather an army and march north before the next full moon. The winter deepens. We cannot hold alone. Yours? Jon Snow, Lord Commander, Night's Watch. She closed her eyes, cradling the parchment. A swirl of relief and anxiety coursed through her. He was alive, trying to unify wildlings and watchers. But the others were on the move. The next full moon was only a matter of weeks. Could she muster an army and travel that distance through snowdrifts? Hard to say, but she had to try. For in truth, everything they had done, unseating the Boltons, reclaiming Winterfell, had been a prelude to the real fight, the war for the living. She hurried to a brazier, pressing the letter to her chest, then scanning it again. Without hesitation, she called for Harwin, for the Karstarks, for any loyal house that had arrived. Within hours, she convened them in Winterfell's great hall. Stannis, sullen but curious, came as well. She read aloud the gist of Jon's letter. So soon? One lord asked, reeling. We've barely buried our dead from this battle. Another said, march to the wall in the dead of winter? We lose half our men to the cold. Lyanna's voice rang clear, calmer than she felt. If the others break the wall, we all die. If they come in force, the Watchers cannot stand alone. We must go. Those who remain behind can fortify Winterfell, but I must ride north with any who can join me. A murmur rose, half reluctance, half acceptance. Stannis folded his arms. I pledge to defend the realm from all threats. That includes these White Walkers. But I also mean to secure my claim. If I abandon Winterfell so soon, the Lannisters might exploit the chaos. We have no time to rebuild these walls. The snows hamper everything. Lyanna's gaze locked with his. Then do what you must, your grace. I intend to lead a host to the wall, or as many as can follow. I can't delay, not when Jon's letter is so urgent. Stannis stared her down, then gave a curt nod. I'll gather my best men. We'll ride with you. The keep is yours, Lady Stark. If the Lannisters try something, we'll answer them once the threat in the north is dealt with. She exhaled in relief. It seemed that, ironically, the death of the Boltons had earned Stannis enough trust among the Northmen that some might indeed follow him. In days, columns of men began mustering in Winterfell's courtyard, meager supplies loaded onto sleds or packhorses. The Manderleys pledged 200 men, arriving from White Harbor with a battered wagon train. House Serwyn brought a handful. The Karstarks, triumphant after regaining some honor, pledged nearly 100. Bear Island's Mormonts sent word that they would meet the main force en route. They might muster a few dozen hardy warriors. Not a grand host, perhaps 1,000 all told, but 1,000 determined northerners might make a difference at the wall. During that frantic preparation, Lyanna found herself standing once more in the Godswood, near the ancient heart tree. Steam rose from the hot springs, drifting across the worn face carved into the weirwood's bark. She whispered a prayer to the old gods. If you have any mercy, let this be enough. Let Jon hold the wall until we arrive. Let the living stand against the dead. She traced the trunk with trembling fingertips. She sensed no answer but the hush of wind, swirling the last remnants of frost-laden leaves. At last, on a frozen morning filled with the clamor of men assembling, she prepared to depart the seat she had reclaimed. She left a small garrison behind, those 2 wounded to march, a few old men and young squires to keep the fires burning. Under their care, Winterfell would stand if some new threat emerged. She took one last look at the courtyard, recalling how it had looked in her youth. So much had changed, lost to the ravages of war. Yet hope flickered that perhaps House Stark would endure. Mounting her horse, she felt the pang in her ribs protest, but she ignored it. Harwin, Ulrich Karstark, and a line of Northmen waited for her order. Stannis and his banner knights took position to the flank, accompanied by a scattering of lords whose loyalties were uncertain but who feared the White Walkers enough to ride. The air was bitterly cold, but the sky was clear, the sun pale in the east. She drew a breath, glancing up at the repaired ramparts, which now bore the dire wolf in places. Forward, she called, spurring her horse. The gates swung wide, and the host poured forth into the snowy plains beyond. North, always north. They pressed along half-ruined roads, forging a path around the smoking hills, through half-buried farmland. Each night, the temperature dropped further, as if the winter itself thickened in response to the others' advance. Even so, their spirits lifted. The Boltons were gone, and though the realm remained imperiled by the Lannisters and the Freys, the North once again marched under the Stark banner. As they trekked, more clans joined, the hill tribes from around the Dreadfort's domain, some freedmen from old salt shore villages, a handful of Mormonts from the west. Each addition buoyed Lyanna's heart. She wrote daily to Jon, sending ravens from whatever old tower they could find. She prayed some reached him. Though no reply came in time, that might simply mean the storms delayed flight. Around them, fresh snows occasionally battered the column, forcing them to make camp early. Wolves howled in the distance at night. Men huddled in tents or used the partial shelter of watchtowers. But their sense of purpose remained strong. They were the living, and they marched to the wall to stand against a foe no mortal army had faced in thousands of years. At last, the shape of the Great Barrier rose on the horizon, blue-white ice etched against a steel-gray sky. Lyanna felt tears prick her eyes, remembering the day she had left Jon there. Soon she would see him again, if the watch still stood. She prayed fiercely that they did. They pressed on. Scouting parties confirmed that Castle Black's vicinity seemed quiet, with no sign of White Walker armies. Yet they found signs of abandoned camps in the Gift, the remnants of wildling settlements that Jon had tried to sponsor. Some had been burned, though by whom none could say. A hush lay over the land, as though holding its breath. Near dusk one day, they crested a low ridge, and Castle Black came into view. The black stone, the wooden palisade, and above it the wall soared. Lyanna recognized the watch platforms, saw torches flicker along the top. Relief flooded her. No monstrous ruin, no sign that the others had torn it down. She signaled her host, who exhaled in collective relief as well. Riding closer, they noticed watchers at the gates, men in black furs. The gate opened, revealing a cluster of Night's Watch rangers forming a welcoming line. Lyanna led her column inside, snow crunching under hoof. She scanned for Jon among them. A figure emerged from the group, cloak swirling. He bore the badge of the Lord Commander. Tall, dark-haired, with an austere face that brightened at the sight of her. Her heart leapt. She dismounted, ignoring the jolt in her side, stepping toward him. "Jon!" she breathed, voice trembling. He wore a faint, weary smile. "Mother, you made it." His eyes swept over the men behind her, the banners, the hint of Stannis's presence. "Welcome to Castle Black." She wanted to fling her arms around him, but so many watchers and northern lords surrounded them. She settled for clasping his forearm firmly. "We came as fast as we could. Are you well? The others?" He sighed. "We hold. They probe sometimes, sending whites in small raids. But the main host has not yet struck. There's word they muster beyond the mountains. We can't be sure, but it's only a matter of time." He paused, scanning the new arrivals. "I see you brought quite a force." She nodded. "As many as we could muster quickly. More may follow. The North knows that if we don't stand here, the war is lost." Stannis rode up, arching a brow at Jon. "Lord Commander Snow, we meet again, but under better tidings." He cast a glance around. "We might hold the line now if the others come soon, though the supply problem remains. We must find some way to feed all these men." Jon studied Stannis, inclining his head. "We'll figure something out. Come inside, all of you. We have much to discuss." He signaled watchers to assist in stabling horses and setting up tents. Already the yard bustled with fresh arrivals, men exclaiming over how the rest of the watch lived. The Black brothers, while suspicious of large forces, recognized that this might be the best chance to stand against what lurked beyond the wall. Lyanna let out a shaky breath. The final war loomed, but at least she was here, at Jon's side. The Boltons were gone, Winterfell reclaimed, the North's banners gathered at the foot of the wall. If the realm was to face the others, they would do it together, mother and son leading the line between life and the endless night. She gently touched Jon's shoulder as they walked inside, the torches flickering on the rough stone walls. The warmth of companionship enveloped her. They had endured too many tragedies already, but now for a moment they dared to hope. In the hush of Castle Black's corridors, a single vow bound them all: defend the realm of men against the cold and death that crept from the far north. And in that vow, in the unbreakable love that had brought them this far, Lyanna Stark found the faint gleam of promise that perhaps, just perhaps, they would see a new dawn, even if it meant forging alliances no one in Westeros had ever imagined. For if the realm's living hearts united, a single candle of hope could dispel the darkest night. The snow-swept courtyard of Castle Black bustled with an energy unlike anything it had seen in generations. The old stones echoed with the clank of arms, the shuffle of boots, and the low murmur of conversation. Men of the watch, wrapped in black cloaks, hurried between makeshift pens and storage sheds, overseeing the newly arrived horses and the supply wagons that had accompanied Lyanna Stark's host. In every corner, Northerners mingled with the Black brothers, exchanging wary glances or cautious greetings. Dozens more had followed close behind Stannis Baratheon's knights, so that by the time the sun slanted low across the western sky, Castle Black found itself teeming with warriors in numbers it had not hosted for centuries. Lyanna stood near the base of the wall, gazing at the swirling eddies of wind-blown ice high above. The ice face glowed faintly in the last daylight, a veil of unearthly blue that dwarfed everything else. It reminded her just how precarious their situation remained. Even with the Boltons cast down, even with Winterfell reclaimed, she felt the old dread that all their mortal struggles might amount to nothing if the others burst forth in unstoppable force. Jon Snow, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, approached her with quiet steps. He wore a thick cloak over his black attire, the fur edging dusted with snow. She glanced at him, remembering how he had stood alone in this courtyard not long ago, expecting no reinforcements from the south. Now she had brought an entire host, though it remained modest compared to the realm's many armies. Still, the men in their camp, Starks, Manderleys, Karstarks, Bear Island warriors, and others might prove decisive if the true onslaught came. "They're restless," Jon said softly, nodding to a cluster of armed Northmen warming themselves near a brazier. "Most have never been this far north. The stories about the others unsettle them. Some laugh it off as children's tales, others speak of it in hushed dread. Meanwhile, we have wildlings among us. Tormund Giant's Bane and his people still camp in the gift. That alone might be enough to spark tensions. Lyanna touched his arm, giving it a comforting squeeze. We'll keep order. For a time, at least. We have to. Nobody will question the threat once they see it with their own eyes. Jon's gaze turned to the wall, scanning the height as though measuring its endurance. Reports say scattered whites wander close to the Frostfangs. My rangers vanish if they go too deep. We've sighted more dead bears reanimated in that terrible half-frozen state. Tormund claims Mance Raider's followers remain scattered, but some slip further south each week, hoping to escape the creeping death. She nodded, feeling her stomach clench. We'll be out of time soon then. Have you heard anything from Stannis about his supply lines? He was concerned about feeding so many men. A small frown creased Jon's brow. He has men scouring local farms, but with winter this harsh, it's meager. We have shipments from White Harbor, but that's weeks away on snowy roads or by perilous sea routes. We can ration carefully for now, but if an extended campaign is required, then we'll starve, Lyanna finished grimly. Unless we break south or find a new source. The north itself is near ruin after so many battles. The fields yield little. Their conversation halted as Harwin approached, stamping snow from his boots. He inclined his head to Lyanna, gave Jon a respectful nod, then said, My lady, the men ask if they can start building more shelters outside the walls. The courtyard is too cramped. Some are willing to pitch tents beyond the palisade, but they worry about safety. Jon studied him. It's not ideal. But we have no choice. The Watch can't house hundreds of newcomers within our walls. We never were meant to hold so many. Let them raise tents along the southern approach, but I'll post watchers at night. We can't risk whites or disaffected wildlings slipping in unseen. We might also ask Tormund if his people can spare guidance on building semi-permanent huts. They know how to live in these conditions. Harwin nodded, stepping away to pass on the instructions. Lyanna released a slow exhale. Every hour brought new administrative challenges. She hardly remembered the last time she'd been free of them. Yet it was a small price to pay if they could forge a united front. At least the men would be somewhat sheltered even if inside flimsy tents. They parted for a short while, Lyanna attending to chores among the northern retinue while Jon oversaw the Black brothers' daily tasks. By nightfall, a score of tents sprang up beyond Castle Black's main gate, each staked into the hard ground with ropes weighted by stones. Campfires flickered against the darkness, accompanied by the low hum of conversation and the occasional bark of a watch officer ordering men to douse lights or hush voices. The winds howling raked over them like a cruel reminder of how fragile mortal dwellings truly were. Inside the keep, a makeshift war council assembled in the old common hall where some half-dozen braziers fought to keep the cold at bay. Lyanna arrived to find Jon already conferring with Stannis, whose expression seemed carved from granite. Several lords representing the northern houses, Karstark, Manderley, even a tall young woman from Bear Island, sat around an uneven table. Sprawled upon it were maps of the frozen north, the Frostfangs, and everything beyond the wall that was known, which was precious little. As Lyanna seated herself, Stannis gestured to the map. We can't rely on mere guesswork for the other's location. The wildlings speak of a place called Harrenhal on the eastern coast, abandoned but rumored to be a gathering point for whites. Another band of watchers claims the main body of undead might lurk near the Fist of the First Men, further west. Our foes could come from multiple directions. Jon folded his arms. The wall remains our best defense, but it's too vast for us to man every mile. We have troops concentrated here at Castle Black, more at Eastwatch, and a smaller garrison at the Shadow Tower. But if the others appear in force anywhere in between, we can't respond quickly enough. The Bear Island representative, a broad-shouldered woman with a scar across her cheek, spoke next. Can we not ride out and ambush them beyond the wall? Better to meet them in the open than let them break the gates. Stannis shook his head sharply. In the open, the terrain is theirs to command. The wildlings told us the others ride with the dead of be. Asked some men. Cavalry means little if the ground is thick with ice traps and illusions. And if we kill them only to have them rise anew, we risk losing men to the whites. One of the Karstark men muttered in frustration. So we wait for them to come to us? That's no plan. It's ceding the initiative. Jon gazed at them all, eyes heavy with the burden of truth. We do what we must. The wall is warded by ancient magic. How well it holds, no one can say. But I do know this, the others seem to hesitate to cross it without first seeking an advantage. Their raids have tested our strength. When they come in force, we'll need to be ready with dragonglass and Valyrian steel, or we'll be slaughtered. Dragonglass, Lyanna repeated softly. We only have so much. Do we know of any fresh sources? Dragonstone was the seat of that resource, but it's far to the south under uncertain control. Stannis's mouth thinned. Dragonstone belongs to me by rights, but I've had no means to gather its obsidian for a northern war. The seas are near impassable in winter, my loyal men in the south are few. We might attempt a last-ditch voyage, but time is short. Quiet frustration circled the table. Lyanna felt an old restlessness stirring in her heart, recalling Rhaegar's talk of dragons reborn. If only living dragons flew above Westeros, they might tip the balance, assuming they existed at all. Rumors persisted about Daenerys Targaryen in Essos, but no one had concrete proof she was anywhere near setting foot on these shores. Even if she did, what then? The realm was far from eager to welcome another Targaryen invader. And this was not the moment to reveal that Jon himself carried Targaryen blood. The lords present would not easily believe it, and it might only splinter their fragile alliance. Jon rubbed his jaw, then looked at the men and women around the table. For now, we keep watch. We distribute dragon glass weapons to as many as we can. We train everyone on how to fight whites and how to run if the tide turns. No heroics that lead to reanimated corpses on their side. We must stay alive for the final stand. Lyanna studied his face, struck anew by how much he'd grown into command. He was older than his years now, the lines of war etched around his eyes, but an unbreakable resolve remained at his core. She recalled the boy who had once gazed up at her, uncertain and overshadowed. No more. Whether or not Rhaegar's prophecy was real, Jon's leadership here felt vital. The council dissolved into smaller discussions of supplies, watch rotations, and the uneasy question of how to integrate Tormund's wildlings with the newly arrived Northmen. Stannis made no secret of his distaste for the freefolk, but he recognized they were an asset if used carefully. The Bear Island woman, strangely enough, seemed more open to fighting alongside them. We've had our own troubles with raiders, but better a living freefolk ally than a walking corpse. As midnight approached, the group disbanded. Men filtered out into the corridors, yawning or wrapped in solemn reflection. Lyanna lingered with Jon near the table, quietly rolling up parchments. She could sense the tension in his posture, the weight of 1,000 decisions bearing down on him. He turned to her. We'll need more than a miracle if the others bring their full strength. Are we certain no help might come from the south? Any fresh alliances among the River Lords, or, he trailed off, the name Lannister unspoken but present. The Lannisters would never assist them willingly, not after the wars. Lyanna's eyes clouded. Riverrun remains under Frey control, from the last we heard. The Tully banners are scattered. The Vale? Possibly if Littlefinger decides to intervene. But trusting him is a gamble. The Iron Throne stands behind Tommen Baratheon, Cersei Lannister's puppet. We can't expect help there. She softened her voice. We do have White Harbor's ships, but that's only a handful. Unless Daenerys Targaryen truly sails west with dragons, the realm stands alone. He flinched at the mention of Daenerys, though he said nothing. Perhaps a part of him wondered, did a Targaryen queen exist who might share his blood? Or might she prove an enemy? Targaryen battles had shaped the realm for centuries, often with devastating results. He let out a slow breath, settling on a sad half-smile. Then we do our best with what we have. Let's retire. We'll need clear heads tomorrow. She agreed. Yet sleep did not come easily. In a drafty chamber that once belonged to a Night's Watch officer, Lyanna lay on a thin mattress, listening to the wind's endless wail. Memories slipped through her mind, glimpses of Winterfell's courtyard after the battle, of Bolton men dying under her blade, of Rhaegar's soft voice promising a child of destiny. She reached over to a side table where a single candle flickered, gripping the small carved wolf statuette she carried since the night she'd left the crypts. She whispered a silent plea to the old gods, to Ned, to whomever might listen. Let the North stand. At dawn, a swirl of activity enveloped Castle Black. Jon insisted on personally touring the new camps outside the walls, greeting each group of Northmen or wildlings, ensuring no brawl erupted. Lyanna joined him for part of the circuit, wrapping her furs tight as the cold assaulted every inch of exposed skin. The men recognized her presence immediately, some calling out Lady Stark with respect. Others eyed her warily, uncertain how to address a woman who'd toppled the Boltons. She maintained a calm composure, exchanging nods, offering words of thanks for their willingness to stand here in the far north. A wave of pride mingled with sorrow that it took a threat this dire to bring them together. They found Tormund Giantsbane near a cluster of hide tents, easily distinguished by his massive red beard and boisterous laugh. A few of his wildling companions had begun skinning the carcass of a giant elk, presumably caught in the night. Tormund flashed a grin at Jon. Ah, Lord Commander. Come for some elk meat? Not the best, but we make do. Jon shook Tormund's outstretched hand. We'll appreciate any help. Our supplies are stretched thin. How fare your people? Tormund's eyes glinted with a mix of defiance and camaraderie. Some are half ready to desert if the weather worsens, but most will stay. We've seen the white shadows. We know there's no true escape. And we like a good fight. He turned to Lyanna, looking her up and down. You're Ned Stark's sister. They say you killed the bastard of Bolton. Good. He flayed enough of my kin. She nodded, forcing down the memory of that day's bloodshed. We all have vengeance to claim. But let's hope we can avoid repeating the mistakes of old. Tormund shrugged. Aye, or we'll all be white soon enough. He gestured to a group of wildlings who watched from the side, gripping spears tipped in chipped obsidian. We keep these close. The moment the dead rise, we jab them in the face. Before they moved on, Tormund pulled Jon aside, speaking in a low rumble that Lyanna only partly caught. Something about sightings beyond the northern forests, tracks that led nowhere. Jon frowned. If more whites roam the fringes, we'll need to send scouts. Just be sure your people travel in groups. No one alone. After a cold midday meal, the real news came. A ranger patrol returned, battered and half-frozen, claiming they had spotted a large mass of whites less than 3 days' ride north. The watchers, reduced from 8 men to 5, carried a wounded companion whose leg showed signs of frostbite. They spoke of a moving horde, dozens if not hundreds of reanimated corpses trudging methodically south. Possibly a vanguard of the others. Possibly more to follow. Jon summoned an immediate council, this time in a smaller room to avoid a chaotic crowd. Lyanna, Stannis, the Bear Island representative, Tormund, and a handful of others crammed inside. The rangers recounted their sighting in ragged voices. The dead numbered at least 200 or 300. Wildling corpses, some from Harrenhal, maybe? They moved slowly but steadily. We spotted shapes behind them, tall as men but wrong. Could be White Walkers. At least 3. An unsettled hush gripped the room. 200 or 300 whites was a formidable force, especially if White Walkers commanded them. Lyanna could almost feel the cold creeping under her skin. If that was only a fraction of the army. Stannis broke the silence. Then we can't wait for them to choose the time of attack. If they reach the wall in the night, they'll strike us in disarray. A sally could catch them in open ground, provided we have enough men with dragonglass. Tormund spat. Open ground? That's as good as handing them fresh bodies to reanimate if we lose. But better than letting them come to your walls unexpectedly. If we do it, we need to burn every corpse the moment it falls. Jon's brow furrowed. A field engagement is risky. We can't be sure the rest of the others' forces aren't hidden nearby, waiting to ambush us if we charge out. But the alternative is waiting behind the wall, letting them test for weaknesses. We might not have a choice. We might have to meet them on some chosen ground north of here, maybe near the old weirwood stand by the canyon. Somewhat defensible with a clear field of vision. We can set up lines of fire or dragonglass stakes. All eyes turned to Lyanna. She rubbed her temple, wishing she had her brother Ned's calm certainty. If we do strike, we must coordinate the wildlings and the Northmen. Stannis can lead the knights in one flank, Tormund with his free folk in another. Jon, your watchers can hold the center with the bulk of the dragonglass. I'll take a contingent from Bear Island and the Karstarks, forming a reserve. Once the whites engage, we try to encircle them, burn them quickly. The White Walkers themselves are the real threat. Stannis gave a sharp nod. We'll need outriders to confirm the whites' exact location. We can't risk marching in the wrong direction. The moment we confirm their route, we move out in force. No hesitation. A murmur of agreement swept the group. Grim resolve shone in Tormund's eyes, in the Bear Island woman's clenched jaw. The Watchers had always known the day would come. Lyanna's stomach turned, realizing they would face creatures older than memory, but determination beat through her veins. They had no alternative if they meant to protect the realm. After the meeting, she and Jon took a moment to speak alone in the corridor, the flicker of torches dancing on the rough walls. This is it, she whispered. Our first real battle with the others. The one we've dreaded. His eyes tightened. Yes, I only pray we're not outnumbered 1,000 to 1. If we fall, the road to the south lies open. She reached up, curling her fingers around his gloved hand. You won't fall. You've come too far, shouldered too many burdens. And we have the north at last, unified behind us. If the old gods are good, we might survive. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. He squeezed her hand. I hope you're right. Then he let go, slipping away to organize ravens, dispatch scouts, gather every fragment of dragonglass from the storerooms. She watched him go, heart weighed by the knowledge that come dawn, they might be marching to meet death incarnate, but fear would gain them nothing. She had learned that truth long ago, in Dorne, in the crypts, in Winterfell's ruined halls. For 2 days they prepared. Scouts roamed north, confirming that a large cluster of whites headed toward the wall, apparently flanked by pockets of smaller undead packs. The watchers erected barricades in a wide arc some leagues up the road, but they knew that alone would not suffice. The entire host gathered in the yard. Hundreds of Northmen, wildlings, watchers, and Stannis' knights. Lyanna moved among them, ensuring each man understood how to kill a white, reminding them to burn the bodies. Some eyes held terror, others a grim acceptance. She found Tormund near the stables, adjusting the straps on a thick pelt he wore over chainmail. "Your free folk ready?" she asked. He grunted. "Ready as they'll ever be. They've fought whites before, lost too many. They know this dance." He paused. "You lead the Karstarks, yes? We'll be on your right. Don't let us down, Lady Stark." She gave a firm nod, heading next to the Karstark camp. Ulrich Karstark, that young cousin who had knelt before her on the road, tried to keep his men calm. She spoke to them briefly, praising their courage, urging discipline. Then she visited the Bear Islanders. Their commander, an older warrior named Gorn, gave a curt nod. "We'll follow you into the jaws of the ice, my lady." Dusk fell. The plan was to leave before dawn, hoping to intercept the whites in daylight. The watch would lead, guided by Jon and a few rangers who knew the terrain. Stannis would bring his knights up in columns, while Lyanna and her northern retinue formed a flanking force, Tormund on the opposite flank. If all went well, they would encircle the undead, cut them down, burn them. If the White Walkers intervened, they would rely on dragonglass-tipped arrows and swords, though the supply was heartbreakingly limited. Lyanna spent the night in restless dozing, haunted by visions of monstrous shapes roaming a snowy field, Rhaegar's voice echoing about a final war. She woke before the horn blew, heart hammering. Dressing by the light of a single candle, she donned leather armor, a fur-lined cloak, belted a sword at her hip. Each motion felt momentous, like stepping toward fate. She thought of Jon, likely pacing the ramparts, steeling himself for dawn. When the horns echoed through the dark, 2 short blasts, then 1 long castle black stirred to frantic life. Men stumbled from tents, rummaging for weapons. Lyanna found Harwin in the yard, adjusting a battered helmet. She clasped his arm, receiving a faint grin in return. Together, they joined the Karstarks, forming ranks outside the gates. Torches bobbed, illuminating swirling snow. The watchers lined up in quiet ranks, awaiting Jon's signal. At last, he appeared astride a hardy northern horse, his black cloak pinned with a silver clasp. Stannis rode beside him, face grim. Tormund's band took position on the left flank, Lyanna's on the right, the Watchers and Stannis' knights in the center. The gates yawned wide, and the host trudged north along the King's Road, forging a path through fresh snow. Light crept over the horizon, revealing a sky choked with gray clouds. The wind carried a sharp tang that stung exposed flesh. They marched for hours. Scouts roved ahead, returning with word that the whites indeed approached from the northwest. The Watchers veered off the road, leading the forces to a broad clearing ringed by half-dead pines. Here they planned to meet the undead in open ground. The men set about placing lines of hastily fashioned caltrops and wooden stakes tipped with dragonglass shards, each hammered into the frozen soil with curses and grunts. Braziers were lit at intervals, a feeble attempt to create pockets of flame that might discourage a direct rush. The vantage was decent, offering a shallow slope from which archers could fire. Lyanna oversaw the Karstark archers, checking their arrows. Each carried an obsidian arrowhead or a regular iron tip wrapped in oil-soaked cloth that could be set ablaze. The plan required precise timing. Too soon, and the flame would gutter out in the cold; too late, and the whites would be upon them. In the distance, the sound of shifting ice carried on the wind. Shadows flickered across the snowfield. It was difficult to see clearly, the swirling flurries reduced visibility. Jon, perched on a small rise with a spyglass, waved a hand. Moments later, a watcher galloped over to Lyanna. "They're coming," the man said, voice tight. "Be ready." She relayed the signal to the archers. A hush rippled through the lines as men gripped weapons, hearts pounding. Tormund's free folk could be heard muttering old prayers. Stannis' knights murmured about the Red God. Lyanna silently invoked the old gods for strength. Harwin stood at her side, sword half-drawn, scanning the gloom. Then the undead emerged from the blowing snow, a staggered line of silhouettes. They advanced with unnatural unity, their forms tattered and rotted. Lyanna glimpsed wildling furs on some, northern jerkins on others. These had once been men of either side, now twisted into a single mindless legion. In the pale morning light, the White's eyes glowed faintly blue. A wave of dread slithered down her spine. Jon's voice rang out, echoing across the clearing. Loose. Archers from the Watchers and the north unleashed the first volley. Flaming arrows arced into the swirling snow, striking the front ranks of the Whites. Some stumbled, catching fire. Others pressed on, heedless of the flames. The line advanced inexorably, ignoring casualties as though pain meant nothing. Which it did, they were already dead. A second volley followed, more Whites toppling or collapsing in sizzling flames. But many remained, stepping over the burned remains. Stannis spurred his horse, ordering his knights forward at a careful trot. They had the advantage of open ground, but the drifts made it precarious. The Watchers lined up, shields braced, each man armed with a dragaglass dagger or spear if possible. Lyanna's heart thundered as she watched the Whites approach her section of the line. Tormund's men clashed with the undead first on the far left flank. Shouts and the clang of steel erupted. Lyanna heard Tormund's roar, burn them all. She glimpsed figures wrestling in the snow, flaring torches swirling. The ring of stakes slowed the Whites, but they tore at the wood with inhuman strength, snapping or bending them aside. Finally, the wave hit Lyanna's position. Dozens of Whites came lurching, some missing limbs, others with frozen skin. Her archers fired point-blank, sending flaming arrows into skulls or chests. A few toppled, writhing as the flames consumed them. But the rest pressed on. Harwin led a squad forward with torches, lighting the foot of a preset barricade. Flames licked across an oil-soaked beam. Whites walked straight into the fire, ignoring the heat until their limbs crackled. Some fell, shrieking in that eerie, voiceless moan. Yet others circled around, forcing a direct melee. Lyanna drew her sword, stepping into the swirl. She parried the clawing hand of a reanimated corpse, slashing through its neck. The head went spinning and the body collapsed. But even that might not kill them unless the flames devoured them. She kicked the twitching remains into the fire. Another White lunged from her left, forcing her to pivot and thrust. She gagged at the stench of decaying flesh as it bore down on her. Her blade sliced its torso, yet it kept coming, snapping its jaws. Only when Harwin thrust a torch into its face did it recoil long enough for her to hack it down. Shouts resounded up and down the line. She glimpsed Stannis' knights further in, hacking with steel swords. Each kill required thorough burning or an obsidian strike. Every second allowed Whites to rise anew if not properly dispatched. Screams of living men hinted that some Whites had already torn into their ranks. Time blurred into a frenzy of cuts, parries, and sparks. The undead pressed relentlessly. Lyanna's arms ached, breath ragged. A White wearing a half-rotted Karstark surcoat nearly tackled her. She drove her sword into its open mouth, feeling the crunch of bone. It still tried to claw her face until a Manderly man hacked its arms off, letting it collapse. Flames devoured it moments later. The ash and ember snowed over the bloodied snowfield. Above the tumult, she heard horns blast, two short, one long. The Watcher's signal. Looking across the carnage, she spotted Jon, mounted on a broad-chested horse, guiding a group of Watchers to reinforce Tormund's flank. Whites had nearly encircled them. She forced herself to keep focus, hacking down another corpse that lunged from behind a burning barricade. The stench of scorched flesh threatened to choke her. Harwin, battered but alive, dragged a wounded Karstark man from the worst of the fighting, throwing him behind the lines. A keening wind blew in from the north, more frigid than before, as though the storm itself gained a malevolent will. With that wind came shapes that glided over the battlefield, White Walkers, tall and lithe, their movements graceful as they surveyed the carnage. Lyanna's blood ran cold. She counted at least two, their pale skin like living frost, each wielding an ice-forged blade that gleamed with lethal enchantment. She saw one Walker raise its sword. A cluster of Whites that had been burned or hacked apart stirred anew, half-skeletons crawling from the ground. The moan that swept over the lines sent men into a brief panic. Some Watchers cried out, "They rise again." The terror only magnified. Each kill undone in an instant. Only by thorough burning or an obsidian strike could they be kept down for good. Jon spurred his horse toward one of the Walkers, brandishing a Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw. He had discovered its potency against the others at Harrenhal in older battles, if rumors were true. Lyanna watched from across the field as Jon engaged that pale figure, steel meeting ice in an eruption of shards. Her heart pounded. She wanted to aid him, but a cluster of Whites intercepted her, forcing her to fight. Meanwhile, Stannis galloped about, shouting commands, trying to keep the men from collapsing under the unstoppable wave. Lyanna glimpsed Tormund roving the left flank, wrestling a white bear that towered over him. The creature's mouth snapped, fangs bared, until Tormund somehow drove a dragaglass dagger into its chest. Flames leapt from watchers behind him, igniting the hulking form. Tormund stumbled away, singed but triumphant. She lost sight of Jon for agonizing moments, forced to defend her position. Another wave of wights hammered into the Karstarks. One giant, reanimated from some wildling clan, lumbered forward with horrifying strength, slamming its fists down on a group of men, crushing them. Lyanna felt hopelessness surge. They could kill foot soldiers, but a giant wight? Unless they could burn it or place an obsidian blade in its skull, it might rampage. Harwin led a handful of men in a desperate charge on the giant's flank, clambering up its legs, hacking at it with flaming swords. The beast roared silently, thrashing. A half-dozen men were flung about, but eventually an obsidian-tipped spear found its eye. The monstrous form collapsed in a bone-rattling crash. Its body still twitched, so they torched it. Swords rang, men screamed, the hiss of flame warred with the howling wind. Lyanna felt her lungs burned from exertion. She pivoted from kill to kill, ensuring each wight was truly dispatched. Blood spattered her face. She had never known a battle so relentless, so unresponsive to the usual signs of collapse. Usually an army might break morale, but the undead had no morale to break. Only annihilation would stop them. Then a new shriek cut the air. Through the swirling gloom, Lyanna saw one white walker stride toward the center, ice blade raised. Watchers reeled back, their iron swords shattering on contact. The walker's presence exuded unnatural cold, freezing men's breath in midair. Her heart lurched. She had no Valyrian steel, only normal steel with a paltry obsidian dagger strapped to her thigh. She swallowed fear and ran forward, hoping to flank the creature. She reached a patch of churned snow near the walker's path, adrenaline fueling her. The being turned its head, sensing her presence. Frost-limbed eyes flicked her way, expression unreadable. She forced herself to be swift, to strike with the obsidian if she got close enough. But the walker lunged, swinging that ice blade with inhuman speed. She barely parried with her steel sword, the impact sending painful shocks up her arms. Frost crawled across the sword's surface, crackling. She wrenched free, gasping at the searing cold that numbed her hands. The walker advanced, silent as death, forcing her back. Another slash, she ducked, rolling in the snow. She tried to swap weapons, dropping her sword in favor of the obsidian dagger. The walker, swift as a dancer, kicked out. The blow caught her in the ribs. She bit back a cry, tumbling. A surge of agony from her old wound threatened to overwhelm her. She clutched the dagger, determined not to drop it. With a hiss like wind over ice, the walker raised its blade for a finishing strike. Lyanna raised the dagger, no chance to parry such a blow. She braced for the lethal impact. But a sudden blur intervened, Harwin, flinging himself forward, hooking his arm around the walker's elbow. The undead being twisted with impossible strength, flinging Harwin aside. Yet that moment's distraction gave Lyanna an opening. She lurched up, driving the dagger at the walker's midsection. The obsidian struck true, scraping the creature's icy skin. A shuddering cry, high and shrill, filled the air. The walker recoiled, arms flailing, cracks spreading across its pallid flesh. In seconds, it shattered into 1,000 shards of ice, dissolving in a swirl of frost. The wind carried the shards away like shimmering dust. The dreaded cold receded, replaced by the roar of men and the crackle of flames. Lyanna sagged to her knees, panting, clutching her side. Harwin groaned nearby, bruised but conscious. She crawled to him, helping him sit up. He shook his head in disbelief. "Gods! You did it, my lady. You destroyed one of them." She heard no triumph in her own voice, only relief that she was still breathing. But the battle raged on. She forced herself upright, ignoring the stabbing pain in her ribs. The wights still lurched across the field, though some faltered after the walker's destruction. Stannis' knights, seizing the moment, charged deeper with torches, burning pockets of undead. Tormund and the watchers on the left flank pressed forward again. A second walker still menaced the lines, but Jon now confronted it, swinging his Valyrian steel in lethal arcs. She prayed he would prevail. Sure enough, a few moments later, a piercing cry echoed. She glimpsed a swirl of ice shards where Jon stood, half kneeling with Longclaw. The second walker gone. That left only the wights, and they began to lose cohesion, some stumbling aimlessly without their master's guiding presence. Men rallied, setting about the grim work of hacking the undead apart and torching the remnants. Slowly, the tide turned. The swirling snow parted enough for Lyanna to see Tormund's group finishing off the monstrous white bear, which had been thrashing anew. Near the center, Stannis sat astride his weary horse, his left arm bloodied but still in command, directing knights to form a ring of flame. Bit by bit, the horde of wights collapsed under steel, fire, and obsidian. No new White Walkers appeared to resurrect them. A bone-chilling hush followed. Tattered forms lay scattered, half-burned, sending up greasy smoke that stung the eyes. Living men stared around in shock, chest heaving. A few watchers let out ragged cheers of victory, though it felt hollow. The field was littered with corpses of friend and foe alike. Dozens, maybe hundreds of their own lay among the ashes. But the others had been repelled here, at least for now. Lyanna pressed a trembling hand to her side. Blood seeped from a fresh tear in her armor where the walker's kick had landed. But it was not too deep, only painful. Harwin steadied her. She saw the relief in his eyes that she still lived. The sense of raw survival flooded her senses. They had done it, won a battle against the others in open ground, though at a terrible cost. She limped forward through the carnage, scanning for Jon. She found him near a broken pine at the field's edge among a knot of watchers. He leaned on Longclaw, breathing hard, face pale. When he saw her approach, his eyes lit with relief. "You're alive," he murmured, reaching for her. She let him pull her into a brief embrace, mindful of the watchers around them. The men likely believed them aunt and nephew, but in that moment she felt only a mother's fierce joy that her child had survived. Blood spattered them both, though the sun's pale rays glinted behind the clouds. "I saw you kill a walker," she said, voice raw. I slew one, too." Disbelief shook her. The ephemeral swirl of ice shards still haunted her vision. Jon nodded, fatigue lining his face. "Their power is real, but so is Dragoglass. And Valyrian steel. We drove them back. Or maybe that was just a small piece of their strength." He surveyed the field with hollow eyes. "We lost so many." All around, men moaned, called for healers, or finished off twitching whites. Charred remains smoldered. Stannis approached on foot, helmet tucked under his arm, dried blood streaking his temple. "We carried the day," he said wearily, "but at dear cost. If this is only a fraction of the army the others command, how many times can we repeat this before we're all dead?" No one answered, for the truth weighed heavily. They would need far more allies, far more dragonglass, and perhaps the rumored might of dragons if the entire legion of the dead swept south. Tormund stumped over, leaning on a broken spear. "We lost a good chunk of free folk. But we burned more whites than I can count." He eyed Lyanna. "You look half-broken, Lady Stark. But still breathing, eh?" She forced a tiny smile. "I'll manage. Thank you for standing your ground." She scanned the battlefield again. "We should gather the living, treat the wounded, see if the watchers can salvage any arms." She paused, voice trembling. "And burn our dead so they don't rise." Stannis nodded curtly. "Do it. We'll camp here for the night, though I doubt any can truly rest after this. Then in the morning we return to Castle Black with the wounded. This field must be left blackened so no spark of the undead remains. A pyre for them all." Thus began the grim aftermath. Dozens of men scoured the field, hauling bodies, stacking them. Watchers with torches oversaw the conflagration that consumed friend and foe alike. Harwin helped a group searching for survivors among the heaps. Lyanna took only a short break to bind her bruised ribs before resuming, her limbs shaking with exhaustion. She passed Tormund's men carrying one of his closest friends who had fallen to a white bear. She passed watchers kneeling by the battered corpse of a comrade they had known for years. Over and over, the same heartbreak, the same silent tears. Night descended swiftly, a fresh wave of cold. They ringed the battlefield with torches and small fires, forming a rudimentary defensive circle in case more whites lurked. But the remainder of the darkness passed without incident. Exhausted men dozed in shifts, swords in hand. Lyanna found a spot near Jon, who insisted she rest. She lay on a cloak spread over hard ground, shivering under a blanket. He sat watch, though half his attention lingered on her. Whenever the wind gusted, she startled awake, images of whites crawling from the shadows. The fear that this was only the beginning cut deeper than any wound. At dawn, they mustered the battered survivors, placing the worst wounded on crude sleds. Stannis oversaw the final ignition of the mass pyre, a towering column of black smoke that rose toward a sky the color of slate. No speeches were offered. No man felt the triumph of victory. The undead had retreated or dissolved, leaving behind a memory that would plague them all. They returned to Castle Black in a slow, mournful procession. Tormund's free folk took the lead, subdued by their losses. Stannis' knights followed, heads bowed for the fallen. Lyanna rode with the Karstarks and Watchers in the center, her ribs protesting each jolt. Jon flanked her, his face etched with sorrow. Whenever she glanced at him, she glimpsed the same question: can we bear another battle like that? The moment they entered Castle Black's courtyard, a hush fell. Men who had stayed behind gazed at the returning columns, at the blood-smeared survivors, the wounded moaning on sleds. No one cheered. Word of the victory, such as it was, had preceded them by Raven, but the cost was plainly visible. Lyanna dismounted stiffly, swallowing a wave of dizziness. Harwin helped her while Jon dismounted nearby. Maesters and healers from among the watchers hurried forth, carrying stretchers. The entire place blurred into a scene of triage and lament. Stannis retreated to his quarters with a handful of his men, presumably to brood over the meager results. Tormund's group moved off to find their own wounded. Lyanna let Harwin guide her to a bench near the tower steps where she sank down, pressing a hand to her throbbing side. A wave of blackness threatened to swallow her, but she fought it off. She had to remain upright a little longer. Jon appeared, concern in his dark eyes. "You need a proper maester. Let me." She caught his hand in hers, voice wavering. "In a moment. First, tell me, did we at least confirm that the White Walkers we killed were part of the main threat or just a scouting party?" His jaw worked. "Some watchers think they were scouts. The entire host of the dead is rumored to be far larger, deeper north. This was a fraction. A test. If that's so, the next wave might dwarf everything we faced." His voice cracked on the last word, though he schooled it back to composure. "I'll try to keep morale from collapsing. But we must find reinforcements or new weapons. We can't do that again unscathed." She nodded, tears threatening. "I know. But we proved it's possible to kill them. That's something. We must hold to that hope." He clenched her hand gently. "You're right. Now let's get you tended. You're bleeding through those bandages." She reluctantly allowed him to help her stand. With Harwin's aid, they walked her to a corner of the keep where a makeshift infirmary had been set up. She found herself lying on a pallet, drifting in and out of half-sleep as a watch medic gently removed her armor and pressed healing salves into the bruised flesh. The pain was sharp but gradually dulled by herbal poultices. Each time she blinked awake, she glimpsed Jon or Harwin conferring with the medic. Darkness threatened to pull her under, but she fought to remain conscious. She had lost men who needed her leadership now more than ever. Eventually, the medic insisted she drink a mild sleeping draught. "Rest, my lady," he urged. "If you push too hard, you'll tear that wound further." She surrendered to the haze. In her dreams, she saw the walker's eyes again, felt the ice blade nearly shatter her sword. Rhaegar's voice echoed, telling her about the prophecy of the prince that was promised. The swirling figures of whites merged with the memory of the Tower of Joy. Jon appeared, a babe in her arms, then as a grown man leading watchers into the teeth of the storm. She jerked awake more than once, heart pounding. Each time, a candle burned low, and she sank back into fitful sleep. Morning came, or what passed for it, under a veil of leaden clouds. She forced herself to sit up. The pain was still present, but the bandages held. Harwin was dozing against the wall, while watchers came and went, caring for men with worse wounds. The smell of blood and boiled wine hung heavy. She rubbed her eyes, determined to return to duty. She rose, hobbling a bit until Harwin woke with alarm. He tried to protest, but she insisted on walking to the yard. The fresh, cold air stung her lungs, but cleared her head. Dozens of funeral pyres dotted the open space outside the walls, tended by watchers who methodically burned those who had died in the battle. The sky was dark with smoke. A number of men left from Tormund's group chanted quiet laments for their lost. Karstarks milled about in grim silence. The entire fortress carried the hush of mourning. Jon found her near the main gate, where she stood gazing at the pyres. He carried a sheaf of Raven's messages. More condolences from White Harbor, some from Bear Island. They pray we ended the threat, but I had to tell them this was only the first wave. Some ask what we need. If only they had thousands of men to send, or stores of dragonglass. But they don't. She gently took one letter, scanning it. A wave of hopelessness threatened. "We need something more. Dragons, perhaps." She gave a half-laugh at the absurdity. Jon's expression flickered. "Or the rumored Targaryen queen across the sea. If she truly has dragons, she might be the realm's last chance." His eyes shifted, uncertain. But how would we reach her? And would she come to fight an enemy beyond myth? Lyanna didn't answer right away. She knew the swirling truth that Jon himself carried Targaryen blood. Yet even if he declared it, that hardly guaranteed a bond with Daenerys. "One problem at a time," she finally said. "We hold here, gather what we can. If there's a way to contact her, maybe we should try. But a raven to Meereen, or wherever she might be, might never find its mark." The seas are treacherous in winter. Even if she got the message, sailing to the north might take months or more. Jon's shoulders sank. We may not have months, but we can try. I'll have Maester Mullen send a raven with letters to every major port, hoping someone can forward them. It's a desperate gamble, but so is everything. She nodded, appreciative that Jon was open to any glimmer of hope. A swirl of wind made her shiver. She pulled her cloak closer, pressing a hand lightly to her bandaged side. In the meantime, we strengthen our defenses. We plan for another attack that could be 10 times as large. We coordinate with Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower. If the others come in force, we muster every able man. A faint trace of a smile ghosted over his lips, grim but resolute. And stand as long as we can. They parted to see to their duties, each weighed by the knowledge that the war had only begun. The following days passed in a haze of rebuilding. Men reworked fortifications near the base of the wall, dug trenches that might slow whites, hammered in additional spikes of dragonglass where possible. Patrols ventured north again, some returning with horrifying stories of entire forests stripped of life, the remains reanimated. Others found no sign of the others at all, as if they had melted away, biding their time. As the nightly temperatures fell even further, the approach of a deeper winter was undeniable. Some watchers muttered that the real long night, foreseen in legends, might be dawning. Word spread that the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, had been glimpsed or perhaps captured by Stannis in earlier campaigns, but no clarity emerged. Tormund grew restless, wanting to search for survivors of his wildling kin deeper in the mountains, but Jon urged caution. We can't spare men to retrieve them now, not unless they come to us. In quiet corners, lords from the north asked Lyanna whether she would remain at Castle Black indefinitely. Some pressed her to return to Winterfell, reinforcing it further. Others whispered that a Stark must hold the seat, but she refused. Winterfell stands, but the war is here. We can't defend the realm from Winterfell if the wall falls. Stannis prowled the keep's corridors, irritable at their stalemate. He refused to yield the vantage, yet he had no means to strike deeper north. If the others remain hidden, we can do nothing but wait, he growled to Lyanna one afternoon. And each day, my men starve a bit more. My supply lines to the south are precarious. The Lannisters might eventually try to hamper me. But I won't leave. She sympathized but had no better solution. They were stuck in a cruel waiting game against an enemy that needed neither food nor rest. Hope lay in the possibility that fresh alliances or a Targaryen queen might arrive. But that was a faint hope at best. One snowy twilight, Lyanna stood atop the wall with Jon as she had done so many times before. The cage lift rattled as it carried them up the sheer ice face. When they reached the top, the wind nearly knocked her breathless. She clutched her cloak, stepping out onto the crunchy layer of packed snow. From this vantage, the entire north stretched out in ghostly emptiness, ridges and forests swallowed by white. Jon huddled beside her near a wooden railing. A handful of watchers paced the walkway, torches sputtering. You see how quiet it looks? He murmured. A month ago, we faced whites in open battle. Now, nothing. As if the others vanished again. She scanned the horizon, remembering that dreadful day. They're gathering strength. Or circling elsewhere. We can't know until they appear, and by then it may be too late for many. We can only stand watch. He nodded, silent for a moment. Then his eyes flicked to her. I worry for you. Your ribs. The toll each day takes. You push yourself unceasingly, mother. Her chest tightened at the concern in his voice. She had hardly expected to survive this long, given the madness of her life since Dorne. I'm all right, she lied gently. As all right as any of us can be. She turned to him, voice growing soft. I never truly expected we'd stand side by side at the end of the world, but here we are. A ghost of a smile tugged at his lips. I only wish Ned could see us. He might scold me for letting you come to harm. She swallowed the lump in her throat. He'd be proud, Jon, of all you've done for the Watch for the realm. He gave his life so you could live. And we are here, together, carrying on the Stark name, whatever else your blood might hold. I wish Rhaegar could see you too, though that is more complicated. She looked away, the wind buffeting her face. Jon considered her words. Sometimes I wonder what it truly means to be Targaryen, he admitted. I feel no different. The realm has battered me from every side and my heart is Stark. I love the North, the Watchfires, the old gods. But if Rhaegar's prophecy was real, maybe my existence is part of the realm's last defense. Even if I never claim that name publicly. A swirl of snow danced around them, swirling off the edge of the wall. Lyanna touched his gloved hand. Prophecy or not, we know one truth: you are the living bridge between ice and fire. Perhaps that alone will matter when the final storm comes. She paused, a half-smile forming. But for now, let us remain who we are, mother and son, watchers on this wall. The rest can come if the gods will it. They stood in silence, gazing across the silent wilderness. Night deepened, stars half hidden by clouds. The bitter wind roared as though heralding the next wave of darkness to come. But for that moment, they were together, defying a destiny that threatened to consume all life. The memory of winter's horrors weighed on them, yet the stubborn spark of love and courage refused to die. Below, Castle Black's fires glimmered, a small beacon in a vast night. The north was battered and bruised but not broken. Winterfell endured, and now the watch stood reinforced by northern hearts. If the others returned in force, they would find a realm that had glimpsed what it took to stand united, if only for a fleeting moment in history. Perhaps that flicker of unity would be enough to see them through the longest night and into a dawn shaped by both wolf and dragon, by a love that refused to be snuffed out even in the face of ice-sharpened death. Lyanna Stark took one last look across the snowy plain, then turned to follow Jon down the walkway. They descended together into the uncertain future, resolved to fight on until the final breath, forging a story that would echo in the annals of Westeros so long as men drew breath to remember the union of House Stark and Targaryen blood that dared confront the silence of the grave.